Okay, we should be back. If you guys have any questions about the marathon, I guess I'll give some brief thoughts on the marathon now. Yeah, so I will. This was by far the most smooth marathon we had, other than the first run of the marathon having those internet issues, which was not even that bad, considering like we've had much worse tech issues in the past. It was the visuals were mostly unwatchable, but the audio was still there, and it wasn't the whole run; it was just large parts of it. So it honestly wasn't as bad as it's been. And other than the one person who showed up, didn't have anything ready to do, didn't have any setup, didn't ask for any help, didn't message any admins, didn't do any of the work that, what little work we require of runners to do before their run, none of it was done, and I booted them out of the marathon. Other than that one time, everything else went super smooth, and I want to thank every single runner. These runs were really good all around. There we go. Okay, we just had some technical issues. Well, I'm not sure why actually, but it should be fixed in just a second. We had no super major tech issues on our end, other than one time when the power went out for the stream PC location. But that was literally nature, and we're actually gonna, like, again. So if you want to support to prevent things like that, if you donate, then that helps us to pay for stuff like it helps us pay for stuff. Yeah, it helps us pay for stuff like a UPS for the stream. Things like that, like little things. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, the near run, everything. I'm super excited. After this, we'll still. So what we're gonna do is we're still gonna host someone. But yeah, so yeah, exactly. It's not cheap for a good one, but we don't really need a good. We just need a one that can cover like a 30-minute blip. The problem is that sometimes if OBS crashes, if this specific stream PC crashes in that way, like power goes out, it can actually cause like a lot of issues that require more fits than just turning it back on when the power comes on, just because of the setup. But yeah, so I'm gonna focus on getting the two guys set up. While their streams are live, we should be getting started shortly. Yeah.
good. CC. All right, well, welcome everybody to a Chrono Cross Good Ending speed run. It's going to be a race. We're joined by Carbondrank, the world record holder, myself, CorporateImage, and the two stellar commentary folks, AG Deeds, also Silver Deeds,
Oh.
and AKA Zala.
Hello.
With that, guess we'll go ahead and get started. Do a countdown. We'll do on go. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
And good luck to both of the runners here.
Yes, good luck. We'll see what characters we end up with.
Well, reset.
Did it happen?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Do you want to?
No, we're fine.
So for the viewers, the character that you get here, or the third character that you get is random, and CorporateImage got Korcha, who's not the most popular character in the community.
Yeah, it's almost a guaranteed reset for most in this game to reset on Korcha. So, just to get things started here, so this is lots of lore. We're going to be trying to focus on explaining the lore of this game and, all the confusing plot points as we get through them in the storyline. But we'll also try to squeeze in all of the speedrunning points as well at the same time. And we only have 7 hours to do all this, so we will do our best. This beginning portion here is a flashback sequence. We're kind of just thrown in the middle of this dungeon. We, have characters that, we're supposed to know who they are, but we don't. And like we said, so it could be random who you get, which I think is really cool just because at this point in the story, it is, you could potentially have, anyone in your party that's, well, at least out of the characters you can achieve. Or you can get in your party at this point. But, is there a problem with are you having technical problems?
Do we need to stop and reset?
The really, really long con made a comment that there's some odd lag on Corporate's visual from the game.
That's usually an OBS problem. Sometimes I have it just lags out like that. We could reset and try again.
Yeah, the game audio they're saying is very loud right now.
Oh, it's very loud. I'll fix that.
Yeah, I had turned my side down as well because of that. But
let's see.
I mean, it's super early. We can reset if you want.
Yeah, I guess we could reset it for just the videos. I mean, it's Korcha.
Totally not
well.
because of Korcha.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I've already done it.
I think I'm going to have to stop streaming if that's okay, because it's going to keep getting laggy unless I try to reset.
Yeah, really sorry about that, guys. But
yeah. Yeah, it happens sometimes with Chrono Cross. I'll go live and then it just... Alright.
Yep, cursor's moving.
Here, it's Oh, I forgot a C in there. Funnily enough, you cannot name your character Chrono.
Nope, not possible. Yeah, and the remaster, so for everyone that is not aware, the Chrono Cross remaster just released last week. Pick up a copy if you haven't yet. But like you'll notice like the very first thing you notice in the remaster version is like there's so many more characters and like that you can input and you can make your name way longer. We're still doing the PS version for this one just because with how recent the remaster came out, and we're still trying to work out some lag issues with the remaster, which does not impede just casual gameplay. So for anyone that's interested in this game, still pick that up. But just for today's race purposes, we decided to stick with the original PlayStation 2. Well, they're playing on PlayStation 2, but the original PlayStation 1 version.
Alright, so...
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm ready to go. Just let me
Same.
know when we should begin again.
I think it's on your countdown.
Oh, on my countdown? Alright, so let's do that. Okay, here we go again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Good luck again.
Good
Again.
luck again.
Okay.
Let's see what characters we get this time around.
Oh, thank goodness. Alright.
So, I've only done 2 remaster. They changed some of the button layouts on the remaster, and I've already started to do L1 for matching.
Oh no, you're already starting to get used to the remaster
Yeah.
mapping.
Just a little bit.
Yes, we have Vaughn and Nikki. So for the OG version, the length of a character's name actually slightly impacts the length of the run, just because it does take time to load the character names. It loads 2 characters per frame, I believe. And so getting Van is actually really nice. It's only a 3-letter name. We like that for the beginning of a run.
That's actually the smallest name you can get here.
Or Mel.
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
it's tied with the smallest. Of course, the accents that some of the characters have can impact this too, because certain accents like partials actually make all of the text longer. But these differences are pretty minor in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, certain characters they kind of have like an auto generator like type thing. So because you can have so many there's so many characters you can have in your party, and they'll personalize them. And so yeah, some characters will have like cutesy little endings or things like that they'll add on.
Unlucky with the bat. He was just hovering over the bridge.
Yeah, I was hoping. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to mention bats yet until you guys were through. But yeah, this is relatively common to hit one of these bats. They have a very hard to predict hitbox because of the way they jump around. I think it's actually related to their shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard to predict where they are, and if they're placed, you know, if you're not lucky with where they are on the screen when you load in, it's sometimes you just hit a bat and you just restart, and sometimes it could take several restarts to actually get this run going. So it's really not till after this flashback sequence finishes off that you really kind of feel like your run's even started.
Yeah, I remember hearing Spike the other day call it the Bat of Fate. And,
Oh, the Bat
it,
of Fate.
It truly is. Or maybe it's the Bat of Destiny or something.
It's
but
especially so when you can't reset and you have to accept it.
Yeah, in a marathon setting, you just got to take the fight. Every fight is a setback. We were trying to avoid those, but just from loading in on a fight is gonna cost time.
yeah, so every encounter in this fight is, for the most part, avoidable. There's no random encounters. It's really on you as a runner to kind of dodge stuff. But as was mentioned earlier, like your character really is not your like the visual of the character, but it is the shadow of the character. And so you're really trying to watch your shadow and the shadow of enemies to do all the dodging. And as we've kind of seen, we're coming out of what was a dream sequence, and we're kind of waking up into a brand new world.
And it's a nice little throwback to the same way Chrono Trigger starts with the, you know, wake up, you sleepyhead. I always like that.
Much more calm setting than the dream sequence that we just went through.
Yes. And confirmed. I always love. There's actually like parents in this video game. Like Surge has a mom. Like it's so great. Such a refreshing story element compared to lots of JRPGs.
That's how you know it's not anime, right?
Oh god. Yeah. So here we were speaking with Lena. We agreed to meet up with her before the game. You know, at some point before the game started. We were gonna hang out at the beach, but because we slept in, she got stuck with babysitting duty for the rest of the kids here in the village. So she can't come with us yet. She has to wait till, you know, whatever the parents are doing, they come back from whatever errands. And she's kind of not happy with us for you know, her getting stuck with this, and so asks for us to pick up some Komodo scales. She asked for us to grab 3 scales so that she can make a necklace from them because they're very pretty. And we just also finished the first menu in the game. We're just buying a quick fireball here from the shop, and then we do some menuing to equip that on our elements grid. And then also, the game by default sets your character to walking, and you have to hold the circle button to run. So we also just go into the customized menu to reverse that so that we're running automatically, and then we just hit circle to walk. There are moments in this game where it is useful to walk instead of run.
So we are running the any percent category of the game, which skips through a lot of like the lore, and so everyone here is going to be trying like our best to talk about the lore and the world while we're kind of running the game, but we are going to be skipping quite a lot of things that really are draws to this game. And in particular with Chrono Cross, one of the major features is just how many characters that you can have in the game and play with, and how they all have their each unique element set. 1 second. I have to dodge this. So like, we just left Arnie Village as fast as we could, but there are there's one character that you could get casually in Paschal, who is a dog. In the speedrun, we choose not to do that, just because having extra characters that are not Surge, every enemy here will have double the health, and it'll just make everything super slow. And the route that we run will be getting different characters, like, just naturally throughout the game.
Yeah, for example, you could get Paschal, is one of the first characters you can get early on. There's a bone you can get for Paschal, and she'll join your party. But yes, as Carbon said, for speedrunning purposes, it's more efficient to just stay solo.
Yeah, staying solo here actually reduces the amount of health that the enemies have. So it's actually beneficial from a speedrun perspective to not have another character, even though casually you'd probably want, you know, more characters equals more better, right?
Most bestest.
Yes. And also the stamina system, it helps having another character.
Yeah. So also one of the things that I learned after running this game for so long, not too long ago, maybe a couple months, was that the bar or the inn that's in Arnie Village is actually owned by the brother of one of the characters, Orcha.
Yep.
Which I had no idea before. So there's lots of like all these little like character interactions and stuff that you just kind of can miss that you'll normally see through text. So.
Yeah, almost, I want to say pretty much almost everyone you see, every NPC you see in the El Nido archipelago is related to somebody else in some way. It's kind of cool to like map that like relationship chart a little bit. I mean, again, there's a lot of characters. What is it, 45 characters that you can acquire in this game, and there's even more NPCs than that beyond, you know, that have speaking parts. So.
So I don't know if we were using my audio or not, but I also bumped my output if we were. So.
Yes, let us know. I am seeing in the chat that we sound a little quiet, so I hope bumping that up a little bit helps you guys.
Yeah, I apologize for that. It's probably pulling from my audio, but it does help to know what is quiet and what isn't quiet. Is the commentary quiet? Is the game quiet? Please be specific so I can try to...
Everything's great now. Perfect.
Oh, okay, everything's good? Good.
Good? Good. Good. What is that? Good? You good? You good? Okay, you good?
We also kind of skipped over this whole beach section of the run, but just a quick rundown here. So we're fighting these three Komodos for their scales. For speedrunning purposes, we're actually looking for certain drops from them. We actually need specific items in order to synthesize some better weapons for our characters coming up, to kind of skip a tier list of weapons. I actually missed what everyone got, so if you want to chime in, just so we can keep track.
So all I have is a humor. Yeah, and a fang, no feather.
Carbon, are you in the same boat? Did you get a feather?
I have a feather.
Okay.
I have 2 humors and 1 fang, and all I need is the feather. And there's fortunately a backup coming up for both of us. It's just like a 10-second trip out of the way. So, but plot-wise, we're actually about to get like into what really kind of kicks off this entire game. So if you've never played, do enjoy.
Yeah, this is kind of the real start of the run. So the Komodos, if you don't necessarily get the drops you want, or you know you mess up timing on them, that's also kind of a reset city for a lot of runners. So getting past this point is kind of your first, you know, checkpoint of okay, I actually have a run, you know, to work with. this part here, it was so great with the remaster. A lot of people playing through this, and how Lena mentions, are we gonna look back at this moment, 10, 20 years from now, and just so many people being like, man, I played this game exactly 20 years ago, and just having her reminisce here is a little bit nostalgic and very close to home for a lot of people revisiting this game. We also just saw here a flashback of the beach scene. It actually turns out that Serge was attacked here on the beach in his childhood, and during that flashback, he got whisked away. And this is what Carbon was referring to. This is the start of the story.
And interestingly, in that cutscene, Lena is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, she was not. Hey, she's sitting down on the beach. She's kind of just in a balled up form, so it's pretty easy to miss.
She kind of just left us there. She's like, well, thanks for getting me that necklace. Bye. So Serge just collapses. Since we kind of wake up here on the beach, as we move on a little bit, we'll start to notice that things are a little bit strange.
Strange.
Well, this won't quite be the place that we remember from just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, especially here, because once you visit a place on the map, you're able to kind of walk right through it, and we're not able to do that anymore. Also, there's the backup strat there of picking up the chest. The nice thing, when you get all the items you need to, you're able to just walk right into, right in between these fish, and you won't get hit by them at all. But if you do have to go and get the chest, you do have to kind of time yourself to make sure you're right in between the fish and you don't hit them. If you do hit them and you're kind of trapped inside that roundabout, like they freeze for a couple seconds before they start moving again. So it's just not fun hitting those fish. It's pretty easy to master that though early on.
So here we've returned to Arnie Village and we talk to Lena again, but this time she doesn't quite recognize who Serge is.
Oh no, how rude.
Yeah, it's like, don't you remember from like
Yeah,
today?
If we had gotten Pashul before, Pashul would have somehow gone with us, even though Lena was on the beach with us, but Pashul would have come with us. And would have a text box here being like, that wasn't very nice, Lena.
Pashul was a very magical dog. She's great.
Mm-hmm.
She's great.
As we learn here, though, from Lena, Serge actually died 10 years ago.
What?
What?
I'm dead, but I'm Serge.
I said Serge died 10 years ago.
Also, if you look at that fisherman's hat, it's black, which is a different color from what it was before when we were on the docks. Little small
That's true.
detail.
You can also, I forget at what point in the game you can do it, but you can actually boat over to that island. A lot of people don't realize that you can do that, but it's just a fun little side thing you can do in this game if you talk to that fisherman later on.
Yeah, so Serge, obviously thinking it's ridiculous that he's dead while he's running around, is told to go check his own grave, which is what we see happening now on Carbon's game.
There he is. It's so sad. Like, he died at age 7.
Yeah, and so while we're checking out our grave, these three kind of dragoons kind of come up and gang on us, and we don't even know like who they are. And I know I'm kind of skipping through the text, but they basically say that there's a guy that said that we would be found right here. So somebody knew that this would happen and that we would show up here at this time.
Yeah, that's very suspicious.
And then this random girl comes and saves us.
Well, she must be important though, because she's on the box art.
Oh, gets her own little cinematic even, you know, the toe to head.
She kind of gets all the cinematics, to be fair.
Yeah, they're all kid. Or sorry, girl. We don't know her name yet.
Girl. Imagine going from your name from girl to kid. Girl, kid, boy, child. So I'm going to be defending here until Salt, who's the tall, lanky guy, hits me. I cannot do any damage until afterwards. There's going to be a couple fights that are like this, where they're tutorial-based and kind of teaching us about the game mechanics. And here they're teaching us about like elemental opposition with the 6 different colors in the game.
Yeah, this game's really interesting about tutorials. You can, if you explore the village before going to the beach, you can actually meet up with the village chief, Radius, who will also give you, even more of a basic level tutorial just on attacking, you know, with the 1, 2, 3 system and your accuracy count, things like that. I don't think we're gonna get too much into that for the lore commentary, but the fact that they still give you, like, in the main story, some additional tutorials just on how magic works. I think it's probably a good call just because it is a little bit, it's very different from how most JRPGs work.
That's an oof.
It's very common for not only for misses to occur, but for them to really make this fight drag on longer than it otherwise would.
Yeah, I'm being a little greedy in this fight. Normally we would do extra elements and fireballs, and I kind of chose not to do that. So I'm being a little punished by that. One of the things is that doing attacks is generally, if you hit, is faster than doing elements, which is why I'm going for those. But elements are far more consistent because obviously you can't miss.
Hey, all of the normal drops and your strength up.
Yeah, so coming up is going to be probably the biggest run killer of this game. Normally you can run from every fight, but if I make a mistake here, there's no backup.
And what might that mistake be?
I have to say, Kid is trying to join my party, and I have to tell her no 3 times.
Yeah, this begins the tradition that we'll have of needing to be mean to Kid throughout the speedrun. Essentially, anytime that we're given a choice that's like pro-Kid or anti-Kid, the wrong choice is being pro-Kid.
Oh, we just had an observation. It looks like our timer froze. Did that get paused? It's at 10 minutes right now. 16 seconds.
So anyway, the reason that we are saying no to Kid here and not allowing her to join our party at this point in time is really so that we're able to recruit other characters. There will actually be other opportunities for Kid to join the party that we will actually accept her in not very much longer anyway. But she's really adamant about it this time, so we do have to say no 3 times.
I love this comment, that the timer only counts in the other world. It's very true.
Yes.
Time
Yeah,
is
why don't we run 2 timers for this game?
Funnily, right, Chrono Trigger is very much like a play on going back and forward in time. And this game is about different dimensions or different outcomes or sequences of events. Kind of very butterfly effect type of stuff.
Yeah, back and forth between 2 timelines as opposed to 2 different times.
Yep.
Those 2 timelines will actually become very important as well later on when we start to learn about some of the ways that the results of Chrono Trigger set up the events of this game. But of course, that's we don't know anything about that at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately, with this game, a lot of the kind of plot and tie into Chrono Trigger is done at the end, especially the speed run. Casually, it probably doesn't feel like the end because there's just so much to do. But all of the for the first half of the game, or maybe I don't know, 60% or so, they will kind of just be doing world building and character development to a degree. And then they kind of tie it into Chrono Trigger and how the world kind of got to this state.
Now that we've recruited Lena and Paschal here, we're going to be heading towards Termina, which we were basically told by Kid to go check out there, and Lena thinks it's a good idea to try to figure out who the heck we are.
I think Lena just had errands to do.
Yeah, she had errands to do, but she thinks it's a good idea for Serge to go to figure out what he's doing here.
And to be clear, this is not our girlfriend Lena. This is our not girlfriend Lena.
Yeah, this is another Lena.
Yeah. And this is also another Paschal instead of the home Paschal we could get. So.
Yeah. You'll notice on the top right of a Carbon's screen, there's an egg. And that will be the key to unlocking one of the best characters in the game, which unfortunately we will not be getting in this speedrun.
Already had breakfast, thank you.
Now there is an all characters route for this game. It's about 9.5 to 10 hours. So it's quite a bit longer than the any percent route. But if you're really into character collecting,
yeah, I'm really excited to see if the remaster ends up impacting the all characters route, potentially cutting some time there.
No!
It'll cut time for sure.
But yeah, chat, I'm not sure what's up with the timer.
The timer is being worked on, so it might take a little bit, but it should get back and running shortly. Please be patient. Thank you very much.
Ouch!
So we see Carbon currently in and Corp heading up to the second of the tutorial fights with the same salt and pepper crew. This is a common theme. We'll kind of fight them as recurring enemies, and for the most part each time there's some kind of tutorial aspect that they'll try to explain in text. Unfortunately, during Carbon's fight, Lena was killed, which actually has some interesting implications, because in this game, all of your characters will get a chance to have stat ups at the end of each fight. And the game will even apply these stat ups to characters you haven't even recruited yet, as well as characters that you have recruited but aren't in your party. And the only actual way to miss one of these stat ups is to have the character in your party and dead.
Yeah, which unfortunately I think I saw her at 9 magic, if I saw that correctly, and that's not ideal moving forward.
Yeah, Lena's magic stat will actually be a fairly important factor in what strats the runners are able to use in a future section.
Maybe she'll get a bonus stat up in one of these boss fights, hopefully. Everyone in chat, pray for Carbon.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world that if she's 9 at the end of it. She has a magic stat gain growth of like 40%. So across the 3 fights that we've done, you would ideally have 1, but sometimes it's just not the case.
Yeah.
And you kind of just have to adapt.
Corpselina actually has 11 magic.
I'm jealous.
Yeah, really
But
fortunate there.
I'll do you a favor, Carbon, by not attempting to guess what Lena's magic will be.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, we'll leave that to chat. We'll let chat do that part for you guys.
Well, there's so we're actually gonna say goodbye to Lena for a little bit now, and we're gonna have about 5 or so boss fights before we bring her back into our party. So fingers crossed that she gains some stat increases, throughout that time.
Yeah, at this point, so we'll get a little bit ahead of ourselves. So Kid's gonna join our party again. And at this point, all we know is that, hey, we need to get into Viper Manor, and they're not just gonna let us in. And so the game kind of lets you explore the area, and it turns out there's actually 3 different ways we can get into the manor. And so because there's 3 different characters, and we can only recruit one of them, and whoever we recruit will determine the route you take to access Viper Manor. So we have Nikki, who's going to be off in a completely different area in this map to kind of sneak in through the back way. We've got Guile, who's at the bar here in Termina, who wants to get in. And then there's also our hero, Pierre, which is the route we'll be taking here. He wants to just go in and ask, hey, there's an opening for one of the 4 divas as part of the Acacia Dragoons, and he thinks he could try out for that and get that open spot. So he wants us to, or he will join our party for that. Unfortunately, to get him into your party, he lost his medal, and won't be able to prove that he's worth the post of diva without that medal. Luckily, it's literally just right out the door. Spoilers, but
For context, Karsh is one of the 4 divas that we just fought, the purple-haired guys. So
also the blacksmith. We just did a little shopping trip there. That was what we used those Komodo drops for. The blacksmith here is actually Karsh's father. So we are at Karsh's house. Like, he was literally after us, and we kind of ran away from that fight, and now we're at his father's house.
And his mother's at the front of the shop, who we talked to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and just another note, we see Corp picking up an item in this house here called the Profiteer Purse, and Carbon picked it up earlier as well. It's an interesting thing. We pick up this item essentially so we can disassemble it. Its real purpose is just earning extra money at the end of each battle. The money isn't really too much of a problem in the speedrun route, so we disassemble it to get access to iron. And I believe this is the only way to have access to that material before you go into Viper Manor, or at least the fastest way.
Yes, it's the only way to get iron at this point.
Yeah, you'll actually see there's even a text box saying like, hey, if you have iron, we can make things. Immediately after you close the menu where you just made iron weapons. So probably they didn't actually intend for you to be able to get weapons of that tier at this point in the game, but that item is obtainable.
Well, I think most people in a casual run aren't going to try to desynthesize the Profiteer's Purse if you do find it.
Probably not.
Because if you equip that item, you actually do get more money from winning fights. So usually most people kind of care about that and wouldn't be like, ooh, hey, there's iron if you just desynthesize it. So here we are. We just decided to go straight up the front gate of Viper Manor, which again, that's why this is the fastest route, because recruiting either Nikki or Guile will take you through a whole nother kind of dungeon area in order to access the manor, and that takes time. So we're just gonna charge the front gate.
I guess you could argue that this is one of the pro kid moves that you take during the speed run, because charging through the front gate is exactly what she would do.
Yeah.
Despite
Sneak around
being
too.
Eve.
You can actually decide to not have Kid, like you could deny Kid again in Termina, and if you do that, you kind of see her sneaking throughout the manor if you don't have her in her party.
It actually forces her way into your party, I thought.
Not till the end.
Right, right.
Yeah, which would be coming up.
Yeah, which would be.
Yeah, we could have said no to Kid before, but we want her to have that Iron Dagger.
Yes.
I mean, we could make it, I guess, and she'd still join our party, and we could have her later, but it just makes
The
sense to have her
cutscene.
now.
The cutscene's very long when she shows up.
It's kind of funny. We just, spoilers, we kind of just drop down a hole, and then she's just right there, and we're like, how'd you beat us here?
I know, and you're just stuck in the like in that jail, and she just was like, whatever.
We see Salt and Pepper again here for another tutorial-based fight.
And we didn't call it out, but both fighters did a very subtle thing, which is rearranging your party leader. We placed Pierre as our party leader in this fight because he's going to be, again, he's the hero of this whole run, dying for us in that
He plays
scripted.
a very special role in this fight.
Yeah, a lot of people don't really use Pierre because you kind of notice he doesn't really have the best strength in the game, and yet he's still able to provide a vital role for us by tanking those fights, and also keeping that white field effect on the field by dying.
Oh, I miscounted.
Yeah, so the strategy in this fight is to deal enough damage to catch up the big guy in the middle, to cause a health effect to trigger, and there will be a scripted action that he takes in response to that. I won't spoil what it is.
I actually really love this interaction. I know it takes up time for the speed run, but I think it's pretty great.
Well, it's great that you actually, what am I doing? You don't have to actually fight and like hurt Salt and Pepper. You just hurt Ketchup.
Yeah, it's
Because
much faster.
he'll just take care of it for you.
It is funny though how they when they like return to their position still standing and then just fall over.
I know, yeah, they know.
Just 4 people are on the ground, just like, ugh.
Yeah.
Poor Pierre. Just...
So, I don't think it was mentioned just yet, but the reason that we're coming to the Viper Manor is, I forget who told us, but we're looking for something, I think it was probably Kid. We're looking for what's called the Frozen Flame, which she wants because it has an immense power that, to us, should help us get back to our world.
Yeah, we kind of just tag along because we don't really have anything better to do, so why not go off of this one random lead that we have?
I mean, when it comes to, like, you've never really come across interdimensional travel before, so really, yeah, any possible lead you can get
Yeah,
to getting back
it's like-
home, you're gonna take it.
Interdimensional travel plus like protagonist behavior, decision making.
And then she comes and says, "Hey, give me all your money." And you're like, "Oh, sure."
Yeah.
I'd be pretty susceptible if I traveled worlds.
So after we kind of break through the gate, everyone decides that like, hey, maybe we should actually wait until night so we can sneak around instead of just fighting our way in. So we just watched Carbon make his way to kind of the back of Viper Manor here, and is partaking in this dragon feeding mini game to try to get the key. And the goal here is really going to be to obtain the key from this mini game, but avoid all of the guard fights on the way to the front door. This is the place where one of the very, very few actual skips in this game can be done. If you're able to aggro one of the guards and run up to the front door, there's two text boxes where if you're mashing just perfectly in between, you're able to open the door before any of the fights can trigger.
Nope, did not get it.
Yeah, looks like Carbon did not get it here. So he will have to fight at least one of these or run away and make another attempt.
Yeah, even if it's 4 guards, I'll probably fight it.
Just get it done with.
Pretty much. You could technically attempt this as many times as you wanted, but it's not until about 3 attempts that, like, you would have to get on your 3rd attempt for it to basically be equal to a fight, essentially.
Yeah, I can already hear. There's another runner super handy that always says, you know, first runway's free, first fight's free.
Or your money back.
Or your money.
Or your
back.
Which, ironically, money can be... You know, I said earlier, talking about the Profiteer's Purse, that money isn't really a problem. The one time it could potentially be a problem is if you do get the guard skip, and depending on how some of your RNG luck goes on one of the later sections, there's one place where money can be kind of tight, but generally taking one of these fights, that's really not going to be a problem.
Yeah, especially with 4 guards.
Yeah.
The fight's about like 400 gold, and later we need about just under 3,400. So it can be impactful, but not anymore.
Yeah, so now that actually evens it out a little bit with the alpha bat fight that CorporateImage got in at the beginning of the game. So that...
Yeah, that is a successful guard skip for Corp.
Nice.
And
Well done.
you'll notice this statue that both of our runners talked to is asking for a code. It's actually not possible to have a correct code entered here. The game hasn't, it's randomly assigned and the game hasn't actually decided what the value is going to be until we fall down.
It's rigged.
Yeah, it is rigged.
Yeah, this
So-
was the... Oh, sorry. You go, Cody.
I was gonna say that on these guards, because I have a certain strength value, what you'll notice me doing is that I'll do an attack and then I'll basically wait and do what's called a stam push or a buffered attack, and that'll just help me get attacks off and try to prevent the enemy from going.
I guess now's not a bad time to kind of just talk about Viper Manor in general. This is kind of Viper Manor is where the Acacia Dragoons, you know, where they live, I guess. There's this is where General Viper lives, essentially, who is kind of the leader of the El Nido archipelago. And here we meet Glenn, who is also considered one of the very fan favorite of the game.
And Glenn is also the reason that that we say no to Kid.
Oops.
And we see Carbon pick up the code here or read it off of the wall. We got a 68 or 68. It's two
Yeah,
different numbers technically.
The statue makes a rotation for every number you get, so getting a 9 is going to take a lot longer to get past the statue than a 1, as we will see this earlier. So ideally, the lower the number, the better the run.
Yeah, and we're making our way into the treasure room here. I think one of my favorite weird things about this game is how the correct password is actually just not picking any of the dialogue options and waiting long enough, and they kind of just let you in. And Kid realizes that the frozen flame is actually not located in the treasure room. And we also just see Corp getting his door code. I think it was a 78.
Yes, 78.
Yeah, so the codes aren't so bad. Pretty comparable.
Yeah, no advantage towards either runner. Like a 1 second advantage towards Carbon. So this woman is actually relatively important for the backstory of a lot of what's going on in this game. I don't know how to rope her in. There's not really a seamless way to talk about her without bringing up spoilers. So again, if you haven't got a chance to play this game, you just recently got the remaster, we will be spoiling a lot, like the entire game. So just warning there. But yeah, she's I pronounce it Lucia. I don't know if that's the actual pronunciation of her name. That's how I say it. But she actually helps, is how we're going to meet another character named Marcy, and she's kind of the reason why Marcy is at this manor. And one of the first hardest fights we can credit Lucia for making us for making that possible. And she also happens to know, as a scientist, someone who loves experimental things. Has a connection to Luca, but we will talk about her later.
Yeah, so the speedrun, we don't really deal with Lucia or Lucia much. So feel free to spoil her.
Okay.
This is the only time we even see her.
Yeah. In all
I wasn't
characters,
sure if we wanted to talk about this fight or not, so I didn't want to leave space.
No, that's okay. I guess the only thing to mention on that fight is that's the first time of many that we're going to be using a turn element. After the catch-up fight, both Corp and I grabbed kind of a hidden chest that gave us the turn yellow that we used there. And that basically lets us turn our characters the opposite color of the enemy that we're trying to defeat, which gives us a huge boost in power. But yeah, Silver, if you want to...
Yeah, sure. So she actually kind of is the reason we end up doing a lot of future boss fights, with Grobek, for example. But there's going to be a backstory. We're gonna meet some characters in the future. General Viper coming up, Fargo. So again, she's kind of the connection between all of these characters. Marcy's coming up, and she is actually Fargo's daughter, which a lot of people kind of miss. It's a really easy thing to miss if you don't complete all of Fargo's story in this game. But they kind of had a falling out, and so she was the one to find Marcy and kind of raise her, and ended up with General Viper in the manor. She's also a part of, there's also, if you were part of Chrono Trigger, or if you played the Chrono Trigger game, there's an area called Poor, and between the events of Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, Poor ends up raising kind of a military, it becomes a military city, and actually discovers El Nido and decides that, hey, we want to colonize it. We want to take over El Nido. And she's kind of from that. She's from Port.
Yeah, they play a really important role in the story in Chrono Cross, and it's one of the kind of the key areas about how the two games are actually tied together. We're also coming up on one of the first kind of major plot dumps of the game as Carbon enters the library here where Marcy is. This old man that's kind of speaking right now, this is actually Balthazar, although I don't believe he'll reveal that name yet.
No, much later.
Yeah.
Almost the end of the game.
Yeah, we've already talked about kind of what he's going to say in this kind of plot dump, because he kind of goes off about the different dimensions and just kind of how we travel between worlds and kind of how we get back and what happened. Where they talk about Surge being killed in this world by a panther demon, and then in the world where we come from, where we're alive, that did not happen.
Yeah, if you'd like to, you could talk about what's below here, what's hidden in the basement. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll see. We will end up coming back to this room at the end of the game, and it's pretty much the key to the entire game, to be honest.
Maybe we can. Is there a good time to show it? I don't remember. I've actually only been there once casually, because there's a couple hidden gems kind of at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So.
Basement lore.
Yeah.
I actually don't even remember exactly when you can access it. Can you do it right now?
That's what I'm trying to remember. That's why I'm like hesitating to speak. 'Cause I'm like, I actually don't remember.
I want to say you can do it after Grobic, but I don't recall.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't do it anytime soon. I think you have to come back much later to Viper Manor. And
yeah, it's
maybe...
for sure after Grobic, because that's when the one robot that was blocking one of the pathways.
Yeah, well, that's not in this tower, but yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess because we're talking about it, we can probably mention what it actually is.
Sure.
So if you go down to the basement in this area, you'll find, I believe it's actually a prototype epoch.
Yep.
So it's a little like Easter egg slash tie in there with Chrono Trigger. We'll try to point the little like Chrono Trigger Easter eggs out. There's a couple of them that'll be visible in the run.
Yeah, so essentially when he was flung back to his time period in Chrono Trigger, he had that prototype that he was working on with him at that point.
Even though we're kind of talking about lore stuff during this Marcy fight for the runners, this is actually a fairly dangerous fight. And Marcy has kind of two health triggers to be aware of. We really try to get her to critical health and kill her in the same turn, because otherwise she will use Ice Blast, which does a lot of damage and runs the risk of freezing one of the characters. We also are hoping to get that Ice Blast as a drop, because that's an element that we will really want to be using ourselves in the next section, and Carbon did get that drop. It is the most likely drop. Most of the drops, actually all of the drops that we want in the speedrun are the common drops from enemies, not the rare ones. So there is roughly a 90%, it's actually slightly lower than that, chance that we get what we want. But it does happen that we get the rare drops.
So, yeah, so there's a question about it being a prototype, and yes, so if you recall Chrono Trigger, right, Balthazar gets shoved back in time, basically to here, and in Chrono Trigger, you don't get the epoch until you're in, like, the future, like, what is it, 12 million BC or something, or 80, I forget exactly. But so...
2300.
2300, yeah. And so Chrono Cross takes off 10 years after, like, Chrono Trigger in Guardia, basically, on this archipelago that's... you won't find it on the Chrono Trigger map because they tell you that it's kind of tucked away, and there's this current. If you see the overworld that kind of people don't really know about or can't see or get to.
It's almost like there's an entity that doesn't want the world to know that this archipelago exists.
Right.
Yes, the entity, also known as Chrono's cat.
Chrono's cat. So he. Oh, wow. 2 cards.
Oh.
But so you can tell that very early on, you know, Balthasar is starting his time machine before we, like, Chrono and crew even get to use it.
We're also meeting a very important character here, Harl or Harley, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I think those are the 2 that I commonly hear.
Yeah, she seems to be Lynx's right-hand man, right hand, you know. I almost said man, but you know, whatever. we could be gender neutral. We say right-handed, whatever.
Some kind of like sidekick.
Yeah, sidekick character to, you know, this person named Lynx, which we technically haven't met yet, but you know, Lynx is kind of the big baddie of this game. At least we suspect Lynx is. But and she kind of lets us go though. Like she's not too concerned about trying to capture us or anything, even though, you know, that's what we kind of assumed, that they wanted to capture us. But she's just kind of like, you know what, I like you, you know, just be careful, you know, have fun, I guess. Essentially is what that introduction was.
I think she just enjoys being like mysterious and stirring up trouble,
Oh,
but
for
not
sure.
actually doing any like thing to stop you.
She thinks Surge is really cute, which he is.
Yes, that's true. And there actually is kind of a deeper connection when it comes to Harley and Surge, and I can't. We'll have lots of time to talk about that later.
Yeah, so both of our runners are now making their way to Viper's office. Viper being, of course, the person for whom Viper Manor is named. And there will be some dialogue here where we do finally meet Lynx, but we also discover that the Frozen Flame is not actually here. And it's also revealed that Kid is part of a group of thieves known as the Radical Dreamers, which is actually a reference to the Radical Dreamers text adventure game. That's kind of the precursor or prototype to this game, however you want to think about it. And that was released on the Satellaview for the SNES. That's one of the nice things that they included in the recent remaster. But now we're going into the fight against Lynx, and he can be very mean in this fight.
Yeah, just like we kind of lightly touched upon with Marcy, Lynx also has a couple HP threshold flags that we need to watch out for. He has the ability to heal himself with a black element, and we really don't want him to heal. That will make the fight, not only will it make the fight longer, but he does hit hard, so the longer the fight goes, the more likely you are to be killed off. So luckily there's a way to kind of counter the flag to heal himself. He also has some flags by either stealing from him. He has a response to that. He also has a response if you use a white element on him, because we didn't really get into elements, but essentially every element has an opposite, red and blue, black and white, and green and yellow, respectively. So he actually also has a move that will counter any white element. We like using the dash and slash, and he'll also counter that. So we use that to overwrite the heal.
Yeah, so you'll see that Carbon used the dash and slash to put Lynx into critical health, and in response, Lynx just used anti-white instead of the heal. So, like Silver was saying, we just kind of use that to our advantage to control the fight and prevent him from doing, well, from healing himself, but also from preventing additional attacks. You'll notice like Surge is at fairly low HP, so just some tricks there.
And also just a quick tip on stealing, it is linked to your accuracy. And so it's also important to get that up to 99% and also not take a hit before you try to attempt to steal, or else it will not. You can miss, and we really actually want the item we steal here. It will help us later on.
Yeah, we get a magic ring. Not the end of the world not getting it, but you hope for it.
Carbon especially really needs that ring, or you know, with where we left Lena, we're gonna really want that ring probably.
Nah, she'll be like 12 magic, it'll be fine.
Hey now. Please, don't project. Yeah, we're coming up on a section of the game where we get a lot of lore, a lot of time to talk about things. But eventually we're going to get some characters, and their stat values are going to matter. Of course, it'll be a while before we get there, but it's always an exciting part of the run.
So Surge is kind of an interesting vision here. He kind of sees this futuristic-looking city being consumed by this this like black ball of energy. This is, I guess you could say it's like a flash forward kind of vision. So like he's kind of foreseeing events that we'll learn about later. So the city that you see there is Chronopolis, and what's depicted is what's known as the time crash disaster. Get way more details on what that actually is later, and of course he also sees the frozen flame in that vision as well. So the frozen flame is one of the things that obviously ties this game to Chrono Trigger, and if you don't know, the frozen flame is a chunk of Lavos.
And it's actually how the Kingdom of Zeal, what helped them gain as much power as they did in Chrono Trigger. Also here, this is a good character moment, I feel like, for Kid specifically. So we were kind of trapped in the manor, so Kid ends up taking Viper's daughter, Riddle, however you want to pronounce it. She takes her hostage in order for us to try and escape. But Lynx has the upper hand and throws a poison dagger at her, even though she had a restraint at Riddle, knowing Kid would take the hit instead. So here she is, poisoned, and falls off the cliff dramatically. And we're getting the name drop from Lynx coming up.
He said the thing.
He said the thing.
Also, with in the remaster, the text is so fast you actually miss kind of a really good part where he calls him the Assassin of Time, kind of preluding to kind of prophesizing stuff to happen.
Yeah, that's a really good way to summarize essentially what, you know, again, spoilers, what Surge is in this game. Assassin of Time is a very good way to put it, very beautifully put.
But Azali, you were talking earlier about Kid and Lynx and being our first meeting in Radical Dreamers and stuff. I think you're the only person here who has played Radical Dreamers.
I might be.
I mean, I know Handy in chat has been playing it, but it's not only kind of the game that kicked off Chrono Cross and kind of chose it, or kind of proved that it could be a good sequel in a sense. But there's also some tie-in to Kid and Surge and was it Mag-Isle in RD?
Magil, yeah.
Magil, yeah. And they also, you know, in that encounter, they have some encounters with Lynx as well. So there's some backstory to that.
Yeah, I would actually, for anybody that is a fan of both games, or even just Chrono Cross, it's probably not as interesting if you really only like Chrono Trigger, but I would highly recommend checking out the Radical Dreamers text adventure game. Whether you do that through the new remaster or you find the original, but it was actually translated to a bunch of languages for the first time, along with the remaster. It's definitely worth playing. It's not precisely canon. This game kind of justifies it being an alternate universe in a couple dialogues a bit later, but it's still a very interesting game to play, and you can see kind of how their original ideas for that game inspired and evolved into this one, and it's definitely a kind of a neat thing to look at, especially because it's not really a huge investment. You can play through it casually in one night. It's a couple hours long, and it has good music. Is it great music actually? A lot of it is carries over into this game, but there's a few tracks that don't appear here, have a slightly different version, and it's kind of cool to hear them with the kind of Super Nintendo sound as opposed to like the orchestrated pieces.
So just to catch up what's going on here, so this is another kind of big lull in the speed run. There's a lot of text to get through. Essentially, again, kids poisoned. Luckily, there's this character named Korcha, you know, just happened to be at the cliffside and saves her. Korcha actually plays a role if you do Guile's route. Korcha's the, you know, who gets you there and you climb that cliff that we fell down. Takes you to his village, to the village doctor, and says, hey, this is a deadly poison. There's an antidote for it, but unfortunately, the main ingredient to this antidote belonged to a creature that is now extinct in this world because the marshes, or the Hydra is the creature's name. The marshes have been polluted beyond, you know, livability, and the creature's been hunted to extinction. But I mean, with Axe, if we were able to go back to our original timeline, you know, potentially we could kill a Hydra for that antidote and save her that way. But that means we're kind of disrupting, you know, the other timeline, you know, for the sake of saving this one person. And, you know, is it all right to kind of destroy the marshes because of killing the Hydra off? It disrupts the balance of the marshes. So is that okay? I mean, this game kind of gives you that choice, and it actually does impact what you get to do kind of for the next few hours of the game, actually, based on this decision of whether or not you save Kid. For the speedrun purposes, we do not save her because it saves us a lot of time. We get to skip a lot of side story by not saving Kid.
And more importantly, you don't get Korcha in your party.
And more importantly, you don't get... Korcha wants us to save Kid, which is kind of funny because the dialogue box right before you say no, the Korcha's like, are you really gonna, you know, you just met this random stranger, you know, 10 minutes ago, and you're gonna, you know, you're gonna save them, what? And then you say no, and he's like, what? And then steals your amulet from you, even though Kid gave it to you. Like, it's so upsetting, but it's fine. And yes, this is the only way to get Glenn is to not save Kid. So if you're a big Glenn fan, this is the only way to get Glenn. You have to say no to Kid here, as we do in the speedrun. So we said no, which means, you know, in kind of a JRPG sense, it's like, well, now what do we do? Like, we're not gonna save her, and it kind of can feel... I remember the first time picking this option for fun, cause, like, on my second playthrough, because I saved her my first time, being like, well, yeah, what do I do now? And, like, we literally can't even leave the village, because we don't have a boat, and the only boat we know about is Korcha's boat. We met Korcha's mom, and we're like, hey, why don't we go, you know, ask about this boat? And Korcha's mom's one of the best characters in this game, and is like, Korcha, like, you're being stupid. I'm taking the boat, and you can, you know, go off in timeout, and I'm gonna help these kids out instead.
Yours.
Best mom ever.
Yeah.
Again, moms are great in this game.
Really are, yeah. We there's a lot of stuff that we could also be doing that we're just not gonna do. Like, there's some cutscenes that promote some lore. Like if we went to the inn, you would see a scene between Doc and Orla, who's the bartender here, also a character that we can recruit later. Kind of talking about how Doc kind of feels really down on his luck and kind of feeling like a fraud in a sense because he can't save Kid, and I think he lost another patient some time ago. So there's a lot of character development in this. Korcha has an adopted sister in Mel, who, if you do save Kid, steals all your stuff because
How
she's a
rude.
brat.
Which you kind of have the option of doing something about that too. Like it's so, like every character in this game, it's interesting. Like which ones are easy to get and which ones make you jump through a lot of hoops to get them. Did we cover everything in this village? I'm trying to remember if there's anything else.
Well, we're going to talk to Diarrhea here. No matter which route you choose between saving Kid or not saving her, you do have to talk to Diarrhea, who's the shaman here. And she kind of tells you about, again, how you're not belonging to this world, how you're dead, and kind of she tries to point us into how we get back. Do you speak the truth, etc. And then she says kind of basically the same place where it happened on the beach. You try to go back there to get back to your world, but we don't have the means to do that just yet.
Yeah, also, Diria and Stina kind of introduce a belief system as part of this game about how the dragons should be worshipped and venerated, and they're like representations of nature. So we should be at harmony with nature because that's good for the dragons. That kind of plot and will come into play a little bit later. It's interesting how it does, because your first time through playing the game, it's quite a surprise what happens. At least I always thought it was a good plot twist. But for now, we just assume that dragons are good, and Diria and Stina won't steer us wrong. They know exactly they kind of know what's going on, and they're here to help us.
And they're very helpful by telling us that information about Portugal.
This is actually our first look at the overworld in the speedrun. If we had done the Guile route, we would have seen kind of a similar thing. But at the top left, there was, kind of like this whirlpool wave that we were talking about, and that leads to the greater area where Por kind of is. And all the reptiles used to be, and the demons, etc.
And this will be your last chance. If anyone in chat wants to try and guess Lena's magic stat and Glenn's strength stat, you only have a couple minutes left to do that, to make your guesses.
Yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of kind of prepping again for. Sorry.
Yeah, we're returning to Termina here, and basically this is kind of a big shopping section. We're going to be purchasing a bunch of elements from the shop here, and we're going to be paying another visit to the blacksmith to get some weapons for the two other characters that will be joining us for the next segment here. So we'll be, of course, recruiting Glenn here as well, and our party makeup is going to end up being Serge, Lena, and Glenn for the next hour or so.
You notice, so it's actually really important not to have Lena in our party right now. Again, everyone in this archipelago is kind of connected with each other. And if you had Lena in your party when you did that shop there, she actually ends up talking to that shop owner. And it kind of wastes some time there. You're just mashing through these buttons of like, oh my god, Lena, stop talking. But it's great. I actually love that they kind of, add little moments like that of just How you doing? Oh, it's been a while.
We actually do see one of those moments with Pierre there too, where she asks about his rent. That just happens
Yes.
pretty faster than the conversation Lena gets.
Yep. And
Yeah, if you
we don't have any other characters that we could have used, so at least at this point.
Which again, Pierre is just the faster option to have Pierre in your party. Actually we didn't really cover. There's some fun Easter eggs here in Termina that we kind of just run right past. You know, there's a couple throwbacks to the festival in Chrono Trigger. There's also an entirely different area that we never go to in the speed run. You know, that has a sword monument grave there. That's pretty significant. In fact, with Glenn earlier at the very beginning, you know, and when you first see Glenn, you know, he's asking you for flowers, and you're like, I'm sorry, we don't have flowers. You actually could have picked up flowers in Fossil Valley. That's another thing you could have done if you explored there. And that's also unlocks a cutscene at the sword monument in that other room in Termina. There's a lot of areas here we don't really get to explore in the speedrun, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Guile route, you would go that direction, so you would see the Glenn and Riddell kind of cutscene, where either you give them the flowers if you had them, or they just don't have the flowers. And they're kind of memorializing their Glenn's father and brother, who are renowned warriors, but also dead. Like I said, we don't do that.
Yeah, I mentioned with Pierre earlier that there was an opening with the 4 divas, and that's why there's an opening, is because of Glenn's brother being dead, sadly. And yeah, this is another thing. It's important that so we went down to hear the dialogue between Glenn and the flower shop owner, and it is very vital that you also flag that cutscene in order to get Glenn. Glenn's about to join the party here, or he did. Never mind. Oh, I missed. Anyway, but yeah, we also are gonna let Matcha join our party. And again, we're going to add her to our party. If you have her join your party and you don't put her in the party list, she's letting us use the boat. So the only way for her to go back home is she literally just walks over to that little platform and jumps off and freestyle swims away back to her house. And it takes a long time to do that, so we just let her stay in our party and then finally switch her out with Lena once we get to the overworld map. And yeah, I think Izala, you even mentioned kind of 12 magic.
Wow. Okay. 15 magic Lena. That's
Wow.
pretty good. Pretty good.
That's amazing. That's pretty much where you want her.
That is realistically the highest you are gonna get her there. I think technically it's possible to get 16, but it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah, I think I've had that once. Never again.
I mean, even 15's, you know, really high.
15 is basically very good because at 15 you're set for kind of the best fights that you're gonna have by the end of the Fort Dragonia already. So, if you get Lena at 15, you basically don't even need her to get any other stat ups.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they're still nice, but you don't need them.
Yeah, and I mean, we're mentioning stats. You can still do the fights with lower stats. It just potentially could make the fights longer, or you know, if you're not able to adapt based on the stats, you know, depending on what kind of notes you're using with these fights, it could make it a lot harder to get through the fights. So,
But actually, I mean, both the runners are in pretty good shape regarding the stats that they got on
Yeah.
Glenn and Lena.
I'm pretty happy. I did not expect to be at 12 after
Yeah.
I left her at 9 and she died. So you expect her to be
Bonus
11,
then.
11 or 12. So that it was very nice of the game to do that. But as I said multiple times, especially with this run, as the game goes on, you're really only as strong as your next stat increase. So for me in particular, with Lena, I do want her to keep growing at a reasonable pace, because I would like her to hit 16 at a certain point.
Yeah, so this is kind of where the plots kind of converge. So if you had decided to save Kid, wow, there's a lot of side content you would do, and eventually you will end up back on this ship. So that just goes to show how much side content we've cut out. If you save Kid, you have to go to Hydra Marshes, and then you actually end up getting in a fight with the dwarves because they live at the marshes and they don't want you to kill the Hydras because that's essential for them to live. And then you kind of also end up on Water Dragon Isle and could potentially meet your first dragon this early in the game, and will bless you with ice breath if you go that route. You also
Sorry, I was gonna say that we actually could go to Water Dragon Isle now.
Oh, that's true. You can do it now.
When we get Glenn, he suggests that we go to an island, kind of on the northeastern part, to meet a guy named Radius, who in our homeworld is kind of the elder of the village. He's a previous diva of the Dragoons, and he would tell us to go to the Water Dragon and get the Water Dragon's blessing for kind of what's to come. But we don't do that in the speedrun. But you would also do it in the Kid route.
Again, it's just a matter of, how much do you explore as a casual player, to discover these things.
Also, as Silver was mentioning, kind of one of the things that happens with if you do save Kid and you fight the dwarves and defeat the Hydra, those dwarves end up going to the Water Dragon Isle later, and kind of being the cause of some really sad stuff that happens.
Yeah, there's actually fairies in this on these islands as well. Another favorite character, Razlee, is acquired to kind of help make up for the fact that you cannot get Glenn. So there you go. And there's also a cutscene with Kid where there's like a really cute little campfire scene where Kid's kind of talking about how she grew up as an orphan at an orphanage and that it was destroyed. And that's kind of her revenge motivation. And we just don't get that cutscene at all with this route, and it always makes me sad. But moving on to this ghost ship though, so once whether you do that or not, you end up there's this fog that's in the way of being able to access Port Dragonia, which is where we think the Frozen Flame actually is. And we encountered this ghost ship, and there ends up pirates on that ship, and we're trying to prove our worth to them by running away from fights, and then actually depending on which route you do, kind of changes what's considered boss fight in this game. So I think in the Save Kid route, you can also run away from the Polly fight, right? I believe that's true. But in this route, Polly is a required star fight that we can only run away from the first set of the first group, and then we have to take the Fargo and Polly fights back to back.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I believe that's correct on the Kid route. You only have to fight Fargo.
I actually think you can run away from Fargo as well. I think both of those fights you can just run away and he's like, oh really, okay, and then knocks you out. But I could be wrong on that. It's been a while since I've done that route. or since I've tried running away on that route.
That would be something.
Maybe that would get you to run Kid %?
It probably would not be worth the time. but it would be nice.
I do like how Fargo's reasoning for kind of poisoning the party here to knock them out is basically like, well, you guys won, but we're still pirates.
Pretty much. Well, he doesn't trust us, so yeah, so Fargo's another kind of, like, actually important character in Chrono Cross. Like, a lot revolves around Fargo. He has beef with General Viper. We don't actually know what happened. The game never directly tells us specifically what event went down between Fargo and Viper. We do know that it's related to Fargo had a wife and kids, and she died due to some event that we heard. It's never explained, but she dies, and they had a falling out, and so. Fargo's hiding in this mist and blocking the way to Fort Dragonia there.
And for context, we went to right before the ghost ship, we went to the Marbule, which is the island of the demi-humans. Which, as you can imagine, there's like a kind of prejudice in this realm against demi-humans, as there was in Chrono Trigger against like demons and stuff. But Fargo's wife was a demi-human. And so coming up, we're escaping. Like the ship gets under attack, and we're trying to escape our imprisonment, basically. And we're gonna do kind of we're gonna look for a key, and it's gonna be in one of 3 places. But first, I'm gonna do what's known as a ghost dance to just try to avoid an encounter.
Yeah, this is kind of, this whole section of the speed run takes a little bit of practice for newer speed runs to really get down. There's a lot that can just go wrong. These ghosts will just randomly spawn in all of the hallways and will aggro onto you, so you actively have to run away. All of the doors on this ship have very small hit windows, and so trying to open them up can be a little hard, and so if you don't open them up right away, you know, a ghost can catch you. And all we know is that you know, the way to get back to the top of the ship is blocked by a locked door that we talked to. It's very important that you go to the door and discover that it's locked to trigger these events. And the guy that was on key duty is like, dude, I was so scared from these ghosts, I like accidentally, like I just gave my keys to the first person that was next to me and ran off. So he has no idea who he gave the key to, and this is also one of those elements in this game that is randomized. It could be one of 3 locations. We actually kind of run past the first possible key person to go towards the second key person because in order to talk to each key holder, you have to do an encountered fight with a ghost to save them. And this person, the ghost is at the treasure chest. You have to open that chest first. We actually want to open that chest, so that's why that's the first key. And unfortunately, in Carbon's case, it was not the first key. He had to go to the second key. Hopefully we're not going to the third key, but we'll find out. Corporate. Oh wait, never mind.
Please. Okay. Yeah, I'm also just slightly weaker than I would like to be with my surge. But it's not the end of the world. So hopefully, nope.
See? Fingers crossed. Nope. Carbon's going all the way to the third one. of course, the thing that's a real drag about this is not only does like getting a higher, like the third key means, okay, well now you're doing 3 encounters instead of potentially 1 or 2, but in each of these encounters, the skeleton enemies can do this move called Sword Dance, and from a speedrun perspective, it's pretty annoying because it's a very slow animation, but also it will put a black element on the field. And that actually causes Surge to do less damage as well. So really just depending on how the RNG goes, it can cost you a bunch of time, but it's a speed run, so you don't really want it to cost you any time.
Actually, the fights were pretty good.
This is another case where Corp was able to get a first key here, and that'll put them pretty much at the same position here, actually, if Corp's not a little bit ahead. It's hard to tell exactly with the broadcast delay who's in first, but it's very close.
Yeah, it's pretty fortunate. I was having a really rough ghost ship. The poly fight was not great, and I hit an extra encounter by accident. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my fights were a little spooky. I have been missing a lot this run, but that's okay.
That's good. This was just like a perfect example of what I was explaining about how the fights can just go slow and cost you time.
Hi, Pip. Bye, Pip.
Yeah, Pip's another interesting character. Pip was another kind of project creation of Lucia, the mad scientist we met at the Viper Manor. And you can actually have the option to unlock free Pip from the cage if you wanted to. No matter what you decide, Pip just ends up on this ghost ship. Pip wants to go on adventures. Pip's so great. Pip just wants to see the world. And it's also an interesting character because Pip can evolve, and you can kind of decide, where, like how Pip evolves. Unfortunately, it's kind of bugged, and how like the game saves, Pip's progress, and so I was hoping kind of the remaster would help fix that. I'm told that hasn't happened yet, but we're hopeful maybe in future patch fixes they can.
Yeah, we're not sure if it's possible, but yeah. But it's bugged in a good way though, at least for like not taking forever to get both full evolutions. Right? If I understand correctly.
Yeah.
Like it makes it slightly easier to see both good and bad Pip.
Oh, the Iceburner in chat says the grid has been fixed in the remaster, but the stats are still buggy. Alright, interesting.
You guys are frames apart on my screen.
Yes, same. I love when races, and this just goes to show there's just so much RNG with Chrono Cross, but depending on what happens, it can end up balancing out in the end anyway. So it's and any one extra encounter you get into is never going to just be reset the fight, reset the whole run. You can still plug along and get lucky on stats, or get lucky on AP rolls or things that can help give you a slight advantage moving forward. So it's never too late with a Chrono Cross run.
Yeah, Chrono Cross giveth and Chrono Cross taketh away. This fight is notable in the sense that we kind of adopt a strategy here that is going to be pretty representative of what we're going to do for the rest of the game, really, where we focus on kind of one primary character as being the damage dealer, and we use our other characters, we use elements equipped on our other characters to kind of buff them up. We saw here using both Strengthen and Eagle Eye on Surge to have him dish out of a lot of the damage. Of course, we're also going to see the kind of stereotypical JRPG, oh yeah, we can use Cure on an undead enemy to deal damage, with Lena using Cure Plus on the boss here.
I've always liked that about JRPGs, like that kind of the concept of just healing, undead creatures.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So there's one interaction that I wish that we could make use of, but we just can't in the run, which is that Holy Light auto destroys. Ooh, nice. That's a +2. Nice. It auto kills undead enemies, and we just don't have access to Holy Light at any point. We could technically do some trap elements to get one, and waste some time to try to get it, but it's just for the speedrun, it's not worth doing.
Actually, trap elements, which we now have access to right after the ghost ship here, they don't actually get used in the speedrun at all. So you won't actually see. Well, I guess you'll see exactly one trap element that'll be used for sure in the tutorial fight, and then you hope you don't see any later because they're kind of just slow. But yeah, not something that's used.
Yeah, but casually, that's how you would get access to like some really powerful elements.
In fact, that's the only way to access some of the elements in this game.
Yeah, I think most of the level 6 elements you can only get from trapping.
My stats are a little low. I'm gonna do a slight backup. I shouldn't need to do what I just did, but safety first.
Care to elaborate?
I just chose to buy some capsules. I'll be maxing out capsules later in the run, but with the current route and kind of money, we buy 41 tablets and some healing like elements that we hope to use at the end of battle, but it is possible to run out of stuff, healing elements. So, because we kind of need to use them here, running through the lava.
Yeah, this is what we were referring earlier. You can get the blessing of the water dragon, ice breath, that will let you freeze this lava and it will allow you to walk over it without getting any damage. But you know, we're fine. We don't need that. We just run through, and then we just make sure to heal up before the boss fight. After every time you walk through the lava, it's very important you remember to do that in a speed run, or else you're gonna start the fight, with no help, and you can't get away from all the fights. But again, we have this tutorial fight about the capture elements coming up that we talked about. That is not skippable, and if you have to run away from that fight, you have to sit through that same tutorial all over again. So it's a pretty big time loss if you forget to heal here, and if you forget to do that, you also forget to do this menu. We wait to do this menu because since we have to heal here, it's just more efficient to go into the menu, just the one time and save some time.
You mentioned the whole water dragon thing, and I think casually, probably most people do that first because the game really tries to push you in that direction.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I didn't even realize it was possible to just run through here, like my first time playing.
Yeah, I mean, they also give you access to Frog Prince if you do that as a summon. So you could, I think, in theory, use it on like Polly and Fargo. But maybe not. I don't remember if you have enough element grids because it needs to be on. It's like 6 ± 2, or is it ± 1? I think it's -2. But we'll the game will still give it to us pretty shortly, which is very nice. It's a very powerful element.
Yeah, the game wants to give you your first summon for Fort Draconia no matter what. And it's just a matter of how you attain it based on which route.
And
yeah,
you could trap other summons later, but for like the summons that the game gives you, Frog Prince is really the only one that the speedrun can leverage until the second disc.
This is a moment in speedrunning history of get your W's in the chat. And also very surprising change in the remaster. Instead of W's, they actually added the WH's for the, what did you just say? But yeah, no matter, you do have to sit and wait for that dialogue box to load. It's pretty much the longest dialogue box in this entire game.
Yeah, it's definitely the longest one, I think.
Oh, nice. We did get a couple W's in the chat.
and this will actually be the last time that we see Salt and Pepper for quite a while. In the run.
That's their last tutorial fight of the game, essentially.
We'll actually see them later as part of an optional thing.
Oh wow.
Wow.
My total magic is so low that I can't actually do the one strategy I wanted to do.
Not allowed. Yeah, Mount Pyre is actually a very boss-heavy area for, you know, kind of how short it kind of feels, you know, running through it. We actually end up doing 3 boss fights here. And in our case, our first encounter with a dragon, the red dragon in this case, coming up.
Red Dragon Light.
Yeah, Red Dragon Light, and the game is so nice to give us that save there, because and it is highly recommended that you take that save if you're new to this game or casually you're taking the game or even new to speedrunning this. This is kind of a good safety save to always have available to yourself.
Yeah, this will be the first of, I think, 6 or 7 safety saves that were agreed on by both of the runners in the race. The Red Dragon, this fight can be pretty mean, depending on how lucky you are in combination with what kind of stats you have and what drops that you got. It is possible to wipe here if things go badly and get a game over, so it is important to have that save there. And of course you can run from all of the fights, and that's still true here, but this is one of only a handful of fights where you have no ability to go back into the menu after you run away. So if you need to adjust anything, well, that'll let you heal, but I think you still can't get into the menu. So if you needed to rearrange elements or something, or equipment, you wouldn't be able to do that without loading the save.
Yes.
Yeah, the Red Dragon's determined to fight you. You seem like a fun. It's bored, and it's like, hey, you seem fun. You know, let's fight. And so
I'm kind of having a bit of an oof of a fight. I had some really bad misses at the start, so I didn't get to set up Eagle Eye. So this fight will just be quite slow for me. And I'm missing a lot of boosts that we would normally get by field color, but
yeah, field color is a really big thing to take advantage of in this game, or in this fight specifically, because again, we want to try and cancel out. Anytime you have 2 opposing elements on the field, they're just canceling out each other's buffs, so it kind of just neutralizes it. And so any additional reds on the field is really scary. It gives the Red Dragon an advantage against us.
Yeah, the strategy for this fight really tries to get to push at least two blue elements on the field before he uses Fiery Breath, since having the 2 blues there will kind of reduce the damage it deals, so it's a bit less likely that it'll just kill somebody right out.
yeah. And if the fight goes long enough, which it looks like I'm gonna get it, you'll see 2 Fiery Breaths, which obviously does a ton of damage. So
Yeah, there's the other one.
Which, as you see, it just outright killed.
Yeah, and besides kind of just pushing the blues on there for damage mitigation, you'll actually see quite a few times, actually in like most of the fights in the run, where we take advantage of the turn color elements. So in this fight, Corp had his Glenn turned blue, so Glenn is actually going to deal more damage, not just from being now a color opposed to the Red Dragon, but he'll deal even additional damage for having each of those blue elements on the field.
Oh wow.
Yeah, in addition to the blue element, he also takes more damage from the Fire Dragon. So I did a backup where Lena heals him up with a Cure Plus. That was just to ensure that he could survive and finish the fight.
I had to do both Cure Pluses and Revive and Genius and Magnify.
Oh dang.
So it was a bit slow, but we made it safe.
Nice.
Ish.
I don't know about Magnify being safe.
Yeah.
Well, that might have killed me. Yeah.
But yeah, so here we come, we're gonna be fighting Karsh again and Marcy again, along with another diva named Zoa! Who all of his text is in capital letters, he's shouting all the time. But yeah, this is another potentially scary fight. We never really touched upon AP action points. I don't know how much time we have to really get into it, but essentially there is a turn-based element to this game that the game itself never teaches you directly, where each boss has a set number of action points where you essentially you can spend so many stamina before the boss gets to go. And having 3 different bosses to fight in this, they all have their own AP counts, and so it can kind of get a little complicated trying to juggle all 3 of these characters. We like to go after Marcy first, and then we take out Zoa, and then Karsh last.
Yeah, Marcy is the easiest one to take out first because she has the least amount of HP, but since she also has the lowest AP value, it's very helpful to take her out first because she would get the most amount of turns. You know, more turns is just more time.
And again, they're fighting us because as we're approaching the fort, they were kind of guarding the entrance. You know, suspecting we'd be, you know, trying to interfere with their plans, and now they're after us, or trying to stop us from accessing the fort.
And in case anybody missed it, the whole reason we're kind of headed towards Fort Dragonia here is because we know that's where Lynx and General Viper were heading, and also because, you know, Glenn happens to be going there as well, which is why he decided to join up with us when we left Termina.
Yeah, Glenn, again, so Glenn's older brother was one of these 4 divas, just as a reminder.
Actually, I think his older brother's the reason that you know, Pierre mentions there being an opening, because there's only
Correct.
3 of them at the moment.
Yep. Can you imagine if there was, like, all 4 positions were filled at this point and you had to fight 4 people?
I can imagine it, it's just not good.
Oh, man. No, we like at least 3v3 feels relatively even. And then, yeah, we missed, so Harley appears again out of nowhere and is like, hey, maybe you shouldn't, go this way. You know, she's trying to, again, she likes the way we look. She's decided she likes us and is kind of like, maybe don't go this way. And again, we're seeing this very suspicious flashback. I don't know.
Yeah, some of these images are straight from the cutscene we saw at the end of the dream sequence at the very beginning.
Yep.
And of course, as we will very, very shortly learn, Fort Dragonia is where that dream sequence had actually taken place.
And yeah, this is another star fight that is only possible because we said no to kids. So this is kind of I believe this is kind of the last remnant of deviation as far as the saving kid or not changing things up.
Yeah.
But finishing this fight is what allows us to get the Frog Prince summoned, as you mentioned earlier.
Yep. If you already did Water Dragon by this point, this guy's not a star fight, and of course you'd already have Frog Prince. Wonder if you could skip him on that route. Or if
I don't think he appears at all, actually.
Ah.
If I'm remembering correctly, I don't think this fight even happens. But
Well,
I could be
tell
wrong.
you, that route is worth it.
Yeah, not too much going on here. So we're about to. This is kind of a fun little section of the game. Fort Dragonia is kind of a puzzle-based dungeon. We're about to do there's kind of 4 different hallways you go down, and they each kind of have different things that they require you to do. Basically we have to unlock, it's kind of touch a pillar representing each elemental color. You'll notice this pattern throughout the entire game. Kind of every major dungeon in this game has you interact with the 6 elements in some form. So in this dungeon, there's kind of 6 elemental pillars, each kind of with their own elemental boss fight, kind of. All this ties into, again, this fort kind of is referencing dragons. You know, it's called Fort Dragonia, and
yeah,
we'll get into that again later.
I think for the lore, Fort Dragonia kind of touches on something that Chrono Trigger is a part of, which is an alternate future where the Reptites did not perish. They eventually overcame and conquered the human race, and they evolved eventually into Dragonians, I believe. And so there are elements of that that are sprinkled throughout the story in this game. It's a bit confusing, but as we go through, we get more and more lore for that. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a ride for sure.
Oh yeah, there will be a section where we're gonna have to do a lot of plot explanation as they kind of do all the exposition. So
Yeah, it's good to mention that now. Save some time later when we're trying to squeeze in all of the plot stuff later. Yeah, this puzzle, by the way, I feel like this is kind of a casual run killer a little bit. Like I've talked to several people who've said, you know, they got to this part of the game and then couldn't figure out this puzzle and then just kind of gave up, like kind of just stopped playing the game, sadly. And part of that is because it does require you to switch your party order, which we mentioned that we did that with Pierre. Again, we switch our party order a lot in this game. We're not calling it out as the runners do it. But you also stand on, I always forget what that fancy word is, to switch the order of, it switches your first and second character's party order, because if you press select to switch the order, it can't, I hope I'm probably making this more confusing for some of you.
Are you looking for the PH word?
Yes.
Permutation?
The permutation, yeah?
The permutation, because you can only use select to switch who's in front, but by standing on that blue platform, it'll swap your first 2 people so you can get all possible permutations.
Yep.
And we're not going to tell you necessarily which solution unlocks which route, if you still kind of want to play around with this game in your own, if you bought the remaster. But that's kind of the key to solving this is your party order. And again, more alphabets. You don't want to hit them.
Yeah, this will be a common theme through this whole area is dodging the bats. And as our runners are making their way into kind of the second wing here, the first wing was kind of that party member based puzzle. There's a bit of a puzzle in the second room here, but really this is ultimately leading up to another boss fight. In this case it will be Giant Gloop, which will be our blue colored elemental fight.
Yeah, this is kind of where all of Fort Dragonia is where Lena takes the stage, at least for the first section here. We're going to be using frog prints to defeat all of these boss fights. In order to summon in this game, you need to have the field effect section match completely whatever element color the summon is. Which means you need to use 3 elements of that same color to match the field. The reason why we always do this hallway first with Gloop is because this boss fight is blue elemental, and so all of its elemental attacks will be blue. So it's kind of a nice little tutorial fight. It kind of actually helps you out summoning the Frog Prince for you. Even if you end up messing up and taking a while, you know, eventually you will have a full blue field without needing to do anything. Kind of a nice little warm-up fight, if you will.
Also, I just want to mention quick because somebody in chat said that it would be cool if you can get a Dragonian party member. And earlier when we were going through Fossil Valley, Silver pointed out the egg that you can collect to obtain Draggy. Draggy actually is a Dragonian. So you can actually get a Dragonian party member.
And Draggy is just the most adorable looking dragon. Like, Draggy is pretty great. In fact, we'll point out a little later where you would get Draggy.
Draggy is best boy.
And this fight really showcases the power of summons here, because despite being a blue enemy, we're still able to use Frog Prince to kind of kill the gloop here, even though it takes reduced damage from it.
Yeah, and if you're, like, I'm at lower stats, so I'm also doing a turn red on the gloop, which will boost the magic damage done to it.
I love the Frog Prince animation, by the way. Everyone, it's been a while since I've streamed a run. I'm still trying to play off screen a little bit, but it's fun to just dance along with the Frog Prince. It's a little victory. Like, all of these fights, it feels like a victory when you get Frog Prince off, because you're like, yes, okay, we're fine.
Now that we got the giant gloop and the blue pillar out of the way, the next kind of target here, and I mean, really you can do these in any order you want, technically speaking, but most likely both of our runners are going to be heading down the green wing. So there will be some enemies to dodge in here, some actually particularly annoying ones that we'll see in a second. And then we'll be fighting Tarasoid, and unlike the last boss, this one will not be so kind as to put elements on the field that we want to see. So he's going to be using green elements. So this can be one of the kind of trickier fights to learn for runners that are still kind of learning like how the AP and battle system work, because you have kind of a limited time to work with in which you need to get those 3 blue elements on the field before Tarasoid interrupts you, and then you kind of have to start all over.
Oh, real quick here, there is, we call it Cybot skip. It is possible to, you notice these Cybots kind of walk really slow, but they're really big and take up the entire hallway. But there's, where you saw Carbon and Corp standing there in that corner is actually where the stairs come down. When you press that blue button, once you get to the other side, it'll have a stairway come down, and you can kind of use that to clip into that and the Cybot will walk right around you without you getting into that encounter, and it saves not even 10 seconds of time. But speedrunners will take whatever time they can get.
I definitely did get it. Just so we're clear, 100%. I just chose to walk out.
Not worth the risk in a
No.
marathon or race.
If you don't clip it correctly, it will get into the encounter, and you are stuck in that corner, which means you will have to defeat that Cybot in order to get past it. And yeah, these paper moves. This is another kind of annoying random encounter. Well, I say random, but they're not really random. But they go in and out of invisibility as they move, and so it's sometimes hard to time when they go in and out, and you can think, oh, they're invisible, I can run past them now, and then that's when they decide to go back to being visible, and you get into the encounter.
Yeah, that one was tricky. It's always tricky around that corner just because of where the camera is and pans. Normally it kind of stays invisible, which it didn't this time, but sometimes you just gotta YOLO.
Yeah, there's a couple different times like this in the run where you kind of have to decide as a runner, is it really worth sitting here and waiting for 5 minutes for, you know, the opportune moment to run past a thing? And a lot of times it's really not. Like, it's kind of just better to take your chances and go for it. And if you hit it, and, you know, you just kind of deal with it at that point.
That's burns that you have on Lena, so it's kind of scary.
The one.
Actually, both of our runners have burns, it looks like.
Yeah, this game does have debuffs, and as well as buffs and burn, as it sounds like. You know, you're going to be taking damage per turn.
From burns, you just take additional damage from. I think
from
everything.
That's right. Any hit you get.
I think it's everything, but it might just be magic. I don't remember.
That's right. Poison is the I'm mixing up my debuffs.
Yeah, for whatever reason, each of the elemental colors has both a persistent status effect and one that only occurs in battle. And so for red, burns is the persistent one.
There's also the anti-color.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there are some status effects that we just do not see in the speedrun at all. So, like, well, it could happen on a fight like the Green Dragon. So there are times when I get like a black status effect, and it's not blind, and I have no idea what it is, because you just never normally see those types of things. Pretty interesting. But if you go out of your way to play casually and fight all sorts of enemies, you'll eventually come across the whole spectrum of status effects.
In fact, it is possible with the gloop fight that we finished off earlier to get what's called the flu. And that one's really fun to get as a persistent because you kind of walk like a drunk character. Like it is not possible to walk straight if you have that blue debuff, and it's annoying enough that as a runner, if you do end up with that, to go into the menu and cure that, or not cure it, but
yeah, you'll definitely be taking the time to to get rid of that one. So we're kind of going into the fourth of the different wings here, and this one is actually very simple compared to the last two, assuming that you know which direction to pick. It will be a bit longer if you're trying to kind of figure that out, but it's not random or anything. It's always south for the fastest route, so this ends up being a fairly quick wing.
it's actually kind of a really cool riddle. Like it mentions, the direction that it's facing, and it's really cool.
And upon activating that fourth pillar, we see the middle part kind of come up here, and that's where we're going to be fighting the next boss. And it's actually kind of a disturbing one if you're the type of person that doesn't like kind of clown type imagery. You may want to look away until after this boss fight.
Yeah, we'll be fighting the white elemental boss of this dungeon coming up.
Yeah.
So I hope it doesn't happen, but if I end up getting fatigue, I'm gonna have to run away because I sold most of the panacea I had to cover money costs. So just know that's the wrong person. Well, whatever. I have to run away anyway. I'll be back.
Yeah, the Panacea is what I mentioned on the ghost ship. There was that chest in our first key fight that's what we're accessing, and that's what Corp is referring to now.
You'll find that lots of speedrunners really hate this boss fight. It's because he's a particularly fast enemy with very slow kind of attack animations, and we really kind of, in order to pull off the Frog Prince, we kind of need like a specific setup here, so it can be very annoying if you get unlucky either with kind of the beginning AP rolls and he attacks before you're ready, or if you get unlucky with misses. This guy can very easily just cost you a bunch of time for really no reason.
It's the same problem you could get in like with the Torsoid fight earlier, except even more punishing if it doesn't work out.
Yeah, and this Kissy Wissy ability here is really the one that ideally you'd skip. It's a very slow animation. It puts the characters to sleep, which is the kind of white in battle status effect.
That's the wrong.
So it's just, yeah, it's real annoying. This guy sucks. Fortunately, Corp was able to get past it here.
That was the wrong person. I think I'm gonna see something I don't want to see.
Yes, definitely. You're probably gonna see Holy Light.
Oops. It's
Well,
either
that
that or-
does not happen very often.
Oops. Mistakes were made. So this is the element that I wish that we had. I should have just planned for this and gotten the trap.
Yeah, there you go.
Oops. Oh, this might not actually work either. I didn't see if she's, fatigued.
Well, she still has a white status effect and isn't asleep, so
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
not good.
It's safe to run, Carbon, please.
Yep.
I don't know what attack he's gonna do next. This may actually be really dangerous.
Could lose the race right here in the
Oh,
run.
please. Oh my gosh.
Let me go. Let me go. We're good. We're safe.
You're
We're
scary,
safe.
guys. Darn it.
Oh no.
I scared myself. So
This is
that's
so much anxiety.
Phew. So that wasn't supposed to happen.
No.
But it did.
Yeah, that is a textbook bad fight.
Oh my god. Like, pretty much everything that could have gone wrong there did happen. So, yeah,
Well,
if you're...
It was- It was my fault, okay? I panacea'd the wrong person. So.
Everyone's frowning upon you right now.
Yeah, it's not marathon safe. I don't remember if that was an AP risk or not, but I did it anyway. Because my surge is really strong. When he was very weak before.
Well, that can happen. Well, both of our runners are past the son of a gun fight now. Corp is
Yay.
moving on to Bunyip. This is another boss that can actually be pretty dangerous. Because it has the ability to use, I think, Inferno.
Yeah.
In this first phase here. This is also interesting because this is a multi-phase boss, and kind of what we're trying to do during this whole first phase is set up kind of how we want our second phase to work. Of course, we're going to be trying to use Frog Prince again. This will be the last fight in Port Dragonia that we try to use it on, unless somebody goes for it on one of the other bosses, but it's not.
It's also
always
interesting
the
that
go-to.
Bunyip is actually a 2-element fight. The first phase is a red element enemy, and the second phase is a black element enemy. So they kind of tried to cover their bases for the whole Fort Dragonia experience. They got one of everything.
Except for yellow.
Except for you.
Except for yellow.
Or
Yeah, I always thought
yellow.
it was interesting because the yellow hallway and the red hallway don't have boss fights in front of them. It's interesting that they decided to cover the red element and not the yellow. Although, again, the yellow puzzle was just very hard. Like, I think they decided, you know what, like, they earned it. They're fine. Players earned it if you solve this puzzle. Also, this is the, deja vu area. This is exactly where we visited at the very beginning of the game. We just kind of walked straight through that. Oh, and I also forgot to point out that the elevator we took to get to this area gives you the option to go down, and that's you're not able to do it yet, but that is where you would be able to hatch Draggy and access him.
So, I'm not saying that this was intentional, but because I panacea'd the wrong person, I got rid of both of my burns.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
You didn't
Yeah,
have
okay.
a good point. You do end up fighting technically a yellow boss fight because Viper coming up covers that. So there you go.
I like Wells' answer there that most of the enemies in the fort, like the Cybots, are yellow element. So they throw those at you everywhere. So I think that's a good point.
One thing to notice about those, or interesting thing I guess to point out about those Cybots is you also saw them kind of in Viper Manor.
Yep.
And that's actually thanks to Lucia. She was kind of able to figure out how they work and to control them.
Again, Lucia, she's the reason why we have to fight like half these bosses in this game.
Yeah.
Someone go back in time and get rid of her.
It all points back to her. I wasn't
Yeah, that's
kidding
gonna be
when I said.
the new speedrun route is you go back and eliminate Lucia.
Yeah, I mean, and again, those Cybots are just not. Those fights just take forever, even in a speedrun setting. You don't want to get into those fights with a Cybot if you can help it.
Yeah, casually, I'd always come here with Razlie because she's awesome, and I just dropped stars on their heads and had no trouble. Because
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't use a green innate character at this point. Or never mind,
Glenn.
I'm lying. Glenn's green. What do I think? I'm thinking of Greco. Like, there's actually several greens actually you get. Never mind.
It goes red, I believe.
Or Gren. Or Raspberry.
Even though his color scheme is green and red.
He's green. Where's green?
Yeah,
I
he wears
know.
green, and I
In my
always
opinion.
think he's green. It's so
You could
weird.
get Van though. So, Van is actually really fun. I forget his exact thing, but he's like slightly above average in all stats, I think, with the boomerang, which can hit everything. So, like, eagle-eyeing, like casually speaking, taking Van, giving him like the best weapon, and putting eagle eye, like because he's green, he like gets a boost from the green from the eagle eye, and then he can't miss, and then you can just throw your threes and hit everything. I mean, you can miss, but you're not supposed to.
Never miss.
Never miss.
Oh, another thing to kind of call out is you'll notice some slight movement tech happening. Anytime the you see the runners approaching, the elevators or a doorway, or if they know a cutscene's approaching, they will kind of do like a little kind of circle around a little bit sometimes, or you'll see them kind of walk towards a wall or something like that, and that's to get your party members in place. Because otherwise they'll kind of slowly walk to their triangular formation. So the closer you can get them to kind of pre-set them in that triangular formation ahead of time, will save you time that they're not going to be walking there. So kind of keep an eye out for that throughout this whole run. You'll notice moves like that we're really not going to be, we're most likely not going to be calling out from this point on. But yes, as the chat's mentioning, yeah, no such thing as a 99% miss. You know, you're never gonna miss if it's 99%. Totally. But if you think about it, in the context of a 7-hour run, you're doing hundreds and hundreds of attacks, and so you're going to miss 1 out of every 100 attacks, right? And so that it is inevitable that you're going to miss in a speed run, and you're just hopeful that it won't miss, at the wrongest of times. To say.
Yeah.
As we fight General Viper here, one of the things that we're going to be hoping for after this battle is for him to drop the Dragoon Gauntlet.
Yes.
It is the common drop. 90% of the time he should drop the Dragoon Gauntlet. There's a chance he can drop Mithril Mail instead, I believe. We don't really want that. That's
No.
that doesn't help you do more damage.
Again, another 90% drop rate. I always appreciated that with Chrono Cross, it was that cut and dry, that it's always kind of a 90-10 split and for pretty much everything. I don't think there's any exceptions to that.
Only exception is like some of the normal enemies aren't guaranteed to drop anything.
Right,
So you
yeah,
end up then, if you have like a 90% chance to get a drop, and then the common drop is going to be 90% of the drops you get are common. But yeah, all the boss fights, it's a pretty even split. Goodness.
Yeah, Wells pointed out that somebody got the drop in the relay, and that was me, and also Handy before me. So we know what that's like to have to run the game without that extra gauntlet. It's not fun.
Again, one of those cases where it's not a reset run situation, but it just changes your options of what you can do in your future boss fights potentially.
Yeah, you basically, if you don't get the Dragoon Gauntlet, you're kind of just hoping for a higher than average strength stat, which I mean can completely make up for it if you're lucky enough. And so here we're actually fighting Lynx kind of for the second time, and if you pay attention to the dialogue, this time is kind of more, for real, since the first time he pulls the whole like anime villain, but this isn't my real power, this is just a shade that I have fighting you.
Yeah, this is kind of the first big turning point of this game, is being in this room. Again, you're seeing these 6 dragons, or sorry, yes, 6. I can't count. It's fine.
Statues.
Statues. Thank you. And there's actually, this is kind of the room. Again, we'll be back here. This is not our last time into this room. Spoilers, but this is the room that reveals what Corporate was saying earlier about Dragonia, and the Dragonian people.
And look who shows up again.
It's not gonna kill him.
Despite being bedridden and poisoned.
Yep. Yeah, how did she get here? We kind of just left her. There is, in the all characters route, you would see this, but you can actually go back once you finish the ghost ship. And it's kind of a funny scene, it's all sad, it's like, oh, she's gone, she's not there anymore, and then it turns out, oh wait, she's fine, she survived. And you kind of will notice this pattern with her going forward. She seems to, do just fine by herself. She doesn't seem to like dying very, very, or she takes dying very easily and is able to just recover just like that. Only a flesh wound.
So over in a corpse stream, we actually have some one of the more interesting things that I think this game tried to play off happening right here. We kind of have this this object being activated here, and we see Surge kind of reacting to it.
The Dragon Tear.
Yeah,
he sees
the
his,
dragon tear.
the incident that killed him 10 years ago with the Panther Demon right there.
Yep.
Still kind of haunting him.
Now, Surge looking kind of sus.
I mean, nothing more suspicious than a silent protagonist suddenly talking.
That's true. That's how you
I know
know.
that was. I think that was the big like, what is going on for me, and probably for a lot of people casually playing this. You're like, wait a second, Surge doesn't have a chat. Like he, like
Honestly, I
JRPG protagonists can't talk.
really love the way the game pulls off this scene too, because it kind of has everybody stop talking and it leaves it to you to actually like, you know, move. And it's like, it's when you move the controller you discover that you're controlling Link's instead and you realize what's happened. Like that was a very cool way of doing that.
The thing that gets me though is that this is the only time that we get to use like his sickle weapon.
I know, it's so
Yeah.
cool.
Like
After that, they just have like a gentleman's agreement to trade.
yeah. I guess it's like what your brain is like used to or something, but it's just kind of like
I feel like, before he poofs you away, like he purposely took his weapon back. He's like, that's mine. And yeah, this is where there's a conversation. So you swap,
Why are you
you have
hitting
your
yourself?
Freaky Friday, and
What?
it's kind of creepy. Lynx kind of makes you. Lynx is trying to convince Kid to like kill Lynx, right? And also stabby stab. Oh yeah, the real stabby stab. Of it's actually, it does happen, just like the flashback. Surge does kill Kid. But yeah, the reason why this happens is because, so Link's in Surge's body is trying to convince Kid, hey, this is your chance for revenge. Go kill Lynx, just like you said. And then there's a speech bubble that says, don't you want to take revenge on Luca? And that's when she gets suspicious because she says, hey, I never said Luca's name to you. Like, there's no way you would know that. And that's when she gets suspicious of him, and then that's what triggers the cutscene.
Yeah, I mean, we don't get to see it, but like way back at the start when we first told Kid no, if we had brought her, like they'd throw a couple cutscenes of like a burning building and some sadness with Kid, and like you see Lynx and Surge and stuff like that. Which is like where you think that they would talk about it, but they don't really talk about it. So, speaking of, there's I know that we're not too focused on donation, but I believe there is a donation incentive to do a extra plot kind of involving Kid in the burning building much later.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that we've raised over $2,000 throughout this whole run. That's really awesome for a marathon that's not focused on calling out those donations on a regular basis like a lot of other charity marathons do. And we're coming up on one of my favorite areas in this whole game, and one of my favorite songs in this whole game. It's kind of a nice. What was that?
Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the chat that the donation actually has been met, so it looks like
Oh,
both
hey!
and I will be doing that.
Yes, keep donating, everyone.
Well, I'm gonna kind of plug in here that after this Lynx 2 battle, this is kind of the closing the first kind of major part of the game. And so there's actually a category on the leaderboards for kind of going just up to the end of that second battle with Lynx as kind of our a good category for like people that want to learn the speed run and kind of not willing to commit the whole roughly 7 hours it takes to run the whole game, but it's also kind of a good one to learn, and it covers a lot of the basics of the game. So I figured I'd kind of just plug that this is, you know, where that kind of category ends, and we're solidly into the any percent route at this point.
Yeah, in fact, we were able to hold a racing tournament for Link's 2 category last year, and it was a lot of fun. I really hope we get around to doing it again later this year, make it an annual thing. So yeah, if you guys, again, pick up that remaster, give it a try. You know, it's only about 2.5 hours or so, give and take. Maybe faster with the remaster.
Anyway, we end up now in this kind of odd-looking, like painted world. This is, as we'll learn fairly soon, kind of like an interdimensional rift that Lynx or Surge, however you want to think of him, has been thrown into. We meet up with this character named Sprig, who will join our party and will also be a fairly important part of the fights that we have coming up as well. Sprig, she has this unique ability in the game called Doppelganger, where she's able to transform into monsters that we fought. And she starts off with being able to transform into quite a few of them, but is able to kind of gain their doppelgang forms by killing enemies while not transformed. We will actually take advantage of that once. There's kind of one enemy who's doppelgang that we'll pick up later. But yeah, Sprig's doppelgangs will be a large portion of damage throughout the next like hour plus of the game.
Yeah, some runners even call this kind of the Sprig portion of the run. Gets named after her.
Yeah, it's nice because the stats on all of the doppelgang transforms are fixed. So if you've kind of got unlucky with stats on Surge or Lynx at this point, I mean the stats kind of just carry over when the body swap happens. You do have some time to catch up where you're not really going to be penalized for what those stats look like. And of course, we're meeting back up with good old Harl again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's also nice with Sprig's transforms that the accuracy is pretty much fixed for the most part, and you kind of get to skip Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I really like this room. I always, as a kid, thought, you know, they kind of look like pencil pillars. Like, I don't know. But you'll notice she kind of is walking. Yeah, the pink erasers. Yeah, the classic yellow pencil with the pink eraser. That's what I see. That's just me. That's not like canon or anything. But that's anyway. But anyway, so she's kind of walking around. She's being very philosophical right now about, are you Surge? Are you Lynx? You know, what's going on? It's not too important to the plot, but it is kind of an interesting thing to ponder if you give yourself the time to actually kind of think through stuff like that.
He does use the fact that you're in Lynx's body as an excuse to join up with you, though.
It's true, because she is, as I said before, she's kind of his right-hand assistant, and can now just be with you. So she doesn't care what you look like. It's the fact that, you know, you're Surge on the inside, I guess, ultimately is what it comes down to. But all you have to do here is just walk into the same door that she walks into to escape. Otherwise, you kind of end up going out of a different door if you pick the wrong one.
So Carbon,
And
what's your?
eventually, after going through the doors, you can make your way back to the real world here.
I was gonna ask Carbon, what was your strength at leaving Fort Dragonia? I'm just curious.
27.
Dang. Okay.
It's quite high. Yeah, I was like a little low through the ghost ship, but it like really picked up.
So I'm at 24, and I had Lynx get knocked out on the. I'm sorry, Surge get knocked out in the Lynx 2 fight. So I'm still at 24.
Yeah, so you really 24 is good. It's kind of average to leave Lynx 2, so Corp's like not in any bad of a shape. And plus the section, as was kind of mentioned, like it is going to be the Harl and Sprig show for a while.
You also notice she asks you if you know where you are, and from a speedrunning perspective, we don't. We've never been here in the speedrun yet. These are the marshes that we kept referring to. If you picked the other route, you do end up coming here. And as a casual player, you can enter these marshes anytime you have access to the map. You kind of just can come here for fun anyway. But yeah, this is actually our first time coming here in the speedrun. And we will be back again. There's more to come in the marshes. But the big thing here is discovering, okay, so we need to, we're back in reality, thank God. And we want to just go back to the previous dimension that we left, because we want to try and fix things, right? We're in the wrong body, and this is where we find out, oh, we can't. That's not fun. What do we do?
It's actually a bit ironic because we technically are in our original world, but now we're not in our original body. So the game's kind of like,
Yeah, and I kind of like that after going to the beach and trying to reopen the kind of dimensional portal, and it doesn't quite work yet, Sprig just suggests like, oh, well, why don't we just go talk to your mother? So the Surge, now occupying Lynx's body, has to go talk to his mom, who gives a little bit of important backstory here. Sorry, Silver.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, it's honestly a good move. Like, as far as, again, in JRPGs, when NPCs kind of always tell you where to go, right? This one actually kind of makes sense compared to a lot of them. It's like, oh yeah, mom will believe me that I'm still Surge.
Yeah. It looks like Corp already did it, but the villagers here, they don't like demi-humans. They're very scared of them. And so we're gonna do probably the final skip here to just avoid a text box.
Yeah, so I actually didn't get it, and I'm kind of glad, because there is a small chance if you're too quick after getting the skip, you can get a soft lock on the game. So I'm glad I was able to avoid that altogether, even if it cost me like 10 seconds. It's fine.
Yeah, so story-wise, we've kind of already covered what's being talked about here. This is where March reveals, oh, by the way, so when Surge was attacked by the Panther Demon and was dying, Surge's father, whose name is Wazuki, and also Lena's father, Miguel, went off to try and find a cure to save Surge. Their initial goal was to reach Marbule, where the demi-humans are, because they thought the Sage of Marbule would be able to save Surge. However, there was kind of an electrical storm that mysteriously showed up out of nowhere, blew them off course, and it's kind of mysterious what happened at that point. And we'll get there in the story in an hour or two.
Yeah, she does explain that they kind of ended up in the Sea of Eden, and you can see a little preview of them in the cutscene graphics that is showing in the background while this conversation is going on, of their boat kind of ending up right outside of Chronopolis, the city we saw earlier. But yes, there will be Much more on that later.
Yeah, so she's basically saying, well, you know, that going there seemed to save you before, so maybe going there again will help give you some answers.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of pointing us to the next goal, you know, our next big goal of, on the story. And then again, Chief Radius kind of shows up, and this is why we're fighting him at this point. This is when he reveals that he actually used to be a diva. So before it was Marcy and Karsh and Zola, it was Radius. And also, just quick trivia, it was also Zappa, the blacksmith, and Karsh's father was also one of the divas.
And Garai.
And Garai, and we will get to Garai in a bit.
Actually, who was the other? Because was it Viper at the time?
Viper was also
and then Viper's dad or something. I don't know.
So we don't really have too much information before that. The Dragoons kind of originated from the oh no, the name of the main continent in Chrono Trigger is escaping me. Is it Xenon? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So Zanan.
Zanan.
I
Yes,
believe.
thank you.
I believe there was mention. Oh, go ahead. Never mind.
Oh no, sorry. So the Viper clan is from that continent. Zenit. I don't know how to say it. I'm so sorry. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. So he's originated from there. If that makes sense. I didn't mean to cut you off, of course. Sorry. What were you saying?
He's got a big menu to do.
Oh, that's true. That's true. We'll let him focus. But yeah, so this is actually, so if you kind of think back to the very beginning of the game, if in a casual run you try to go into Fossil Valley, it actually doesn't let you go there. And you don't even see the entire island. It only shows you kind of the bottom left corner of the island. And in this homeworld timeline, the poor military from the main continent has already invaded. They've already taken over Termina in this timeline. So we kind of learned that at this point, now that we are in Lynx's body. And then we find out by talking to the soldiers here that, oh yeah, you want to talk to Norris, so you want to go to Viper Manor and talk to them there. Because again, we're in Lynx's body, and Lynx was kind of the invisible hand helping to influence the poor military and the Dragoons and General Viper into getting the Frozen Flame. And in this timeline, they all seem to have gone missing. We've never actually seen Karsh or General, we haven't seen any of those people. And Viper Manor is in ruins. And so so this is kind of a secret backdoor getting into the manor that we have to take in order to talk to him. The obligatory, sewer dungeon, if you would, in every JRPG.
It definitely won't be the last we see of those sewers either.
Oh no, yeah, that was way too easy, man.
Yeah.
We just kind of, casually walked through that sewer. Very suspicious for a JRPG setting. Yeah, so Norris is actually pretty nice guy. Again, he's kind of also wanting to get down, solving, what did happen to these people that kind of went missing. Especially as a military leader, you kind of just want to figure out, hey, we were missing some people. We need to figure out what's going on. It teams up with, Radius and the rest of our party to try and investigate.
Yeah, it's actually interesting too, of course, earlier in the game when we were at Viper Manor, we kind of got the impression that that Lynx and Viper are kind of aligned because they appear together, right? And then of course later at the end of Fort Dragonia, Lynx ends up stabbing him in the back, and when we meet up with Norris here, Norris actually addresses him as Sir Lynx, and obviously knows who Lynx is. And as it turns out, Lynx has kind of been like playing both sides here. And as we're kind of learning from Norris here, Lynx is actually the one responsible for kind of convincing Pora to send its military over to El Nido and kind of search for the Frozen Flame.
Yeah, I don't know if this was also mentioned, but in the other world, it's Norris also comes to El Nido, and it brings a Hydra humor with him, which is the reason why Kid basically survived at the right before the body swap. Also, there's a question in chat about if they had guns, why even use swords in this world? And that's pretty simply because this area is completely isolated from the mainlands. And they just didn't have access to it.
Yeah, and also in Chrono Trigger, I mean, Luca uses a gun. She uses like a ray gun too. So it's just dependent on what military and what group of people have access to certain weapons. This is set, I think, almost 20 years after 1000 AD in Chrono Trigger?
Yep.
So, and of course, events in the story have changed because a certain somebody from Chrono Trigger, aka Dalton, had arrived and kind of changed the course of how things are supposed to be. But anyway, we could get to talking to that a little bit later.
Right, and also, I mean, this world, or Surge's homeworld, is technically not like it's different from the actual ending events of Chrono Trigger, where it's another world is directly after.
Yeah, it's kind of flipped. Yeah, so the home world is actually this alternate timeline, whereas another world is the actual canonical post Chrono Trigger events. If you to kind of help people, this is when things are going to start getting confusing. I highly recommend, if you guys are not aware of the Chrono Compendium website that just is the treasure trove of pretty much anything and all things Chrono franchise are on that website, and they have a really great page that kind of chronologically lists out every single timeline that occurs, as well as they have some great charts that kind of map out the timelines visually. Great references for the rest of this run. But yes, and in chat, kind of going back to the gun conversation, in Chrono Trigger, guns are really new. They're kind of like Luca kind of invented her own gun, and they're only just now 20 years later kind of starting to pick up, as far as militaristically and even commercially. It's kind of, commercially it's still kind of people like Lucia kind of making it themselves still at this point in time.
Yeah, and I just didn't did it earlier, but we just spoke in Marbule. The demi-humans are kind of gone, but we spoke to the great explorer Toma from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, and kind of the reason we made this little trip to Marbule is our objective right now is to try to get into the Dead Sea, basically. And in talking to Norris, he kind of admits that like he doesn't really know how to get in there, but makes the suggestion that visiting Marbule might provide some clues and being able to consult with the Sage of Marbule. And of course we get there and realize that nobody's there. We happen to know that we need to go to this ship here. I think picking some of the other conversation options probably clue you in on that.
Yeah, Toma tells us that he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't know like who he is.
Right. Of course, this guard kind of just blabs that, oh yeah, this old guy, he's actually the Sage of Marbule, and that's how we know.
Yeah, and then he won't let us go. Like, we had a perfect chance to talk to him, but he had to mop floors.
Yeah.
Has to work. And yeah, so this is where we get kind of the real introduction to Fargo's backstory. On another world, Fargo's pretty awesome, right? He's this pirate, and you know, he's suspicious of us at first, but as soon as we help save his ship from the ghosts, he's, you know, he's very helpful. In this timeline, however, the ship is it's not the SS Invincible, it's called the SS Sylvester, and it's a cruise ship, essentially. He turned it into a cruise ship. We're also having this conversation with a mermaid, and it turns out that mermaid is his wife's sister. And so this is where you learn all of this. This is where you find out he had a wife, he had kids, she's dead, you know. I don't remember if this is where you kind of find out Viper's involvement at all. I don't think that's quite yet at this point. But she's trying to convince him, hey, you know, this is ridiculous what you're doing right now. You're kind of just running away from this, and he's...
Yeah, naturally Fargo is quite kind of sad about the situation.
Yeah.
And he is in the other world as well, but he just deals with it differently between the timelines.
Yep. Except in this one, he's kind of semi-enslaving all of the demi-human race, and that's not fun. And there's weird phantom creatures in Marbule where the demi-humans used to live, and they can't live there anymore. He's kind of, you know, being mean about taking advantage of them.
So we're still trying to get access to the Sage, and he kind of just says like, hey, come beat me at casino, basically. And, you know, we have nothing really to bet that he wants other than our boat. So we bet our boat. And there's just no way for us to win this because it's rigged. Fargo has no honor in this world for the most part. And as you can kind of see on Corp, he's kind of figuring out how to win his boat back and get to the Sage.
This is kind of another sloggy portion, depending on how casual of a runner you are. You kind of have to pick up on a lot of things. This is kind of classic JRPG. You know, you have to flag the right events. You know, notice that, oh hey, something sketchy is going on at the inn directly underneath where the casino is, and oh, the cats can go up the ladder, and the inn owner is like, hey, don't go up there. And hey, now we're seeing this magic show. You know, this magician is about to turn someone into a cat. You know, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, and this is kind of the time in the run, or like even just casually, where the developers expect you to kind of walk around, talk to everyone, get kind of a feel for what's happening with the world, and where characters are, like where the Dragoons went, etc. Because it's just so different from the world that we were just in.
Yeah. Now, the hardest part, though, is that because you do eventually lose at this casino game, you are stuck on this ship. Like, you're not able to go out and explore anymore, so you do have to kind of, you know, finish off this portion of the storyline in order to keep going. Yeah, the interesting thing about the doppelganger effect here, we already mentioned Sprig, how we use Sprig and the doppelganger ability. And it's actually kind of the same magic that Snef is using here to turn people into cats. I actually thought it was really cool how that's linked.
Yeah. Actually, so in the all characters run, there's actually kind of a divergence point here, where casually speaking, it's not coming up just yet, but after the Sage, you could basically start the Marbule side quest, and you kind of get Nikki and Irene's, and you go through the entire concert section. If we wanted to do that, we would have to basically make the choice right here, which we're going to choose not to do it for any percent. And that saves like 20 minutes or so, but it's just a completely different experience.
One of the best side stories in this game, to be honest. But yeah, it's completely optional
Yeah,
whether or not you can do it.
When we were in Marbule earlier, right, you kind of saw the ghosts of the lagoons and how it's kind of just abandoned and kind of haunted in a sense. And that side quest basically gets rid of all of that and kind of returns Marbule to like a thriving island in this world.
Yeah, I guess now is probably the best time to talk about that extra side story. But yeah, as he was saying, Marbule's kind of a mess, and the demi-humans are kind of refugees at this point almost. And Nikki, who again, you can recruit Mickey in another world for the Viper Manor run, but in this world, in Homeworld, Nikki's trying to help save the demi-humans. And it actually turns out that Nikki, along with Marcy, are Fargo's kids, and they're both they're half semi-demi-humans. However you want to say that. And Nikki wants to help save them, and in order to do that, you need to kind of know the song. The sage knows how to help, and Nikki needs Fargo to help them get back to Marble Island, play that song, and help save the island. And it's a really cool concert when you get to doing it. It's a pretty great moment. It's very theatrical, very Shakespearean.
It's a very cool scene in general. This is one of the best like side quests from I think a game of this era.
Yeah, all the cat jams, by the way, both for the concert we're talking about and for this moment. Now that we've been turned into cats.
Yeah. And with all that said about the Marbule side quest, we're not gonna do it.
We're not gonna do it. We don't do it ever. It never happens. The other thing about Marbule, so that's also how you fight the Black Dragon, because part of the problem of what's causing these phantoms is kind of the Black Dragon's like kind of dreaming them, if I'm remembering the lore correctly. And the whole point of putting on the concert as well is to help. Eventually, you end up waking up the Black Dragon and having to fight it, and it's actually one of the hardest fights in the game. I know a lot of people kind of get stumped on the Black Dragon. But because, and again, this is another reason why we absolutely do not do this quest, is because by accepting it, you have to fight the Black Dragon, whereas by not accepting this quest, the dragon just remains asleep, and you literally just kind of walk up to its sleeping body and get the item you need from it when we do the dragon boss rush later on in the game.
Yeah, so this is a little spoilery, but like, there's another side quest that we will be doing in this speedrun, where casually you would generally fight the Black Dragon and steal what's known as a black plate off of it, which absorbs a lot of, it just absorbs black element damage. And so we have a way around not needing that. And if we didn't, we probably would have to do that side quest for it. Or find, different solutions.
Yeah, that plate is kind of what most casual players use. Yeah, it's a pretty essential item almost in a casual run to steal that. And yeah, this is where the scene where Nikki, we meet Nikki again, or for the first time if you never met him before Viper Manor. And this is where the reveal happens that Nikki is Fargo's son. I don't think I even mentioned this before, but Nikki is actually a rock singer and has his own ship, kind of a traveling theater ship. And there's another character, Mickey, you can get, who's a dancer, one of the back dancers. It's a kind of a cool ship. Like if you get on, there's some cool stuff on there. Side area to explore.
What? Oh, I forgot to do something. Oops.
Think you didn't talk to Fargo again?
Yeah.
No, I didn't beat him.
Oh yeah, you didn't finish. Yeah.
I challenged him and then I ran away.
Oh no.
Yeah, you must have chickened out.
Thank goodness I don't have to talk to him again.
Yeah, again, because you do so much on this ship, like in my notes, I almost have it I have the order like completely listed out in one long string of like,
first you have to, you go to the inn, you talk to Fargo, go to the casino, like there's this whole, go to the magic show, leave, come back into the magic show. Like there's, again, you have to flag very specific events, in this in order to be able to continue the story.
It took a very long time to figure out what to do here casually, like without a guide. Like what the heck?
And even then, once you're like proficient with it, like it's very easy to just kind of forget and like get ahead of yourself.
Oh yes.
So
Not uncommon on the speedrun to just like skip one of the steps. Well, we saw that.
yeah, I mean it's not like a big deal. It's just minor time loss, but it's you always feel a little silly.
Also in this area, because you notice the music kind of changed once you got past the guard on that door, and also one of my favorite songs in the game. And there's actually an arena here that lets you fight as kind of all of the mob creatures throughout El Nido. And there's another optional character by winning that the arena, the Grand Slam. You can win. She will join your party.
Fargo's literally running this like underground betting scene where they
For
just
real.
capture monsters and pit them against each other.
It's actually kind of a fun, side game to play, and it kind of does add incentive for, again, with Sprig's doppelgang ability, because you do need to kill the creatures with Sprig in order to be able to change into them. That is a very essential thing. There's also another item you can get that if you equip the item, it allows other characters to be able to capture them as well. But yeah, it's a fun little area. It's a cool fight song. This is the only time we get to hear it in the whole run. It's already gone. So, but yeah, Sprig, and we also missed. So we finally got to confront Sprig, who's very elusive. You kind of have to go in and out of the room multiple times before, or not Sprig. Wow, Sage. Wow. Before Sage will finally be like, okay, what are you after here? And then fight. Oh, sorry, you go, Izala.
Oh, I was just saying that he just is mopping the floors. Just mopping away.
Mopping the floors and then trying to mop up our party, but
Yep.
doesn't
It's actually
quite work.
very important on that fight that you don't use an element against him, because he will respond with an element. But if we just auto attack him like that, he just smacks you with his broom, which still hurts.
I mean, it's not called the Sage for nothing, right? And again, this is the moment that would unlock the side quest, because Nikki also wants to talk to the Sage to try and learn the song, and the Sage is not being very helpful. But luckily, the Sage gives us the item we need in order to access the Dead Sea, and so we can go off on our merry way and just completely ignore Nikki's problems and just leave him on his own. It's so sad.
We do see that, as we leave the ship, that his band is called the Magical Dreamers, which is, another kind of nod to the whole Radical Dreamers thing. And looking at a corpse screen here, now that we defeated the Sage, we got the Fiddler Crab item, which allows us to kind of open up the entrance into the Dead Sea here, which of course is where we're ultimately trying to get to.
Magical dreams.
Yep. Of course, as we're about to learn, even though we opened up the entrance, we still are not quite going to be able to get in. We discover the evil sword Mazumune has been placed there, and our characters are not able to proceed past it while avoiding its kind of influence. So this is the kind of point at which another side quest opens up, that will ultimately culminate in the infamous Dario fight and obtaining the Master Mune. And unlike Nikki's side quest, this side quest we will actually be doing as part of the any percent speed run, because it turns out that taking the time to get it actually does save time overall. But before we get to that, we're going to be heading to the Isle of the Damned to obtain the Holy Sword Einlanzer, so that Radius can kind of use that to kind of push back or defeat the influence of the Masamune and allow them to continue. Now, as it's being alluded to in chat, Isle of the Damned is, let's just say, a favorite among speedrunners for the amount of RNG it can possibly have.
It's
It
never
can be
been
very
called.
damning for a run.
Yeah, it's never been called Isle of the Gosh Darn It.
Yeah.
It's been a bit more aggressive. I will say casually, I remember as a child when I got to this point, I was always upset that they put this like sword, and at the time I had never played Chrono Trigger, so I was like, why is there just like this evil sword in my way? Like, like I just and like because I also took forever to get through the casino bit, because I would explore the world and do whatever, and then it always felt bad that you're like, oh, I can finally get to here, and then now I got to do all this other stuff, but the plot behind it and like the character like connections, it really is worth it.
Yeah, honestly, like, I know one of the biggest criticisms of this game is like, oh, there's so many characters, so like there's not really a lot of character development. But honestly, a lot of the characters are like so interconnected, and if you take the time to kind of read and appreciate like the connections that they kind of allude to in some of these flashbacks, I don't know whether you call it like character development or not, but there's quite a lot of thought put into the backstory and how everyone here has some kind of relation or impact on everyone else on El Nido. And of course, there is actually plot reasons why that is in fact the case. But I think it's kind of like one of the underappreciated parts of this game. Like the fact that Radius has this connection to Garai, who's connected to the sword. We now need to get past the Master Mune, and then of course both of them were part of the Acacia Dragoons, and there's the whole like thing that we just went through with them, and they'll play a bit of a role in the future still. Quite a lot of things are kind of connected and flow together here.
Right, and they just showed the like the flashback of Radius and Garai like training together, and how Garai is like 3 humans smushed into one with like 2 swords as well, being the father of Glenn and stuff. So
Yeah, I think if you do go the Glenn route, it does add a lot more to this side story, having him with that context.
Yeah, for sure. You're definitely rewarded from like really using the New Game Plus feature here and trying to get all of or a lot of the characters. If you really want to see kind of the backstories and connections. So now that we're venturing into Isle of the Damned, the thing that makes this place kind of suck from a speedrun point of view is we have to take. So ultimately our goal here is to fight Garai. Before we do that, we're going to detour a bit to get another doppelgang for Sprig in the form of the White Knight. Doing this and getting to Garai requires us to take 2 normal encounters before we get to White Knight. And so we're going to be running into these bulb things. And what we're really hoping for here is just getting an encounter that has 2 Will-O-Wisps, and we're really hoping that we kill them before they use Magma Bomb. The reason we don't want them to use, Magma Burst, and the reason we don't want them to use this is it's a very slow animation, so it ends up just wasting a lot of time, but it also has a chance to confuse our party members, and when they're confused, we're not able to control their actions, so it's just a bunch of things that can add up to, just wasting a lot of time. The other thing that can happen is we could randomly get one of these encounters with a formation that has 4 enemies, and that's just kind of slow and annoying, and it's also possible to get a formation that actually has Deadhead, which is the boss that we fought at the end of the Ghost Ship. And so those encounters we kind of just have to run from.
Yeah. And this area, like, casually is also a little bit confusing because, like, you see that we go down there and it takes us, you know, up to this top left area. Like, it's kind of like, if you don't know, like, where the paths lead, it just, you know, you kind of just get flipped upside down.
Especially with this whole magic mirror element. So earlier we were talking to Radius, and he has this magic mirror, and that's the key to get past these, like, there's these kind of white walls in the way, and the only way to pass them is to use this mirror. And that was put in place to specifically kind of guard off the Iron Lancer to kind of protect that area.
Yeah, as Corp's kind of engaging the White Knight here. So this is the enemy that we're trying to get the Doppelgang for. So it's really important that Sprig gets the killing blow here, and that we don't transform her in this encounter, because if she's transformed, she won't be able to acquire this Doppelganger. So the thing that we're going to be seeing both of the runners do in this fight is setting up the field, doing some buffs and setting up the field to be all white, and then ultimately having Sprig use Photon Beam, and ideally that should deliver the killing blow to White Knight.
This is not ideal.
Yeah, this is how this fight can go slow.
Yeah, so I also just killed an enemy with Sprig, which is going to change my battle menu when I do the transformations, because well, it might not be too bad if I get a third one.
Yeah, you're going to add Will-O-Wisp to that list at least.
Yeah, so now I have both Will-O-Wisp and Deadbeat, so now I can just go straight down in the transform, but yeah, and you can see, like, Lynx is confused, and he's just doing weak-minded and stuff, which is not really what I want him to do. But I'm just gonna try to get through this.
Yeah, so my White Knight fight, it was pretty interesting. I was concerned because Sprig had only 11 magic. I didn't know if the Photon Beam would be enough, but luckily I think Harley's magic being an 18 kind of help offset some of that damage. Also got the rare rainbow shell drop, which is useless in the speedrun.
Oh.
Yeah, so one of the, other than just getting access to White Knight, it also guarantees that you get a golden tiara, which basically fixes all of our money issues for the rest of the run, because we sell it for like 75,000 gold.
Yeah, 75,000.
And we don't even come close to using all of that.
The answer to all our money problems.
Yep. At this point, you don't even think about money anymore. I mean, you barely considered it up until this point, but now you definitely don't.
Anyway, we just kind of had a significant character reveal sequence here. So this is where we find out that actually Radius killed Garai with this sword. So they basically, as soon as they acquired the sword, it kind of, you know, it's this evil sword that's making you want to kill everybody and do bad things. And so now, in order to, and then, which is again why we're going after this Einlanzer to help counter that. But this means that we need to confront the ghost of Garai, essentially, and kind of resolve the fact that this happened previously.
And this Garai boss fight here, this is another one that can be really dangerous because he's quite a fast enemy, relatively speaking, and he deals a lot of damage. So we kind of have two goals here that we're trying to do as soon as possible. The first is being able to get Sprig to a high enough element level where she can doppelgang into the White Knight, and the second is going to be getting Harl to level 4 and getting a Diminish out. What the Diminish will do is kind of cut the damage that's going to be dealt from the white elements that Garai is going to use. That's kind of necessary to help increase the survivability of his attack here, specifically this triple cut.
Yeah, and I know that we mentioned that Radius like killed Garai because the sword just like corrupted him and like very quickly, kind of like Lord of the Rings, like ring style, like amplified his envy of Garai being better than him. But they also explained that you know, Garai's spirit is what is, you know, basically created Isle of the Damned. His resentment just completely corrupted this what once was a pure island.
Yeah, in fact, there'll be a flashback later where characters talk about wanting to get married on the Isle of the Damned, which is kind of funny because they didn't give it another name, and that's just like a weird name for a place to hold a wedding, but also alludes to the fact that, like, yeah, this place was not always like this.
Yeah, it's also kind of interesting, right? Like if you see the background there, it kind of like looks like FF10's like fart plane in a sense, with all the flowers and stuff.
Yeah, you're on this like little platform, like overseeing these flowers.
Ooh. Oh, what am I doing? Wow. All right, I'm gonna do a not really marathon safe strat. I have to. I got a really good AP start.
Son of a gun part 2.
Oh no.
Work, I swear, I promise.
I believe in you, Carbon. Go for it.
Thank you.
Says the
Look,
opposing racer.
I'm behind. I need help right now. Oh shoot. Okay, this might. Uh-oh. I probably should have skipped that. Oh, not punished.
No, it'll be fine.
We're also kind of distracting you too.
You may have hit the super AP.
I did. I hit the super. I think that's probably actually the only case that you can do that, but I could be wrong.
I think I actually got the super AP too, but I had no different strat for it, so I guess I missed out.
Well,
It's okay.
I should kill here.
Oh.
And I did.
Nice.
Never punished.
Never punished. It was fine. Harl didn't die. I could always run.
Yeah,
You're super
only
strong
linked.
anyway.
And like, who needs the strength, right?
You know, I didn't consider that. I probably should.
I mean, 29 is fine.
I have to do a post-battle heal now.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned that, but if you die, so I've always another reason why I love kind of the mechanically what Chrono Cross does is it lets you heal at the end of every battle, but if your character's dead, there's no way to revive them in the post-battle screen, so you either have to take a second fight to, you know, when they're at 1 HP, which is very risky, or go into the menu and heal up your character.
Yeah, so it looks like chat's kind of talking about the remaster. First thing is, like, when we made submissions for this, we didn't know really what the remaster would look like, and based on their previous release of Chrono Trigger, it just wasn't really stable. And so we kind of assumed the same thing would happen for Chrono Cross, and on release, like, it is playable and it is as is, as long as you don't have like FPS problems. The text is faster and it saves time, but it's not as at least from a speedrunning perspective, it does eat your input and make the battle menus a lot more tricky.
Yeah, and I do want to stress that that's just strictly from a speedrunning perspective. It is still very much a playable game and very enjoyable and beautiful as a remaster. So, goodbye.
So we are hoping that Square, you know, releases a patch to fix the FPS and battle issues, and then the game will be, you know, very competitive for speedrun, and a lot faster. But you know, this is just where we are.
And yeah, so we finally got to dispel the evil sword, and now we have access to the Dead Sea. And I really like the view. Like aesthetically, the Dead Sea is a pretty cool place, in my opinion. Just walking around it, I always thought was a really cool how they executed this.
Yeah, it's for sure a very cool area. This is clearly the site of like something going crazy, and we see a bunch of like a lot more of like futuristic stuff kind of in the landscape and the backgrounds that it kind of highlights. And of course, you know, the boss we're fighting right here, Highwayman, is like obviously more technologically advanced than most of the stuff we've seen.
Real
here.
fast point you can see is like that Highwayman is actually sitting on Johnny.
Yeah,
So-
I was gonna mention that. This
Yeah.
is like it's one of the like Easter eggs from Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, it's kind of like a more powerful Johnny. So.
Yeah. This guy's kind of a jerk.
Which, not to be like too spoilery, but right, like I mean, just if you think about it, right, like where is Johnny in the Chrono Trigger world, right? Like he's way into the future. So like, how is he here? Or his body?
Yeah, I believe the Japanese name for the Highwayman, which is the boss fight I just finished, the Japanese name is Kevin. So, Kevin and Johnny, peas in a pod.
I never knew peas to hurt one another.
I mean, he could be standing here waiting to avenge him.
Short?
Sorry, what?
We come up on him and he's just weeping over Johnny's death.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh no, and that's why it's all...
Definitely was not the cause, am I right?
Yeah.
We need a new Chrono Cross side story.
Also, we used Panaceas on the Son of a Gun fight, but this is the other situation where I'm going to use one. We get 5. Unfortunately, I didn't have to sell any of them, and I accidentally used 1, so I only have 2 left. And there's a potential where I'm still going to use them. I've never gone through all 5, and generally you don't use any, or you use at least 1, but...
Yeah, I have 1 left, and that's for the green dragon, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah.
So...
As we make our way into the kind of middle of the Dead Sea area here, we find this tower. It's called the Tower of Geddon. And we're going to be making our way to the... I guess to like the top. We're going to be kind of going through here. And we're going to begin to start to get some big plot dump. That's going to be very important.
Yeah, there's a couple places like where you can interact with the environment as you run through these that kind of also gives like some plot and backstory to like the Dead Sea area and the tower.
Yeah, in fact, the area Carbon just came out of is one of those where, like, you can interact with like different computers and stuff, and you know, if you have Norris or if you have different characters in your party, they might even comment even further. And this is
If you just read that at the top, it says company 2400 or 24 million or something like that. So kind of a more eluding.
Yeah, the main factor is that it's established that this is actually like from the distant, like this is kind of this weird time merging going on, because we have things that look very futuristic, and yet we have things that are from the distant past. And
Yeah.
what is going on here in the Dead Sea?
And of course, like, we haven't actually traveled into the future here. Something has caused all of this stuff to end up here at the kind of present time that our characters are at.
Oh, thank
And I
you.
guess this is supposed to be like the wing. It looks like an airplane wing there, but I'm not sure why the engine is facing like straight up. But
So I just took a
ignore that.
brief pause, and you can kind of see that there's a Pierre's hero sword, or his prop sword, is in this area, and that's where you would finish Pierre's hero set, which would make him kind of a almost usable character.
Hey now.
Yeah.
Hey, those are fighting words. Pierre's great. He's a hero.
I have said I wanted to do true hero percent, where you get every finishing blow with Pierre.
Oh man.
So,
When are you gonna route that out?
in 24 million years.
There you go.
All right. See you then. But anyway, on Corporate's screen, I almost said corporate image because you're seeing these images here. And we know these people. Like, there's phantom images of the Dragoons. Like, basically everyone in Fort Viper Manor is here. And it turns out that they came here, Lynx brought them here in search of the Frozen Flame 10 years ago, and ended up dying, essentially. They kind of got warped into this, it's kind of a time stasis almost. Like, I wouldn't even say that, like, it's like they were, they're sitting here as ghosts for the last 10 years just because of everything's kind of frozen in time here. But yeah, this is where we find out their fates. This is where it's confirmed that no, they are dead in this dimension. It's kind of sad. Like.
So Corp just did a safety save that I'm about to be taking, but to the right here is the Enertron from Chrono Trigger, which will it'll fully heal your party, and then it'll also remind you that you're still a little hungry.
Another nice nod / tie-in.
Yeah, and then you see that Corp is also talking to Nadia's bell at the end of Chrono Trigger that gets put up.
We even see the ghost of Chrono and Marl there.
Yeah, this is kind of the first big, blatant, like, oh, Chrono Trigger, hi.
Yeah, and so they're actually like saying to Surge like, hey, how could you do this thing, and calling him a murderer. And basically the reasoning for that is in the kind of, like we mentioned this earlier, but in the actual canonical timeline of Chrono Trigger, Surge should be dead. So the fact that he's alive is actually a problem for kind of how the events of that game got resolved.
Right, 10 years ago being, the events of Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
Or
So-
20 years ago.
And so this guy kind of just pops out from behind the thing here. Of course, this is Miguel, and he's the one that accompanied Surge's dad Wazuki on the boat when they kind of got knocked offshore, as we learned earlier from his mother. And this is where we start to get more of kind of the backstory of what happened here, and we find out that essentially where they wound up was this city of Chronopolis, and it was here that in trying to get Surge cured, they kind of just like explore this city, and eventually Surge makes contact with the Frozen Flame, and that's kind of like one of the very major events that set up the kind of story behind this game. Like, that is a pretty key event. And kind of as a result of the things that happened here is Miguel was kind of forced to like stay here in this place where he is now, kind of guarding this part of the timeline. And the dialogue here is basically explaining that what we just talked about, where it's like there's this thing called fate that controls everything, and he's trying to make sure that there's no further disruptions to the timeline. That's what he was tasked with, and he also explains how, yeah, Serge, you being alive is kind of a problem.
I don't remember if I just heard it. I was kind of spacing, but did you mention that, like, in that kind of cutscene flashback, there's kind of that voice that says, "Come to me, bring the boy"?
No, I did not.
So that's it's basically that voice that Wazuki and Miguel kind of go to in this world, which ends up saving Serge. Now, what actually happened, we won't know just yet.
And of course, now we have to fight Miguel, who basically says, like, if you're able to defeat him, the kind of like power that's preserving the kind of stability of the timeline in this area, you know, that'll be gone. So we do have to fight him, and this is the reason that our runners took a safety save here, because Miguel is another kind of dangerous boss.
Yeah.
It's just, usually when we say like somebody's dangerous, it means they have some move that's capable of killing the whole party at once. Because it's always possible to run away from every fight and like heal up and reattempt it. The really big problems is when it's possible to just have the whole party wiped out at once, because then you don't have the opportunity to run away first.
Yeah, and so Corp is going to be doing a diminished strat where I have not done that strat in a while, so I'm going to do a slightly riskier version.
Corp. Or
Just
sorry,
'cause
Carbon.
I have the notes, I just don't, I'm not familiar with it anymore.
I mean,
okay?
it's just a theme at this point.
It is.
I can't help myself. It's okay, I'm actually going to do the diminished because of where the turn black.
No.
anti-black.
Oh,
Crits are bad
and
in this
this
fight.
is one of the places we really don't hope for a crit, because it puts Miguel into critical health sooner than we want him there, which causes him to respond to this with this meteor shower.
Yeah.
We really don't want to see that.
Yeah, we're trying to. This happens at 25% of his health, and then if Corp doesn't kill him on this next turn, he's gonna get Holy Lighted, kind of like how I did in Son of a Gun, which more often than not will wipe your party.
Yeah, the bigger problem with that meteor shower also, it's not so much the damage it does, because as you can see, it really didn't do that much damage, but there's two white status effects, one on Lynx and one on Harl, and this is a really annoying effect, and it impacts their how much stamina it costs to do attacks, so it can really screw up with your ability to kind of continue with the fight. But I mean, the good news is Miguel's health is already pretty low, so Corp is able to finish him off before that becomes a huge problem.
So I actually got 2+2s, not in a row,
Oh, nice.
but
Oh,
a +2. A what?
I somehow underdamaged.
Uh-oh.
I'm probably within like 20 health or something. This should
Of
kill.
course, you don't have diminish,
But-
so that'll do.
No,
the
I did
meteor shower will
diminish.
do a. Oh, you did. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually, I only don't do the diminish if Harl gets targeted, which didn't happen, so. So, either way,
Yeah.
I just slightly underdamaged.
So Carbon got a +1, so his Lynx is at 30 strength and Corporate's +2. I don't actually know what that puts your Surge at.
29, so I was able to catch
29?
up.
Okay.
Very nice.
So we're pretty good there. The
Yeah.
average at this point after Miguel should be about 28 or 29, so we're in that range.
I always thought it was closer to like 26 or 27, but the key thing is that like after Miguel, you have 3 fights before we start a dragon section, where strength really matters, and you want to be like basically leaving those 3 fights at around 30 plus. So the fact that we're both there right now just means that we don't want this to happen, but if we start missing strength, we're not too bad. In practice for this event, both Corp and I had really low strength runs, and those are not as fast or consistent.
Yeah, they actually get pretty scary. Which, the more experience you have with this game, especially running at low stats, the more you can get through it. But if you're just learning the game, starting out and just following notes, you might come across some challenges with low strength, and you might not know what to do, and it's rough. But
yeah, you can certainly finish the game even at that, and the game has a tendency, even if you are low, to kind of average you out to by the end of the game to a certain strength value. So it's just that for the speed run, you really want it to be front loaded. You know, because it's kind of a bit too late at the end.
Also, just to review again, just story-wise, what's happening. So we've learned that there's this entity that called Fate that exists. We also know that Fate does not like Surge, and is out to get Surge. And because we've beaten Miguel, Fate does not want us to be able to access the Frozen Flame, and is then deciding to basically, okay, the Dead Sea, you don't get to exist anymore. If this is not where Surge is allowed to get the Frozen Flame.
Does Fate actually destroy the Frozen Flame here, or just seal it completely away?
I think that's debatable. It's kind of vague, I think, in the wording. It just means that maybe he does just say destroy, because he's mentioning Fate would rather get rid of the Frozen Flames than let us get to it. So I might have to read the precise wording on the text bubble there. We kind of went too fast, but I always assumed that it actually did kind of get destroyed, but sealing makes more sense to me just because of what the Frozen Flame is. But luckily, Fate did not manage to destroy us along with the Dead Sea. We get rescued by the White Dragon.
Also, Corp, are you doing fish dance here?
I'll be getting the star fragment. Is that? I'm sorry, I missed you. I didn't hear the last word you said.
I was wondering if you were doing it here.
Yes.
Or if you were saving it for later.
I'm gonna save beforehand.
Okay. I'll do that too then.
Okay.
Or attempt to.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a really fun CGI sequence. Well, fun probably is the right word, but very beautiful with the destruction. This is where we talk with the Sky Dragon who saved us, and now the Dead Sea is gone, and that whole time stasis has been resolved, and again, all of those people from Viper Manor along with it, including Lena's dad, Miguel. It is very sad.
What we're gonna see the runners do now is something called fish dance. But what we're really doing here is going to this area under the Jellyfish Sea to obtain a key item called the Star Fragment. We won't actually need this for quite a while, but from a routing point of view, it's just pretty convenient to do it at this point in time, because of the fact that we're kind of already right there. So the idea, if you look at a corpse screen, you can see there's kind of a treasure chest in this cave with these 4 kind of fish enemies swimming around, and the goal is to do exactly what he just did and run in there and grab the chest and run back out without having to encounter and fight any of them. It's particularly tricky if you do get caught by them, because it's possible for the rest of them to kind of swarm onto you, and so you can't leave here without fighting all of them. That's kind of the worst case scenario.
No, I'm bad.
We forgive you.
It was free too. But I think I'm safe.
It looks like you can run away.
Yeah, you're fine to run away, because all of the fish ended up kind of back where the chest was, and you made it out of that area. So yeah, luckily only the one encounter. Hopefully, knock on wood. I guess you're not out yet.
Yeah, that was a really good, actually. Like the fish were very kind, and then I just kind of did that. So, funnily enough, in the few fish dance experiences I've had on the remaster, they seem to be a bit more swarmy or kind of goalkeeping. But that seemed like it was a good dance for both of us, or at least good pattern.
Oh yeah, it was definitely ideal. Oh, close to ideal. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I forgot because I have to do a menu. I'll remember in a moment.
It's ideal that both of you were able to get past the fish.
Yeah. So what we're gonna see now, and Corp's already done this, and Carbon's doing it now, is we're doing some other kind of shopping. This is where we actually sell the golden tiara, and we're going to be crafting a stone swallow, I believe is the important part. We'll be using that weapon because we're going to be fighting a lot of mechanical enemies, and stone weapons will automatically crit against those when you do a 3 attack, so that's kind of a good attribute. But after this shopping trip, we're going to go back to the beach where, now that we've kind of cleared, beaten Miguel and cleared kind of the hold that existed, we are able to use that astral amulet that was originally given to us by Kid, that Harl picked up and gave back to us later. And we are able to use that to now travel at will between each of the 2 dimensions. So we're going to be using this at the moment to return back to, I believe we're returning back to the home world.
We're going to another.
Or going to another world.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, just another note on the stone swallow. Just like with the iron swallow or the steel swallow that we made, this is another like 2-tier jump. Because normally you could make a silver swallow, you know, as soon as you're links, if you have the materials, which the speedrun does not. But Harl, I think both of us did this, but we used Harl for most damage, who has a mithril shot, which is basically that same like tier of weaponry, which now we're onto stone, which is technically the maximum, like if you're not going to do the rainbow side quests, it is the best level of weapon you could get.
Yeah, the rainbow side quests, basically you've got the rainbow shell, that's kind of in various locations, and that's one of the things that you can do with the blacksmith. So Zappa, after leaving the dragoons, the Acacia dragoons, meets Zippa, his wife, and they first go out in search of the shell, because he wants to kind of make, you know, the ultimate weapon with this material. Ends up not really finding it anywhere, and settles down, opens up shop, has a kid, has Karj. But it is possible to recruit Zappa, to convince him, hey, you should come with me and look again, and you get to do that. And that's kind of a whole nother side story with his character. You can actually, what's it called, the master hammer that you need in order to make the shell. And in fact, it turns out that even Zappa by himself is not able to refine that materia, and you actually introduce Zappa to himself and forge
Combined
with his own powers combined, makes can make the weapon. I'm probably not explaining this very well, but that's how.
Well, so actually, when we first got Lynx's body, we could have recruited Zappa and gotten what's called the Smith Spirit and recruited Zappa at the same time. And the Smith Spirit allows you to basically, create weapons at any point, so we wouldn't have had to make the trip to Goldove that we did for the stone weapon. But for the speedrunner, it's just not worth the time investment. Though with the rainbow side quest, it's still very hard to get rainbow as a material. There, like at the very end of the game, you can pick up a spectral gauntlet, which all characters % gets, and that would be your first like rainbow weapon. But we don't have anyone that can use it, or we're not going to use anyone that would use it in this category. But you can also disassemble the plates that you steal from the dragons to get rainbow, I believe. And I think there's a couple other things. If you did not get like the rare rainbow drop that Corporate did on the White Knight fight.
So this is where you find out what happened after you got body swapped finally. So it turns out that so after you beat the Dragoons at Mount Pyre and you go through the entire Fort Dragonia and then get poofed away, the three divas come in, discover Viper's been backstabbed, and try to save him. And so now that they know that Lynx was the bad guy all along, Surge was just trying to survive, they're not they don't have anything against Surge anymore, so there you go. That's what if you're dying to know what happened to the room after you got whisked away. that's what happened.
Yeah.
So in chat, Doc Coburn asked if the Master Mune is better than the Rainbow Swallow. That depends. I mean, from our perspective in the speedrun, yes, it's better. I think the Rainbow Swallow has slightly better stats, but the trick with the Master Mune is it will automatically crit against all but 2 or all but 3 of the enemy types in the game. But one of those enemy types includes the dragons, so we want to go with the Master Mune because it's just going to be more consistent and more predictable damage for us.
Yeah. I actually don't remember the exact time to do the Rainbow side quest, but I think it's technically longer than the Master Mune one, but I could be wrong. Though I had actually never thought about it or like looking at the routing for that. So
I think the quest itself is shorter, but because of the routing, I think will make it longer because you kind of have to go.
You won't be able to rely on and you won't be able to rely on the crit damage, so you'd have to reroute most of the fights with it.
I thought the Rainbow did auto crit something, but I could be misremembering.
I think I'd have to look it up. It auto crits some enemies, but not as many enemies as the Master Mune. But I thought the key was it doesn't auto crit the dragons.
That could just be what it is, and I might be not remembering properly. But the thing with the Master Mune that I've found is that like it really, in our case for the speedrun, we're really only using it for the auto crit on the dragons and the dolls, because every other enemy type that we fight, it just doesn't auto crit, even though it has such a wide coverage. Most of what we're fighting are considered, I think, none type, which it does not crit. So maybe something for me to look at later, but probably nothing will come of it.
So to catch up on the story, so in Home World, the poor military had already arrived to El Nido. In this case, and the reason why they came is because in that timeline, General Viper and the Dragoons disappeared. So they kind of took that opportunity to invade. In another world, they're still around, and so it's not until they all left the manor to go to Fort Dragonia that the poor military took advantage of Viper Manor being available to kind of take over. So that's what's happening here. So we kind of have this kind of save the damsel in distress, because we left Riddle behind at the manor, or we being the dragoons left Riddle behind at the manor, and now we have to go save her. She's in trouble. So we kind of have this one. This is where we alluded to, you know, a sewer dungeon that was going to be actually be complicated, and now we are at that point.
Yeah, so we mentioned a long time ago that these are the sewers that we would eventually kind of come back to. Where last time we got to just run right through, but now there's all these enemies that are just in our way. And there's a likelihood that you get an encounter or that they kind of sandwich you.
Yeah, there's some very narrow, I wouldn't say hallways, but very, very narrow pathways, and they take up the whole space in those areas, and so you really don't want to be trapped and be forced to take a fight with them.
So there's, if you did fight one of them and Sprig killed the fisherman guy, that could be, they have access to an element called Vigora, which we will get much later in the run, but we just can't use it for the speed run, but it's a very powerful element. But that would be your only way to get that at this point.
Yeah, the sewers is an interesting level. It also has a really nice, a really nice item that you can collect called the magic seal.
Right up there.
For one fight, we're going to really need to rely on one character's magic stat, similar to how we relied on Lena's magic stat in the early game. And having a way to boost that damage is really nice. Man, this troll. Okay. But unfortunately it takes way too long to get the magic seal for it to be worth it. So we just bypass it.
Yeah, the magic seal is worth 5 magic, which, I mean, we were talking earlier how we wanted like 16 through the fort. So that's a whole third of that. And when we do the fight that Corp is alluding to, you know, we want to be around 20 to 25. So it would be very nice to have that magic seal, but sadly, there's an enemy blocking it, and it just takes way too long to defeat that enemy.
I believe in the older route of the game before the Master Mean was normal, I think they picked that up at some point.
Yeah, back before they did we did the Master Mean strats.
Now, unfortunately, this is kind of another slog section of the run. We have to fight this roach that's just in the sewers, because, you know, JRPG.
I love how you emphasized roach there, Deeds. That was... there might be some enmity I'm sensing.
Maybe. And it's a mama roach, too.
Not a Papa Roach. Yeah, fortunately, well, I was about to say that they don't give us more, like, bug fights, but That's not completely true.
No.
So here we have Fargo holed up in his cell. When Lynx, who took over Surge's body, after the event where we were thrown into another dimension, he decided to take over the continent itself. And one of the things he did was capture Fargo and all his crew. And also, if you look on, well, you won't see it, but I think on the far left cell, you can see Glenn is imprisoned here as well.
Wait, really?
But we go
I'm
for
gonna check
Fargo
that
because
out.
he's the progress. Oh, and he will return the favor. We rescue him, and he will eventually rescue us.
Yeah, if you pick the save kid route, and I specifically remember this for picking the kid route, and then you try the other cells, and then there's Glenn. It's like, Glenn, join my party, please. Nope, he's just sleeping on the bed. He's
You're late at
ignoring
that point.
everything.
I'm
Too
checking
late.
because I don't
And
remember this. I believe you though.
he's there, and it's such a fake out because it kind of feels like, oh, we can rescue Glenn and he'll join my party, and that is not what happens. Like, he will not respond to you.
Not seeing here.
Yeah, just kind of mentioning, going off what Corp was saying. But yeah, that's kind of what starts whatever actual incident happens where, between Fargo and Viper and his wife dying. And Fargo doesn't even know that his kid survived. So his wife is for sure dead, but I think he kind of just assumed his kids also died in the incident, which is why Marcy and Nikki were raised, separately without him. He didn't even know that they survived to even take care of them. And it's just, I don't know, it's just a really sad story when you think about that. We've got the cook has now been turned evil. The poor military basically turned him, and now we have to fight him. We're also about to fight Grobik, which, I mean, listen, how many people actually figured out on their own that was cyborg backwards? Like, be honest. But we'll be fighting Grobik really soon here.
Uh-oh.
And another Chrono Trigger Easter egg coming up too.
That was I'm making a lot of boo-boos today.
You can blame starting to acclimate to the remaster if you want.
I will. Thank you.
Why not?
I give you that excuse.
Thank you.
So I don't remember if they actually tell you or not, but the reason that he was able to turn into this hell, they call him Hell's Cook form, is the Pore army basically fed him these seeds.
Yeah, the quad fit seeds.
Yeah, quad fit seeds.
Oh.
So they're kind of just taken over in this world.
Alright, we've now recruited the cook into our party.
I mean, Orchard really is a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad that he spawned that devil.
And he'll go in our party and never get used.
But you also see here, I don't know that we touched on it, but Norris was kind of told to like sit down and be quiet for the most part because he's like, what we're doing is wrong, and so he's kind of rebelling against his own military and helping us save Riddell.
Yeah,
well,
and
yeah,
he also
specifically because their treatment of Riddell.
yeah
they
between
were... You go.
between that and when you talk to him again, he kind of learns that like, oh, maybe like because you're talking to him as Lynx, but you're like a different Lynx than you were than when he knows you. And so it's kind of like, okay, like maybe we're kind of being manipulated here, and I don't really know what's going on. So
Yeah, you can also bring the Norris from the other world with you, and he's talking to himself, which is a really fun, like little skit.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the approach. So not only does this game do like a body swap on you for like a good chunk of the game, but it's also interesting how a lot of characters approach you being Surge, and the fact that you're very upfront about that. Like you always try to, the first thing you do when you talk to anyone is you're like, I'm not Lynx, like I'm Surge, and how most of the characters actually are like, oh, all right, like. And I mean, and they don't just believe you automatically. Like it makes sense why they believe you, but like the fact that I remember kind of thinking that this would be this huge conflict, right? And it actually it doesn't play out the way I think a lot of people would.
Yeah. They are a bit quick to kind of believe you. Like, oh yeah, that's just
Yeah.
every other Friday.
Kind of like, oh, a body swap and interdimensional to travel? Yeah, sure, this is fine. It's just a fun
Well,
day.
but again, like if you have Norse and I don't know. I feel like if you have the right characters or whatever, it kind of gives you more context.
Yeah, Norris isn't even the only character that you can kind of have them meet themselves, like meet their other selves. There's a big scene if you have Fargo talk to other Fargo as well.
And then
Oh,
we already
yeah, I
mentioned
left
the
that out.
Zappa and Zappa. Yeah, all characters does the Fargo talk to Fargo thing.
Yeah, because you tell Pirate Fargo, you're like, oh, by the way, like the other version of Fargo, like named the ship after your dead wife and is like running a casino and like enslaving the demi-humans and won't save their island for them. And so, like, Pirate Fargo's like, all right, let me at him. Like, you're being, and he basically punches himself. It's great. It's a great scene, and that's what helps kick everything into gear and what actually starts. It's Pirate Fargo that drives the ship to the Marble Island and lets the conflict happen.
That's right. He knocks himself out.
Yeah.
Like, I'm taking over.
Yeah, I think the Norris talking to Norris one is always a kind of one of the more interesting conversations in my opinion. Just because of that revelation of like, oh yeah, Lynx is not, why are we here as a military, and like why are other people trying to, like torture basically they're trying to torture Riddle in order to find out where the Dragoons went and where the rainbow, or sorry, not the rainbow, the frozen flame is, they're and Norris is a good guy and is like, nope.
Right, and remember, right, like they only invaded because Lynx put like everything into motion.
Right.
Yep.
He was the one that like kind of promised the frozen flame would lead them to even greater like military might and stuff to kind of convince them that it was worth doing.
Yeah. Also, this is the final fight that we're using Sprig and White Knight on.
Yep, a good say goodbye. We were not kidding when a good chunk was, the Sprig portion.
Yep, but after Grobik, we're kind of in like a transitional point, so we're gonna take the detour for the Dario fight and obtaining the Master Mune, and then we begin the Dragon Rush.
Yeah. Also, pay attention to this machine in this door.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up too. Nice.
Oh, go ahead then.
No, you said it first. You go.
I just said pay attention. You say what you were gonna say.
Oh no, just like, cause again, if you're playing a game like this casually and you want to explore everywhere, right? You wanna see everything, and you know that there's a second tower there, but it just won't move out of the way. And when you're there the first time, you can't engage it. Like it doesn't move. You can't fight it. There's nothing you can do. And so when we come back here this time, and it's like, oh, you get to fight it now. You know. This is what you wanted, right? And it's like, oh, okay. But we won't actually end up visiting that tower in this run. But that room, if you do end up going there, theoretically is what starts kind of the whole Dario side quest. It just so happens we don't actually need to go there to get things going. We can just go directly to the Isle of the Damned with Salt and Pepper. Basically, they actually left a note in that room. They're like, hey, we took this, and we're gonna confront you. Like, we think, you know, we gotta have a talk. And they said, meet us at the Isle of the Damned. And so, but yeah, we already know that as speedrunners, so we just skip that whole part entirely.
Yeah. Also, it's mentioned in chat, but not only is the race like really close right now, I think we're both like similar in stat lines, so like we for the most part should be able to do the exact same things. So hopefully it should remain close up until the end.
That's all we could do.
Yeah, he says doing the exact same things until we get into a fight. He's like, oh, this is gonna be the risky version.
I know.
Well, I think Corp remembers how to do the kid section better than I do. I think I've only done it like twice recently. But
Yeah, so I mean, when we get there, we can walk through it, but it's just go up the left side of the stairs, then the right side of the stairs, go down, and then forward.
That's what I'm remembering. It's just ill-practiced.
Yeah, exactly. But we still have to dodge a couple enemies, but if we're patient, we should be fine.
But I'm very glad that we're gonna get to do that because I always looked forward to it casually.
It's definitely like the highest, like high emotionally, like is one of the biggest scenes. Like most people remember that scene a lot, especially because it's the only time that like it kind of directly replicates an area in Chrono Trigger, and so there's also like a nostalgic value to it as well. Yeah, another scenario where we actually aren't able to defeat this boss, and so instead, Grobik actually ends up deciding, hey, like I know we fought, but like I'm gonna help you guys out, and ends up taking care of it for us by slicing the chandelier. It's always funny that it's like, why did you cut it like above you? Like you could have just cut it below. But I don't know.
He kind of does that like that Gandalf thing where it's like, you shall not climb. And then
he had to fall down with it to keep fighting it, right?
Yeah, and be reborn as Grobik the White. Or I guess still black but slightly whiter. I don't know. Because he's a black and 8.
I always like the crash through the stained glass there, falling into the stables. And then freeing them. Run free.
Honestly, we need like speedrunners should just learn Grobik's moves. Like he dodged all of those.
Right. So here we're actually going to be adding Karsh to our party because he's kind of required to do this part of the side quest back on the Isle of the Damned.
again, because it's a note that's being left in Viper Manor, specifically calling out for Karsh. So that's why
Right.
he's necessary to flag this side quest. We just don't do that part in the speedrun.
Yeah, so basically what's happening, to kind of like lay the scene for what we're about to do, is Salt and Pepper are kind of like investigating the disappearance of Dario. And they went off to the Isle of the Damned as part of their kind of like investigation. And that's where we're gonna run into. It's kind of like a oversimplified version, I guess, but
It only took them a couple years to be suspicious,
Yeah.
but it's okay. Cold cases are solved all the time.
I think in their case, they might have assumed that, hey, you know, there's going to be people higher ranked that would, you know, surely they would investigate and, you know, figure this out. And then I think part of it is just the weight of, oh, like, no one else is doing this. We got to take this into our own hands. At least that's what I always assumed.
Well, they were also, and they'll show it, but they were also there at the time, and they like didn't. I don't know. Like they had firsthand like experience, you know. So they're kind of like, yeah, something doesn't sit right.
Weren't they also waiting for him to come forward too, like honorably? I think was part of it as well.
Yeah.
And the fact that it hasn't happened, and then also I think just with the recent events, you know, with Viper Manor and Fort Dragonia, I think pushed them over with and yeah, the poor military invading made them decide once and for all, hey, we need to, it's time.
We believe you killed him. And then he's like, because you're here, they're like convinced that he did it.
And then we have this cute little flashback of, you know, Kid Karsh and little kid Glenn in the background. And they're at Zappa's house. And we learn that there's an unrequited love.
Which I guess we never said this earlier as well, right? Like with Karsh being Zappa's child and like the Smith, right? Like the little hut off to the left is where Dario and Glenn kind of grew up as not necessarily orphans, but I guess wards of Zippa and Zappa. Because you know at the time, right? Like their father Garai was dead.
this cutscene is also, sorry, it's just also establishing the love triangle kind of between Dario, Rattel, and Karsh, which, you know, would be motivation for Karsh to want to murder him.
Yeah, also kind of similar because they make parallels to Karsh and like Radius, where Karsh is like just slightly weaker than Dario.
Yeah.
So
This scene is also just kind of some like really cool visual storytelling with how they did the transition from like their younger to older selves, but Karsh was still holding the flower in his hand. It's just, I think, like a really cool touch from like a director point of view.
I feel like it's one of those cases where, like, I feel like they planned to have more scenes like this one, you know, and they kind of did with at the end of the Viper Manor, and maybe they couldn't fit in as many scenes as they wanted to, and so ended up having to do more text.
Oh yeah, they're and I don't know if anybody's familiar with kind of the development history of this game, but their original plans for this game were incredibly ambitious. The original design kind of called for 64 playable characters, or something like that, 64, 65, and they had originally intended for each character to have a unique ending with 3 branching paths. That did not quite work out.
There's still what, like 40 something characters though.
Yeah, there's 45 characters total, and 12 endings? Question mark.
Yeah, 12 endings. Although one of them is kind of like a bonus. Like there's one where they kind of just have a it's Viper Manor, but you get to kind of meet the devs. I actually think, I don't know, if you guys haven't been inside that room, it's actually a really cool experience in my opinion, because each of the devs got a chance to kind of leave a message to the players, and like, so they kind of all introduce themselves and like what they did, you know, like the person that was specifically in charge of like customizing all of the text to to specific characters and stuff. Like I specifically remember that one, and like, yeah, the portrait artist and all that. So yeah, it's a really cool ending. Definitely try to go for it if you haven't been there. I don't want to spoil like who all you get to talk to and stuff like that, but I always thought that was a really cool thing, that they allowed the devs a chance to directly speak to the players.
Also, so this fight that we're both in, normally Salt and Pepper are like tutorials and like not super scary, but they made these guys really powerful here, and my links just got focused 3 times.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
even
first time
though
for an
they're-
actual boss fight. Sorry, you go.
I was just gonna say, like, even though they kind of treat them as kind of like joke, like comedic relief type characters in the tutorial segments, they are still like high-ranking members of the Dragoons, so they are still quite powerful despite kind of how they're treated early.
Yeah. I was going to revive links, and then I remembered that this is not a star level fight, so I don't need to do that.
I completely messed up my fight. I had everything, had a good setup, but I targeted the wrong person, and I didn't correct for it, so paid the price. It's okay, got through.
Well done. The worst is when they like triple target Karsh, because they're yellow innate and Karsh is green, so they just completely destroy Karsh. It's not common, but yeah, they do hurt.
Sadly, this is the only time we really use Karsh in a fight. He's a good character to fight with, however, he does not have a good stamina refresh. And we haven't really talked about that, like battle mechanics at all for this particular lore run. But essentially every time Karsh attacks, he doesn't get that same amount refreshed back. It's actually a little less than that. So Karsh is not a good character to use in, you know, he's great if you only have a couple turns and you're done. But kind of once you're done with his first round of stamina, it's kind of downhill from there. And that's not good for a speed run. So that's why we don't use Karsh.
Yeah, he has he's above average in all stats line, strength, magic, etc. Except for his stamina refresh, which is a 0.9, which means that every time one of your characters does an action, like a 1 attack, he'll get 1 times 0.9, which is 0.9 stamina. And for the speedrun, you really want a stamina refresh of 1 or above. And not to mention, he also doesn't get access to like any special weapons. The best he can get is a stone axe, which is a great weapon, but compared to like the Master Mune or a spectral, well, I guess you could make him a Spectra axe, but not for the speedrun. Or the Iron Lancer that we'll get for Glenn later. It's just not as good.
So I did a safety save there because we have a few cutscenes coming up, and there's a small chance that we get a soft lock, which would...
Oops, I should have said no there.
Oh, you should be fine, but
hopefully.
it's a very, very small chance that the game just freezes up and you can't really continue. But more often than not, it will not happen.
Yeah, this is another case of the Radius is another character again where he's the village chief on Homeworld, but he's this hideaway hermit in another worlds. And again, it's all kind of based off of with Garai. And this is when we finally get to see the backstabbed Viper in recovery. This is also when we finally get to confront Kid again. This is when we finally get to find out what happened to our body. And it turns out that, hey, Evil Surge and Kid are together still. And he's somehow, she kind of forgot that he was Lynx, and got backstabbed somehow. Or she wasn't backstabbed, but... So she forgot that because they're together still, and she's still after Lynx. Which is also a little bit suspicious.
Well, I forget when they explain it exactly, but Kid at some point explains that every time she's near death, and you touched on this earlier, basically her amulet kind of takes her back in time and takes her to safety, and she forgets pretty much everything that happened. And so that's kind of what happened when Lynx in Surge's body stabbed her. That's kind of what happened, and she's like, "Oh, I'm still with Surge and trying to, I hate Lynx." So that's why she's attacking us there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's when you save Kid at the end that you get that information. Like it's doing that
right.
side quest.
Mm-hmm. Actually, we didn't even talk about it at the time many hours ago. We're gonna lose access to Harl coming up very quickly, but we could have fought her way back when. I think if we either saved Kid, we got Kid from Doc, or if we saved her with the Hydra quest.
You go to the Hermit's hideaway right after.
Yeah. So we could have fought her, and it's a fun fight.
Yeah.
Also, I think this is where they kind of allude to the Fargo and Viper beef.
Yes, because this is the first time that they've kind of had to they've seen each other, I think, since the incident, essentially. Because Fargo was the one to save you from Kid and Evil Surge. I call him Hot Topic Surge because he totally looks like he was shopping at Hot Topic in his profile picture.
Love it.
So Fargo saves you because he finds out that you're Lynx. But that also means that he kind of had to save everyone else as well, and so General Viper ends up recovering on the ship, and they kind of end up putting their differences aside, kind of for the sake of resolving this whole Lynx situation. Which is good of them, they're both full-grown adults, and they can kind of put their differences aside, for the better good of the world, which I can respect. But it also is frustrating again because that means they don't actually talk about whatever the incident was, and we have no information about it. I wish we could know.
Yeah. Also, this is where we get they give us a lot of characters here, most of the divas, and this is where we're looking for Marcy to have a pretty high magic stat. I was fortunate to get 23, and hopefully Marcy is somewhere around the same. We're really looking for 20 plus.
Yeah, I got 20. So, but I have the Inferno drop, so that's a good chance I'll get the burn.
Nice. Yeah, and if Corp gets the burn on this fight, that'll pretty much make his magic roughly equal to mine, just because burns reduce the defense or increases the damage dealt to an enemy. And it's very impactful on this upcoming fight, and it saves anywhere from 40 to 60, 80 seconds, something like that. I'm actually not going to be going for the burn strat, just because of I'm 23. If I was any lower, I would do the burn stuff. But doing burns adds a good amount of consistency and potential speed.
The seed system is asking who's in the lead currently. We have a carbon is very like this is actually very very close. I mean you'll kind of notice corporate is just barely doing the scenes that we see Carbondrank, and essentially any one boss fight could tip the scales easily. So this is like
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say he's in the lead necessarily because anything can happen still.
Depending on like if it really kind of comes down to if we both do this upcoming fight like properly, and if Corp gets burns right now, that because that'll probably be about 40 seconds or so, depending. But then we have a lot of random fights that will come, and as was mentioned, anything can happen.
Yeah, honestly, considering the amount of RNG that's going to be in the next section, this is essentially a toss-up. But we're just going to go ahead and hope that nobody has to run away and reset the Dario fight at all, and that it goes according to plan.
That easy.
Yeah, we will be doing a safety save beforehand, as well.
Now you notice this is what I was talking about earlier, because we did not do the Nikki, the concert side quest. We just walked right up to the Black Dragon. Actually, we didn't even get that far in the story explanation. So, so story-wise, so we had the Dead Sea in one dimension, and now we're trying to access essentially what we've been referring to as Chronopolis in our home or in another world. Sorry, and unfortunately, our pathway is blocked. So we know that evil links in Surge's body went to this area, but then it's sealed off to us. And the only way to access it, Harley clued us in and said, hey, you need the dragon sphere. And I can't really help you more than that, but maybe if you get the dragon's blessings, if you get the blessing of all 6 dragons, that will help grant you access to this area and be able to go after evil Surge / links. So that's all happening in the main story, as we're also trying to finish off this Dario side story. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, part of that was picking up the item from the sleeping black dragon, because we skipped the concert. The main thing to keep in mind with the dragons is that they are kind of spread across both dimensions. You can't just fight all 6 dragons in one area. You have to be able to hop back and forth. So it's an easy thing at this point as a newer runner to kind of get turned around. Like, wait, which dimension am I in? Okay, like where am I going? Which dragon am I fighting right now? I mean, we'll get there later, but
It's easy to confuse the worlds as an experienced runner, I want to also say, but maybe it's just me.
No, it's definitely difficult, right? Like, because you can have the world, like, you can take some time and let the world tell you, like, there's a option, or you can also just remember which boat is which world. But even then, you're just like,
yeah, I always try to do it based on the boat, but it's still like I sometimes mix them up.
Yeah.
Because like you get like the Quartra boat first, it's like, okay, obviously that's homeworld, but no, because you don't spend very much time in homeworld at the beginning.
Also, just for credit, I took a second, like I closed the menu and did another save just because I forgot to do it before the cutscene stuff. So.
Oh, thank you, Carbon, keeping it nice and fair.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that. It's all right.
Listen, 10 seconds matter, right?
Yeah, this portion, so you notice they kind of went off on this little itty bitty island off the main island. And when you're on the world map, you kind of notice there's smoke coming out of it, but it's not labeled. It's the only, well, it's not the only place, but it's one of the few places on the map that you can visit and it's not a labeled area. And so it actually can be kind of hard to find if you weren't paying attention. There are some NPCs that, you know, refer to it and kind of hint, nudge, hey, check out this place. But it is very easy to miss as a casual player if you're not, you know, looking for it. And yeah, this is where we find out that Dario is in fact alive. This woman that lived on the island found him. He had amnesia, and so she kind of nursed him back to life. And he kind of was sticking around while he lost his memories. So having Riddle here is what helps him remember, right? Because they were engaged, you know, they're in love.
Yeah, and they I mean, they're showing you what happened, right? Like how Dario, like, well, was supposedly dead. And you see that, like, in the other world, right, Radius found the Masamune kind of in that, like, dragon area with the waterfall. But yet, here, Dario finds it on the Isle of the Damned. And then
Yeah,
Dario quickly gets corrupted by it.
Yeah, and then another important thing here, well, as we're seeing now on the screen, after Karsh kind of, like, you know, kicks him off the thing there, Lynx walks up and he's like, hey, you're gonna be kind of suspected of this because this whole thing is kind of suspicious, but just do what I tell you and it'll be fine. And then we see him pick up the Mastermune, and this part happens off screen, but Lynx is actually the one that then delivers the Mastermune to the entrance of the Dead Sea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was put there intentionally to block us.
Yep.
And it become full circle, right? Like, at least for the Mastermune sword.
Yeah. So this fight's super risky. Well, not risky, but it's tight, I should say. And we have to do very specific inputs.
Yeah, so essentially this is kind of Garai 2.0 fight, with Dario being possessed.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and try to explain a bit of what we're trying to do with the fight, I guess, and let the runners concentrate. So this fight is kind of interesting in that Dario has a bunch of kind of set responses to having elements used against him. So for each color element that you use on him, he has a specific element that he will use in response to that. And we take advantage of these responses to get him stuck in a loop where
take a risk here.
He will, of course, where he will just kind of cast weakness over and over again, and will spam Ice Blast on Marcy. The setup here is kind of, well, it's just very precise. And we actually are going to intentionally have two of our characters die in order to benefit from how the stamina regen works when there's only one character available.
So I had to take a risk earlier because Marcy missed very early on, and I need her to hit this, otherwise I risk again. Perfect. So if earlier when I took that first risk, if I didn't, basically if Dario did a turn, I would have had to run away. But fortunately, that did not happen.
Yeah, there's basically no room for things to go bad on this fight.
What am I doing here? I guess I want to do it this way. Yeah, so now I'm killing off Lynx with this weak-minded, and that will help me ensure that Marcy gets a full stamina refresh every turn. It's still tricky because I have to do 6 attacks, and hopefully she doesn't miss any. Because we want to be doing as powerful weapon Ice Blast as we can. And both Corp and I will just be looping just like this. And casually, this is where you would normally get the black plate from the black dragon, but we don't do that.
Yep, he was sleeping. Did not get it. Take that and that.
If I'm correct, this should kill. Otherwise, I have one more. Nope, one more.
Yeah, and so one of the random elements of this fight is on in Corpse game, Dario had attacked Marcy instead, so we have to use the revive on her, and then we can proceed into using the weak-minded to have Dario kill Lynx and get back into the same expected state.
Okay, this one.
Who has the better Marcy magic? I believe Carbon had a 23 and CorporateImage has a 20 magic Marcy. It does not look like either got burns.
Yeah, I did not go for it.
Yeah, you didn't go for it, and I don't think that Corp got it.
Yeah, Burns would have made this fight go a little faster.
The burns is always more rare than I think any of us would like to see.
Yeah, sadly.
I would love if we got it more.
So I'm trying to be respectful of Corp finishing up it. Other than the Master Mune that we get from this, where, I mean, this is the Massa and Mune and Doreen from Chrono Trigger in this sword. But other than this super powerful weapon, we also get a Dreamer's Scarf, which we didn't touch on it earlier, but we get one from Miguel, and that lets us start with one element level. And so having two lets us start with two, which for the speedrun is super fast, and lets us just do the, Eagle Eye Strengthen that we get to start off with.
Yeah, it's very possible if you're very familiar with Chrono Trigger and you're playing this game, it's possible you could be very confused about this whole what's going on with this, why is this sword evil now? And kind of the explanation, they're basically sleeping this whole time, and by doing this fight we were able to wake them up, and that's why they joined you, and you have the Master Mune.
GG Corp, good job on that fight.
Yeah, GG.
Fortunately, both of
also-
them got through.
Casually, this is kind of my biggest regret for this speedrun, is that the song that plays right here, I'm not sure if it's my sound, is my favorite song of all, throughout the entire game. And right when it gets good, you're done your text, so you don't get to hear it.
And it's even worse with the remaster, right? Because you go even faster.
Yeah. They do play this though very early on when you see Riddell and Glenn talking, and it's just an excellent song.
Maybe we need a reroute to maximize the amount of time the better music is on.
I mean, we kind of already do. Like I was saying, on the Zelbes, when you're fighting Sage, really there's a menu you need to do before that fight, and you can do it at any point after you get out of the post Fort Dragonia, and saving it for that room specifically to hear that song longer is the only way to do that route. In my opinion.
Where is this?
And with the Master Mune in possession, this begins the Dragon Rush, where we go and try to receive the blessing from each of the dragons. Of course, we already covered the Black Dragon because we had to be in Marbula anyway, so why not? But we're going to be starting off with the Earth Dragon. each one of these dragons that we're going to visit, the lead up has like some amount of RNG, at least in the next three.
Here.
For the Earth Dragon, it's going to be primarily around how many rock roaches that we have to fight. So we need to do at least 2 encounters, I believe, and we're kind of hoping to not see more than 1 rock roach in each of those encounters, ideally. And we don't want them to be doing an element called spin-off because it's an extremely long animation, and it'll just waste a lot of time if you have to watch it more than once.
Yeah, I would say, like, especially for like world record or like sub 640 attempts or even to an extent sub 650, like this is really where your strength matters and will decide your fate, as well as the AP of this, because in this particular island, we do an eagle eye and a turn green at the start, which gives us a full green field, which boosts our damage quite considerably. And then when they do the spin-off, not only are you like losing the time of their animation, they're pushing a green off and putting a yellow on, so you get a huge drop in damage just because of that. Like, even if you are strong.
And like Carbon mentioned, this is kind of the part of the run where your stat lines really start to matter quite a bit, because the boss fights coming up, we generally have like a couple different versions of based on like what strength thresholds that you're at. So like, for example, if you're at least 30 strength for Earth Dragon, you can do a bit faster strat than you could if you were below 30 strength, and that kind of just starts to happen on almost every single boss fight from here on out, where there's some faster strats you can take advantage of. And it may not be huge differences in the span of like 1 boss fight, but if you stay consistently below average, you know, the time loss from those slower strats will start to like add up and eat at you. It's never at a point where it's like really dangerous, like where you're in a position where you literally can't complete the run at all. It's really just a matter of how much time is it going to take, and the lower that you kind of drive your own personal times, the bigger pressure that tends to be. But I'm sure we're going to mention like stat lines quite a bit, but it's actually like never as bad as we make it sound.
Yeah, don't be intimidated.
Yeah. It's only time.
It's more so like if you ever get a chance to like peek at like Carbon's notes, like it's more just the like pages of alternate strategies, you know, based on whichever strength tier you're at, and then, you know, knowing what to do.
Remind me, where are the next saves that we're doing? Fire Dragon 2, and are we doing the Dark Surge save?
I'd say based on strength, you don't really have to, but before or right after Dark Surge, because that's just 2 changing.
Yeah, you probably.
And
wanna do it
Fire
before
Dragon
that.
2 is optional. I like doing that because that fight can go very, very poorly, very quickly. But I think at our strength level right now, we won't have any problems. You know, cross my fingers.
Okay, we'll just do the FD2.
Yeah.
I should have just taken that fight, maybe. No! Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that I don't think that we had touched on previously when talking about the battle system is when you go into a boss encounter, you're basically always guaranteed to be able to take the first move, at least. But normal enemies don't necessarily follow that rule, so it's possible to get into an encounter with a normal enemy and just have them attack right away. And it's actually really annoying.
Yeah, we call that zero rolling. They zero rolled you.
Close.
In fact, now probably is a decent time to brush up on battle stuff if you wanted to, Azala, since it's just the dragon, the boss rush at this point until Green Dragon at least. There's some stuff to say.
Yeah, so we can talk a little bit more about.
Real fast though, before
Yeah.
sorry, that fight that I just took and that Corp is finishing, is considered a mini star, and that's a chance for you to get extra stat values that are not just boss fights. And I missed it on Lynx.
I did
Yeah,
too.
it looks like
Yay.
both of you missed.
But these mini stars, there's a couple that are routed into the run, and you really don't want to be missing them, especially if you're like lower on your strength, because it's a potential to get 2 effectively, and so every time you miss it, it's just you know, it's your chance to basically double the value of your strength. Otherwise, you get 0. So it's just fortunate that both of us are at a decent enough value right now that we can afford to miss them.
Yeah, because unfortunately, missing that mini star strength will also guarantee not getting a strength from the Earth Dragon fight.
So is all you were going to talk about the AP system?
Yeah, so I was just gonna mention that. So a lot of times that we'll talk about AP, and this is kind of a hidden value that every enemy in the game has. And there's usually what's referred to as like a base AP value. So for example, Earth Dragon has an AP of 9. So what that means is that on most turns after the first turn, you'll be able to consume 9 stamina worth of actions before the boss will get to go. There's a slight caveat there, where if you use an element, that will drain your stamina by 7, but it will only lower the AP by 1. And so the way that this works is each time that the boss goes, they're going to roll a value between their minimum and I believe like 25% or something higher than what their minimum is. So it could be some value, let's say between like 9 and 12 for Earth Dragon. And whenever you attack, it's going to be decrementing that value. And it's normally based on like whether you choose 1, 2, or 3, and like I already mentioned, like 1 for the element. There's also this thing that we take advantage of called stamina pushing, where if the enemy has only a single AP left, you can push that AP into the negative before they get a chance to go by buffering 2 attacks together. And so a lot of the strategies are based around getting to the point where there's 1 AP left, and then quickly hitting like a 3-3 so that you're able to do 2 3 attacks and push them down to -5 before they get to go. And that's what we refer to as stamina pushing or attack buffering or something like that. And you can actually see this happen on the left side of the screen, where it's kind of like building up those bars. When they're in the gray state, or sorry, when they're in the red state, they're buffered, and they turn gray after that action actually occurs.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's buffered, it's that the game reads them in pairs. So like even if you put in 3 attacks, if you just mash through it, it would and you went over their turn trigger basically, you would not see the 3rd attack. Like I did right there.
Yeah, it'll like let you get
like right here, I'm gonna do a 1 and then I'm gonna pause because I'm at the 8 out of his 9, and then I do the 3-3. And that lets me get 15 stamina worth of damage when I really only have 9 to work with. And even with the push over, his AP going into the negative does not impact the next turn. It will still roll between a 9 and 12 or something. And we just assume that it's at the minimum for just about every fight. So while we're doing this boss, the Dragon Rush kind of stuff, how to say, we're given summon elements, kind of similar to the Frog Prince that we leverage throughout the Fort Dragonia. However, these are much more powerful summons. In the non-Master Immune route, we would use them, but the problem is that you actually cannot use them until Disc 2, just with how the star levels work out. Which is a bit of a shame because they're really powerful and they would be nice to use throughout this section. And if you could use it, it would, I guess, give credence to some extra strategies.
So, if anyone saw what happened earlier, the second rock roach enemy I had to fight, it ended up being 3 of them, and I didn't know that there was 3 of them, because unless you take the time to check, it's not very apparent. So at the start of the fight, I noticed the spin-off and a double spin-off after that, and so I ran away to get a better fight, and I did. But that was a really big time loss, because what would have happened if I'd stayed in that fight is that we would have been dealing with like almost a full yellow field, and Lynx's damage would be like less than 100 per fierce attack unless he crits. So I just did what I had to do, and it wasn't pretty, but sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, those rock roaches can easily just mess up your whole day.
Also, so we talked about this earlier, like when we were talking about like Glenn and saving Kid and stuff, and how if you do fight the Hydra and the dwarves come, and they end up, just killing the fairies, but in this universe or sequence, it's really just these lagoons that get rid of them. So sadly, there's no saving the fairies that would be on this island.
I was so upset my second playthrough when I realized that. It's like, wait, what? Like, the fairies are just doomed no matter what you do.
They all went to Zelda World.
Yeah. So now that we've received the blessing and the relic from the Earth Dragon, next up is the Water Dragon. And the big piece of RNG here is this sidestep enemy that we fight before going in. We hope to only have one of them. It looks like on the Carbon's encounter is only the single one, which is what we want to see. We're gonna hope that Corp gets the same luck here. Although, I don't mean that he gets the misses.
Oops. Oh, wow.
Yeah, this island is actually where I was referring to earlier. There's a nice little campfire scene that Surge and Kid share if you do the save Kid route. And this is the island where it happens.
Yeah, they end up spending the night here for some reason. I forget what. Also, every dragon that you fight, you have to wait and take the bottom option of their text. Which, when you want to mash, it's just kind of like, oh, please, let me go.
It's just some added speedrunner challenge to make sure you're still awake at this point.
Yeah. It's surprising how many times it is the first option that you can just smash through, and then the moments where you're like, oh no, I need to make sure I say the second option.
Please.
Yeah, I think many of us have reminders in our notes in larger font that's like, please pick the second option. And sometimes we still miss it anyway.
This is not ideal.
Well, it looks like unfortunately Corp did have to run away from that encounter.
I was so hoping.
Yeah.
I was hoping you wouldn't have to. We could catch up.
Oh, there's still Green Dragon Isle.
I know. I'm
True.
still trying to put that one off.
Thank
The
you.
the great equalizer.
The great Tyrannalizer.
Green Dragon Isle, which will be coming up next, basically, is definitely one area that can just destroy any time save you might have at that point. It can be pretty merciless. Many
Merciless.
a run have died there. Yes, merciless. But one of the more annoying things about the water dragon fight is that we don't typically use Eagle Eye on the fights at this point. So we do have an increased chance of missing.
Yeah. Also, when routing like the non-master immune stuff for it, obviously the water dragon absorbs blue elemental damage, so our only summon at this point, being Frog Prince, is quite useless. And you know, we saw how it did like 15 to 1800 damage against Dario. Well, can't do that.
It'd be nice if you could just use Turn Red and it removes that ability, bro.
No, why couldn't that work? Why? Well, we actually kind of go into there is lore behind like the magic system, and it kind of does like it's in the Chronopolis kind of gives you all this information, but I'm going to touch on it now. But because I mean, it's known in Chrono Trigger that essentially humans have the ability to do magic because Lavos crash landed on the planet. And again, that's what links to the Frozen Flame and the Kingdom of Zeal, and some humans just innately were able to use magic. But there's also a way, we're actually using kind of a mechanical system. So like all of these elements, or rather none of these characters can use magic. They're using these, like the tablets and things like that to cast the magic for them. Which is why you need, like, every character kind of has a specialized 7th tech ability that if you go through their side stories or sometimes it's hidden behind, certain items or things, you can get their level 7 techs. So yeah, that's it's kind of how magic works in this game, or lore-wise. It's not that they are themselves, casting the magic. They're actually using fate essentially and using Lavos to access it, if that makes sense. Maybe I'm not explaining it well.
Honestly, I don't really remember the elements.
Yeah, there'll be a bit more about their origin in a lore dump coming soon.
And now we finally get to meet Biba. I don't know how many people some people have pretty bad memories with Biba, because usually, again, with casual gameplay, you're going to be exploring areas and you will have come to the Hydran Marshes way sooner than we do in the speed run, or exploring further into the marshes, I should say, since we do end up here a little early on. So the Biba fight, mechanically, Biba will summon more friends, basically every turn you let them go. And eventually you just end up with all of these Bibas, and you just never get to go, and there's just more and more of them as you try to kill them off. And it can be a very annoying fight, but because we don't come here till this late in the game, till the Dragon God Rush, like towards the end of the Dragon God Rush even, we're just super OP, and we're just like, nah.
Just have to hit.
Stab.
Also,
one
well,
hit.
so one thing that I think casually, especially I did this, like, is that the only one that summons friends is the main guy. So if you like try to take out the ads per se, you're actually just enabling more
Yes.
enemies. When you really just have to kill the first guy as quickly as possible to prevent
It's so
an
simple.
infinite spawn.
Also, what in chat's so sad? No friends for Biba bot or for Biba.
You say that, but we have one more fight with Biba. Biba, please.
And yes, the reason why we're doing this is the green dragon is on Gaia's navel, and you can't get there by boat. If you try to sail there, the cliffs are way too steep, and there's no way to board the island. But these wingapeds have discovered a way to access the area, and so by defeating the Biba, we kind of get this flute that will allow us to then ride this wingapede to that island. And we need to do that in order to get the green dragon's blessing. This is another part that I feel like I've seen a lot of casual runners kind of get stumped on.
Yeah, there's just some like non-obvious triggers in order to progress here.
Biba ba 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 ba.
See, this kind of actually makes more sense, like, in context. I feel like having these fights back to back, because it's like you beat the first Biba, get the flute, and then like the second Biba like didn't know what was going on, and then they're like, oh wait, why do you have it?
I never remember, because this one's Bubba Biba. I don't remember what the other one is, but I thought they just forgot.
Oh,
But
that could also be the reason, very easily.
and then he's like, "What'd you do?" And he's like, "I wish you the Biba best luck." Thank you. In this section, we need it the most.
And we're finally off to Gaia's navel.
So, Silver, I'm gonna trust you to explain Leah here, because I'm always confused.
Here's the thing with Leah. So she's another case of the game never directly tells us anything, and so like we have a vague idea of like who she is and how she got there, but there's no like confirmation. And so it leaves room for, you know, debate and lots of fan theories. But yeah, so if you notice, she kind of reminds you of a certain Chrono Trigger character. And so the prevailing theory is she is Isla's daughter. But again, this is never confirmed. We don't have any actual evidence that shows this. Isla's never directly named. But it is implied that Isla is from the prehistoric village. So the idea is that she somehow stumbled upon a gate or a temporal distortion at some time, you know, in what is it, 65 million, billion BC or whatever the date is.
Well, so my like thought, especially after like learning a bit more about the lore, right? Like with Dinopolis, not to be too spoilery, but like wouldn't it make sense that she comes with that?
It, potentially, except the point of Dinopolis existing is that the humans got defeated. And
Yeah,
that's what-
Dinopolis.
True.
Dinopolis comes from like the 2300 AD where humans were destroyed.
Yeah, so that really, I don't think that would be the answer. But I mean, who knows? Like, it's not that humans never existed. It's just that they were completely destroyed, right? So who knows timeline-wise? You know, which there could be. It could be a different Isla, right? That had Leia or something like that. But I don't think it's that complicated. But sorry, what was that?
I'm trying to remember which world we're in right now. We're in Yes, because we have the Norris boat.
Yes.
So this is the one where Chrono Trigger failed, and yes.
Or
Maybe.
more specifically, this is where Chronopolis is, right? And so this kind of is more of the time, like where time crash things happen. Like another theory is that like Gaia's navel itself is actually is part of before Chronopolis, like terraformed the whole archipelago. Like or let me restate that. So conceptually, it's possible that this island was there before El Nido became an archipelago, if that makes sense. And so that's where the time gate, dimensional, distortion could also be coming from that as well. That could have occurred here when the time crash happened. I don't know. That's my theory, or at least that's what I gathered. Just because, again, it's very vague. Even the compendium doesn't have a lot to say about Leia besides the fact that, hey, we all suspect she's Isla's daughter, and just at some point, she discovered a way to that, and discovered this island, and it's kind of this playground, like her own personal playground. There's no other people here. Just dinosaurs, right?
I know.
I know, to spoil things. There's dinosaurs here, which goes to show that like this whole area seems to be a prehistoric
Awesome.
It's kind of Jurassic Park, right? Like the fact that it's a closed-off island inside of a closed-off archipelago. So like,
It's literally my split name for this section.
Oh, Jurassic Park.
Yeah. So just kind of what we're doing right now, we have to take 6 fights and clear out this main area before we get to fight Tyranno, basically, where we want a particular steel, which is the common steel, but oftentimes that, doesn't happen. But we have to do 6 fights and then the Tyranno fight, and then we can do then we get to fight the green dragon.
And of course, the fun part about Tyranno is that we're looking for a very specific steel.
Yeah, just a reminder that the stealing mechanic relies on your accuracy, specifically the top number, the number 1 accuracy. And you can only use elements once per fight. And so if you mess up a steal, you have to run away. So it's the only way to
Also,
get that
you
score.
you also cannot kind of cheat the system and go for like multiple steals. Like take a fight, do the steal, get the item, run away. As soon as you do that and run away, you lose the item. So unfortunately, you can't just like spend extra time and get like super accessories or anything like that.
Yeah.
A one and done.
And like most things where
Well, that's
there's
a
a
new game
common
plus.
and a rare, we're after the common steel. So either missing the steal or getting the rare drop means running and restarting the fight. And I won't mention any names, but it would not be unheard of to have to run 2 or 3 times from Tyranno.
Or 4 or 5.
Yeah, you know, there's really no limit to how cruel the game can be here.
The thing that also makes Tyranno tricky, other than the steal though, is that we're still trying to set up for Frog Prince, because it's not just Tyranno, there's also a Poly or a Pterodactyl with it. So we're both trying to get the field fully blue, as well as getting this item across 2 enemies, so it can be a little tricky.
And as we said before, with the more enemies you're having to fight, you can't really game the AP system as easily, and so it's harder to be consistent, and we keep emphasizing how important consistency is with these fights, just because there's so much RNG, so anything we can control is really important to the run.
Yeah. If you're really high strength, like both Corp and I kind of are, you could consider not needing this steal, but it's really not worth it, because it's an item that gives you a total of 5 strength, and we end up replacing something that gives us 1. So that's like a 10% damage increase, you know, with us being 35 right now and saying that that's fairly strong. It's very valuable.
That was where you find out dinosaurs exist. They're still alive.
Okay, so like this is kind of rough right here. Like I did the attacks and then I got attacked, so I have to attack again in order to, otherwise I'm guaranteed to miss there. I did get the item, which is nice. Almost certainly getting flapped.
Oh look, the flap came in at the perfect time.
As always.
Well, I was in level 7, so it just is what it is. Also, just to like make things slightly better, as they say, if you accidentally do too much damage to Tyranno, and you can see that it's gone like 3 times, it has a very, it goes very quickly. If you do too much damage, it will do an ability called Crunch Out, which is a red element, and it just ruins your field effect. And there's like no fixing it. Please be dead. Nope.
There's the hard part for Carbon done.
Yeah, that was not particularly fast. That was an 18-minute Tyranno. And on average, you should be getting around 17 minutes, or 16 minutes 30, so just happens.
Yeah, with having to clear every single like mob fight in this island, like there's just so many fights, right? And so it just adds up over time, as we say.
But yeah, here we get to fight the Mike Wazowski dragon.
kind of the most terrifying looking out of all, to be honest.
It's definitely one of the scarier ones, especially casually, because it does do carnivore, which we're going to abuse a little bit.
Corp
it
was
al-
able to get the correct item as well. Sorry.
Nice. So we're going to purposely set the field to full green, and we equip the Pendragon Sigil, which is the only time that we use it. That's a little unfortunate that it goes. But this guy has a 5 AP, and it's the fastest enemy that we ever fight. So. Six, okay. And this fight's scary because of this bad breath ability that you're almost guaranteed to see, and it just does every status effect potentially. So unfortunately that I didn't get afflicted by it, but if you do, like you can be blinded, which undoes your eagle eye, and brain, which reduces your damage, etc., or flu, which changes your stamina that you get, or how much stamina it costs to do an attack. So it can very quickly become like, oh, I didn't kill here.
And that's Green Dragon fight. Finally done.
Corp finishing up the Tyranno fight. Looks like it went not the best, but still okay.
Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention the most important thing is Leia has shares a tech with Draggy. So
Oh, yeah.
of course you want her on your party.
Draggy Rider.
It's great. And appropriate, right? Since this is kind of the prehistoric, back when the reptites were still, around and leading to dragons. Now I get to meet an old friend again. Coming up.
Carvin will be making his way back to, well, first he's going to change worlds and then head to Mount Pi.
Yes, make sure to change worlds first. Don't just try to go to Mount Pi.
Though, if you do, actually take the whole trip and get to the other side. That way you can just be a little bit faster later.
Yes, that's the important part, is we've only gone through Mount Pyre and gone to Fort Dragonia in another world. We didn't do that in Homeworld yet. And so, and as I said at the very beginning of the game, you can't just easily pass through areas, named areas on the map unless you've been through them on the main island at least.
I'm just trying to rack my brain of like the side quest stuff that you would be doing at this point. Other than like the rainbow, right?
Yeah, rainbow shells. Yeah, we kind of touched upon most of the big side quests. Like this is when you're doing the concert. If you were trying to do like the arena and play around in there. Although the arena's more kind of a new game plus thing, just because of just being able to fight, encounter every possible, monster, right, for the arena. But you could do that at this point as well. Trying to think of other things. Oh, there's some NPC stuff as well. So like for example, there's actually a lot going on in Arnie Village where you start. Like all there's actually a lot of NPCs you interact with in Arnie Village, and they all have counterparts, and there's some really interesting stories there. Like there's a girl that wants to be a writer and a poet, and you know, kind of is successful in one world, and then the other world kind of gave up, and so.
Well, at this point, they're also like upset with Surge, right? Because they're like, "What? Our own Surge is now evil, right?"
Oh yeah. So at this point, yes, because Surge has gone around and like wreaked havoc on everything.
They're a little less, like. I forgot an equip. I might have to run. Can I do this? Missing 3 strength. Yes. It'll be fine.
I knew you were gonna say I'm gonna risk
You
it.
do your safety save.
I also forgot to safety save. If I have to run, I'll run. It's fine.
I mean, it was an optional save, so it's not like you're not in trouble or anything, but you might be in trouble in other ways. Probably not, though. But yes, you're absolutely right. The fact that the game does change how the NPCs interact with you based on where you are in the story was always, you know, if you're the kind of person that, again, you love talking to all the NPCs and like spotting differences and stuff, like this game delivers on that. Oh yeah, there's Skelly, right? Like there's collecting pieces of Skelly. Yeah, a lot of the side quests are just acquiring more of the kind of the more side characters that you can get in your party, but they're not actually directly involved with the story in any way. So that's a lot of the side, a lot of stuff you're doing here. You know, so you fun guy, Neo Theo, you know, Pip. I guess Pip would already be in your party at this point, but evolving Pip.
Yeah, and like you would go back to like Viper Manor and try to get like Viper's weapon and stuff.
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of, again, weapons and level 7 techs, because again, every character has personalized elements, but they don't all automatically come with kind of, you know, what I'd call their individual ultimate tech. And so a lot of them you have to do, you know, other side things or complete their, you know, character story or things like that to get those things to make them better in battle.
It was fine. It ended up being fine.
Yeah, that fight can be a lot scarier.
Yes, yeah, that Carbon made that look very easy. I hope Corporate does as well.
Of course, first we have to has to navigate through what we very affectionately refer to as the PH Hallway of Death,
Sailway.
also known as the Failway.
I'll still take this over Pat's, personally.
Yeah.
The only good thing about those dogs is that they're on a track, so each one has like basically a set path for the most part that they follow. Also, since I forgot to save, I will do so here.
Carbon's coming up on the Sky Dragon aisle here. The Sky Dragon is the last dragon that we're going to need to visit and fight.
And it's not possible to fight the Sky Dragon until you've gotten all the other dragon's blessings.
Right.
Yeah, this is actually the point where if you forgot to grab the black relic at the start, you would want to go back and pick it up from the sleeping dragon. Also, our commentators are AK Azala and AG Deeds. And then myself, Carbondrank, and CorporateImage are running the game. So.
I kept forgetting it. Before we started this run, I was like, oh, we need to remember to like address each other by name throughout the run, and I totally have not been doing it. I always love people's faces, because again, we fight the red dragon at the beginning, and first you get the fake out with the salamander inside the, off to the side, and then you fight this little itty bitty, guy, and then you fight him again here, and you're like, oh, I already fought you once, it won't be a big deal, and then it's like, phase 2.
Yeah, he does like a Gundam transformation.
For real, it's so great, I love it.
So I made a mistake there. I was supposed to buffer my 1-3 attack to skip that holy healing, but I made a mistake and did not do that. So it's not the end of the world. It's just a lot of the fights and like what we're trying to do here is basically skip it doing an element.
Corp was able to get past the fire dragon now as well. It looks like he did take Marcy out, but that doesn't really matter too much. Her missing the stat up opportunity is not very relevant, and they were gonna have to be healed for going through the lava again anyway.
Yeah, Dario's really the important part for Marcy, and we've cleared that at this point, thankfully, so... So yes, at this point, we have successfully gotten every dragon's blessing, and they are sending us out to go after Evil Surge / Lynx.
Hot topic search.
Hot topic search. I feel like I shouldn't say that like on an official stream. Like I feel like I'd be like, oh, that's, trademarked. I can't say that here.
No, it's canon actually. That's actually what Square.
He's hot topic search.
That's what Square put as his, like the real name. And then they're like, but they couldn't do it, so
Before we fight him, we do have to return to Goldove and talk to Stina. Well, really just Stina again in both worlds. So in another world and back in home worlds, who obtain the dragon emblem and recruit Stina. It's also where we would have to go and get retrieve the star fragment and do the fish dance if the runners had not done that earlier, but we already have that in our inventory, so we'll be able to skip that part and kind of just go fight Starkey after that.
Yeah, they're actually what kind of befalls a lot of newer runners is you can come to Goldove here in this world like pretty much any time after you become Lynx, and you really don't want to do that. Just like if you're in the wrong world and you come here, you have to fight Orla here, and it's pretty slow if you're not at this point. If you're not as strong as we are.
Got another another Biba situation where we don't have to fight her until way late in the story, and so it's best to put that off as much as possible when your strength is up. Story-wise, so in this dimension, again, this is when the poor military is it was like, oh, the mods are asleep, let's invade, right? Like, it's kind of what's happening in this particular dimension. And so they try to do the same thing in Goldove, but we're not as successful. Goldove did a much better job of fighting them off.
Yeah, it was really just Orla alone. Like, she's such a boss and such a badass that she just destroys everyone.
Yeah,
And then,
I
you know,
like her.
oh yeah.
Yeah, she beat those two of those soldiers so hard that they became part of the ground texture rather than separate characters.
They're 2D girls.
They deflated.
Yeah.
So great. I forgot to point that out before so people could watch for it, but that's fine. You'll just
We
have
do
to
have
play the game yourself.
Well, you can watch it on Corp when he gets there.
Oh,
Great.
that's true.
Yeah.
Corp's not past it yet. There we go.
Yeah, he is finishing up. Well, he just finished up the Sky Dragon fight, so he will be on his way there very soon.
But yeah, so once it also helped that we are in Lynx's body again, and we're able to take advantage of that by threatening the remaining soldiers here who are not in the know about Lynx's true, us being Surge after all. It's kind of the rare time where we take advantage of actually pretend to be Surge for a little bit there. Instead of outright being like, I'm Surge.
Yeah, we do it a couple times.
You're right.
When we first talk to Norris and get the boat, and then when we go save Riddell and stuff. So
we're just really once we do the initial presentation, or I feel like we're just really quick to be like, I'm actually Surge.
funny though that Orla's like, you're Surge, but we've never spoken to her in this speedrun before. She's like, oh yeah, Surge. Yeah.
Yeah, we never went to the bar, but Doc would have talked about us, I imagine. It's also important again to go back to that shrine. This is when they tell us. We keep putting off, or I've been putting off the Dragon's Tier, talking more about that. We've up a couple times, but remember that after we finished the Fort Dragonia, right after the Freaky Friday, everything kind of shattered in that room, and so we got one of the Dragon Tears from that. But that's in that world. So now in this one,
yeah, we need the other one.
Yeah, we need. It's almost like there's two halves that we need to deal with here. So that's why you talk to the shrine to help us go to the other shrine, because again, they're very closed off to the rest of the world, and don't just talk to anybody. And the reason why they were helpful the first time around is because basically Korcha, Matcha, put in a good word for us, and they were able to give us some advice. But on Homeworlds, that's not the case, and so by talking to this shrine, we basically are presented, because we have one of the pieces, we are able to present that, and they'll be like, wait a second, that's the same as what we have here, and we haven't given that to anybody. And then again, we explain, hey, we're from the other dimension, and that's when they finally open up and are like, hey, we will help you go back to this dimension's Fort Dragonia to get the other half.
Yeah.
And hopefully get your body back.
Yeah. Also, the whole reason we did the fish dance and got the star fragment is just so that way we can fight this alien creature that came from nowhere, pretty much from the stars. And normally you wouldn't even have a need to get to do this, but you need Starkey specifically for one purpose. Oh, come on, that's rough.
Starkey. I love this boss fight. Just a giant Starkey, so makes me happy.
Does this work? because of the crit.
Also, Shianobi showing off one of Corp's the most adorable Starkey Bible thump emote.
So Starkey in this case is a mini star for the fight that's about to come up. So, and that's going to be the final mini star that we get. But we also have to play catch with him, and he is an ankle breaker sometimes.
Also, trying to catch Starkey is also deceivingly hard sometimes.
Yes.
By the way, another instance of the runners here making it look so easy.
Now that we have the dragon emblem and Stina, or we'll be getting that shortly, we're going to be making our way to confront, as we already mentioned, we're going to confront Dark Surge, and
Topic.
that will very solidly, yeah, Hot Topic Surge, and that'll very solidly put us on kind of the final stretch of the game. Final stretch being really Chronopolis and Terra Tower.
Yeah, we're kind of not sparse, but like a little less on the commentary, just in preparation. We're about to get so much exposition dump, and I really hope we can fit it all in.
Yeah, not to spoil anything, but after the Dark Surge fight is kind of a waterfall / avalanche combined of
non-stop talking the rest of this run, so be prepared. and arguably, probably the biggest criticism I personally might have about the game is the fact that like it's just all backloaded like so heavily.
Yeah, and we are going to make that a little bit worse than the speed run.
Yes.
Because, you know, we're just going from like point to point in the fastest way possible, so it definitely makes some of the plot dump a bit denser in terms of time than it would be in a more realistic scenario, but it's still, a lot of the details are pretty heavily backloaded.
That's why we've been trying to feed a lot of information like ahead of time.
And this is gonna be our final like walkthrough of Mount Pyre and the lava. Still have some kind of sporadic enemies to dodge. No, go wait.
Bless you.
Bless you, Carbon.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Just glad you didn't run into anything while you were sneezing.
Well, yeah, so fortunately this game has some bathroom breaks and one's coming up, but it's that time.
Yeah, the CGI scenes are kind of more strategically placed, I want to say, for bathroom breaks, because it's kind of every major section has about like, about a minute or so of time.
Yeah, there's about 4 like 90-second chances that you can get.
Luckily here when we're revisiting Fort Dragonia, thankfully the game does not make us go through solving puzzles all over again. Cena they just give us the tier straight off, and we just put that into the altar, and that just automatically brings down the elevator for us, so we can just head straight up.
Yeah. Now you could come back here. There's no like bosses like Gloop or anything again, but there are some neat items that you could get.
And a character, namely Draggy. So you can go. If only we could do it. But yeah, so this is the elevator. You have the option to go down after this fight, and there's kind of an area where you can basically incubate the egg, I guess, that you got at Balsa Valley and hatch Draggy. So here, Hot Topic Surge is confronting us one last time here as we try to get our original body back. Obviously, he stole our body for a reason and does not want us to get our own body back.
The big question now is, will we see feral cats?
Will we see feral? We totally didn't
No.
talk about cat percent at all, did we?
Yeah, I mentioned it when we got past.
Oh, you
like,
did. That's right. That's right. The best meme category of the game. Yeah, so that was actually once again just another shadow of Link's.
Can't ever fight the real one. Would be too
Nope.
convenient. At least this time they conveniently rearranged the geometry so that we can just shortcut right up here.
I know. I was. It's like, oh hey, were there stairs here this whole time? Where did that come
Right.
from? Also, there's a chest there, and we never grab it in the speed run. It's right there. Oh, wait. Okay, I was gonna say. I'll bring up, sometimes I call this the elevator of shame. And the reason is because, again, this is our third time going up this elevator in this game, and you do this at the very, very, very beginning in the flashback sequence, and because of, having to do so many resets in the flashback, for some reason it's only in the flashback that when you first go up that elevator, Kid does some dialogue that you have to button mash through. But every other time you go up that elevator, there's nothing else happens until you approach the door. So if you start button mashing X out of habit from going up that elevator, it will automatically just take you back down the elevator. And then it's like, oh, now I have to go all the way back. And yes, here is the start of the big bot dumps. We kind of already covered this one. This is what reveals kind of the evolution of reptites and humanity and magic and all of that. It's kind of giving you that history lesson that we already covered. Oh, and also, I think this is the first time that Lavos is actually named in this game as well.
Yeah, I think at least that it's the first time we see it in the speed run. At least I'm not sure if it's possible to technically see any mention to it earlier. I don't remember. But we basically learn here that in the kind of alternate timeline where Lavos didn't arrive and destroy the Reptite civilization, that they were able to kind of defeat the humans and flourish, and they eventually evolved into the Dragonians. That's kind of what that cutscene was illustrating. And this timeline was, never really happened because of the events of Chrono Trigger, but it gets kind of involved due to some other time shenanigans that we will see. Probably, I think about in like 20 or 30 minutes or so, we'll get some more detail on that from the game.
Do you want to just talk about it now and then try to go in depth into it, or?
Yeah, we could. I mean, it's been hinted at in cutscenes like multiple times that essentially what happened is we had this city of Chronopolis, and this city was actually started by Balthazar to conduct research into basically time science stuff. And
Oh, I forgot to warn everyone to look away from the.
yeah, yeah, the cutscene. So this city was established as kind of like a research facility to look into time phenomenon, and as the result of one of the experiments kind of going a bit out of control, a bit crazy, there was an event known as the time crash, and this is actually the thing that we see at the very beginning of the game, at the end of Viper Manor, when Surge kind of envisions the city being swept up by this like black energy. And what happened during the time crash event is a bunch of like timeline stuff got screwed up, and what ended up happening is Chronopolis and Dinopolis from the alternate timeline, Dinopolis being the city that the Dragonians eventually went on to form, they kind of both wound up in the Sea of Eden at the same time, and a war immediately broke out between the two, and the Dragonians had summoned an entity known as the Dragon God. We'll kind of see this a little bit later during one of the cutscenes too. And the two cities ended up basically just fighting, and ultimately Chronopolis was kind of victorious. But we'll find out a little bit more about that.
Well, and to be clear, Dinopolis, because Chronopolis is from the future and Dinopolis is from the past.
Well, Dinopolis is from the future alternate timeline.
Dinopolis. Yes.
Mm-mm. No,
Yeah.
because Dinopolis was created when in the realm where like the dinos, the reptiles won.
Right, but in the future of that timeline.
Yeah, so it's kind of like they're ascended so eventually they evolved from reptites to like essentially into the dragon god, or eventually got evolved enough to form and make the dragon god is kind of so it's thousands, hundreds of thousands of years in the future or whatever.
Right.
I want to say.
Right, but it's only there as a counterbalance to Chronopolis being there.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
So.
I guess also just to touch on what just happened here. So we did get our body back finally, and then that shattered. So just like in at the end of the Fort Dragonia fight at the beginning of the game, it shattered again by giving you a new. Essentially, you got a new body. So Hot Topic Surge is still out there with your original body, and you kind of grew a new body for yourself. And now you have these two tiers that we will do something with later on.
All right. Hopefully, there's no disc swap shenanigans here.
Yeah, we don't have any cameras on any of the runners in this particular race, but yeah, this is some hardware tech going on. Since we are running this on the PlayStation 2 with the original game discs, they do need to open up the disk drive and swap out the discs, and things can happen, which is why we're doing a safety save before.
Yeah, Normally don't have to, but PH and I have both had issues where on the disk swap, like the assets don't load, and that really just kills the run.
There's
Not
also some protection against Vita.
Yes.
Yeah. I have accidentally hit the power button once instead of opening the disk tray.
Oh, I remember
So-
that was a really good run too. That was so sad.
Yeah. So
Some weird stuff has happened too. I want to say, was it PH's? One of PH's streams where like everything got all like psychedelic.
Yeah.
After
He's had quite a few issues.
Another reason, another thing runners are, you know, the remaster hopefully in the long run will be the new permanent game to run this on, is we'll have to deal with disk swaps.
yeah. Also, so you can enter all these islands and talk to these triangles in any order. But for the speedrun, we want to talk to them in a very particular order, which is past, present, future. The way that I did it, or sorry, it's past, future, present. Excuse me. Which is the order that I did it in, because we get to fight Vita Unis instead of Vita Duo or Vita Trace, which gives us access to Vigora when we win.
Yeah, I always thought that was cool that they designed this so that the order you visit each of the little islands, like it changes the boss you're fighting, what they do.
Oh, good dodge. This is actually one of the few bosses that you don't want to be doing like stamina pushing on, and that's just because of kind of the way that the game like deals with the first two phases.
Ooh, good point in chat. Thank you so much, Wells JS. I really couldn't remember. They mentioned Lavos is mentioned just after you meet with Miguel, next to the Nadia Bell to comment on. Oh yes. So thank you so much for clarifying. I just could not remember if when the first mention of Lavos was in this game.
Alright, it looks like both of our runners have made it past the CD change.
Success. As there's not really kind of all that's left as far as, you know, scary fights and safety saves. We basically just have Fate and the Dragon God really is the one.
But Silver, you said the Dragon God was defeated.
Yeah. I love Vita's death animation, the like spin in the air.
Yeah, so dramatic.
Irvin, your Surge has 25 magic.
I know, he was really low throughout the fort section, so I don't know how this happened.
Yeah, I think I started Mount Pyre, the very start of it, with like 8 magic. I don't know what I'm at now, but I think it's
no.
like low 20s.
I don't remember what the cutoff is for Saints getting the kill on Fate.
Oh my goodness, I messed up my menu. It depends, because there's 2 different strats that you can do to like help boost your damage. But it's very rare that Saints doesn't kill if you can get it off. So here's where they start to like. I mean, we're in Chronopolis here, and you see all these ghosts kind of talking about their research and stuff.
Yeah, so as you mentioned before, this is where a lot of lore dump is, and partially just because like there's
various NPCs and like computerized units that kind of reveal different bits and pieces to the puzzle. And again, we're skipping all of that in this speed run. We're just kind of making a beeline to Fate. There's a couple stops along the way. We need like an access key and things like that for the elevator to take us there. But for the most part, it's a pretty efficient route to get there.
Yeah. The runners are gonna make this place look like it's pretty easy and straightforward because we know exactly where all of the triggers are, but this can actually be quite a long section otherwise.
Again, especially if you like to talk to everything and explore everywhere and get every chest. This is actually surprisingly a big area for just being like a science building.
Yeah. And there's tons of other optional dialogue that we're not going to see here.
This is shenanigans.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Marcy.
But yeah, this is where we learn again. So Fate is the entity. So Fate's actually basically a supercomputer entity that created the archipelago, and in order to not mess with the kind of the overall timeline, made sure that El Nido is secluded and stays that way and does not interact with anyone else, on the rest of the planet. And it's also interesting because it actually makes save points like a canon thing. So it actually uses those save points as a way to like not necessarily like overwrite people, but like just to kind of
it like reads their memory and like keeps tabs on the world and
yes,
kind of like suggests like things to do.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll actually see in some of the rooms that we're gonna go through, you'll see like inactive or incomplete save points just sitting there, like hinting at the fact that they were manufactured here. Which is that was one of the things I thought was really cool, where it's like, oh, save points are kind of this like canon thing in this game. That's cool. But yeah, like Silver was mentioning, Fate is this supercomputer that was essentially built by Balthazar, and he constructed it with the Prometheus circuit. And if you'll remember from Chrono Trigger, Prometheus is actually Robo's name, and it is true that it is essentially the Prometheus circuit that was installed is essentially Robo. And the reason for doing this is in order to conduct the experiments that Fate was going to be tasked with, Fate needed access to the frozen flame. And so the Prometheus circuit was added as kind of a security measure, and it had the ability to kind of lock Fate out of being able to access the frozen flame.
And it was Luca that did that.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah,
Yep.
That part.
Yeah, and so that's we're gonna find out coming up that is actually why Lynx was after you this whole time, and this is also where it's kind of revealed Lynx is actually your Surge's father, Wazuki.
I'm gonna pause a little bit through this.
Oh.
So they talk about time travel through the time egg, basically, by Luca.
Yeah, and of course Chronopolis is here now, but I mean, all of the events that we're essentially watching happen here, and the records from Chronopolis, like this is far in the future from where the game's actually taking place.
So they built several artificial islands and established Chronopolis and stuff like that. Kind of just to hide this research facility.
kind of you to let the text run a little bit longer for this part.
And yeah, I just want to mention that, like Yudis said in the chat, the whole save point thing is kind of alluded to very early on in the game. In Arnie Village, there's one of the buildings that you can go into has some of the villagers kind of lined up to use a save point. And I don't remember exactly what the dialogue is, but it's something about how it's able to kind of record their memories and such. And you actually can't even use that save point because there's people lined up in front of you.
Yeah, they're using it.
Yeah.
This is what the guy tells you about Chronopolis like appearing and being made by Balthazar, and then he vanishes.
Yeah, and we're looking for the chief at this point,
Which is him.
which is this person.
He looks exactly like everyone else.
Yeah.
Just
And
shades of forgotten memories.
It's so sad. But I believe fate kind of turned them this way. So like, if I'm understanding this correctly, so fate kind of takes some of the staff workers to populate the island, and then the rest of them here, like the chief and the essential, I guess the essential scientists, were turned into these phantom beings so that they can kind of just work here forever, I guess.
Yeah,
under fate's control.
So earlier we were mentioning how like a lot of the characters have like a lot of kind of inner relations and connections between them. And I mentioned, a couple hours ago now that there's kind of a plot reason for this. And that's exactly what the reason is. Originally, these islands weren't inhabited. And then Fate kind of made an effort to kind of have the islands populated by people that Fate was able to control as part of an effort to kind of keep Chronopolis hidden. And of course, the reason to keep it hidden was really to protect, most of Fate's motivation is really to protect its access to the Frozen Flame.
Also, I just took a fight and did it. It's probably a little bit slower because normally we would do a little bit of like movement attack. We would like basically run away twice from it and grab that chest, but sometimes you can fight it if it's just one. And that gives us access to right here, which
This is another case where we do have to take one of those fights just because they both walk in sync and block the hallway.
notice here how like the very top it says Project Kid. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, weird. Notice how it's not Project Girl.
Not girl. And
That's good.
it also, the security device just said, oh, 96% chance that we are the Arbiter. Whatever the heck that is.
Yeah, well, we're actually about to find out what Arbiter means in this little text dump here. So we mentioned the Prometheus circuit being installed as a way to lock Fate out of being able to access the Frozen Flame. And the way that worked is it was designed so that if anyone were to come into contact with the Frozen Flame, that person would become the Arbiter, and that person would be required to restore Fate's access to the Frozen Flame. And what we're kind of learning happened now is when Wazuki and Miguel brought Surge back there, when he was injured, then either Surge or Wazuki became the Arbiter.
Surge did.
Yeah. So that was actually the main motivation for Link's wanting to obtain Surge's body, to basically be able to get past that security and restore Fate's access to the Frozen Flame. And now we kind of understand why we were kind of set up.
Right, because Fate could not continue its experiments because during the storm, the Prometheus circuit took over as well.
Yeah, and here we see Robo unceremoniously killed.
It's
By
so
fate.
sad.
And they also said it earlier that Dark Surgy Poo here is the human incarnation of fate, and you get to see this transformation into fate.
And get ready for some cat jams, by the way.
Now, one of the things that's not, I don't think it's mentioned here or somewhere, but okay. A Lynx, whose body we took, which was also right like the human-ish incarnation of fate, was actually created using Sergi Poo's father Wazuki's body.
Yeah, they describe it as like Fate's corruption over Wazuki.
And I believe like it was also merged like with like the Panther Demon that like or in the image of the Panther Demon that attacked Surge and killed Surge in the other timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, the image was made just because it it would impact Surge basically. This is kind of scary, but I should be fine.
Yeah, it's actually kind of sad. Like, so when having, Wazuki's just trying to save Surge, and we didn't really touch upon the whole, Surge, almost dying, basically gave out a cry, almost a cry for help that caught a certain someone's attention, and then causing this whole thing to happen, and distracting fate, and allowing the Surge to become arbiter. And it's always sad, the idea that like, oh, but then once the storm ended 10 minutes later and fate got control again, forcing Wazuki to stay behind, and then even though or Miguel, sorry, yeah, forcing Miguel to stay behind, and then
Oops.
Wazuki, oh no.
I don't
Yeah,
think
this is
that was
actually a scary
fate.
fight.
It's because I missed the 3 earlier on. I'm just gonna run.
That's the safe thing to do, please.
I was supposed to do Saints there, but I missed a 3 and I didn't notice. So that's an oops.
Yeah, at that point there's nothing you could do because you couldn't get to 8.
Yeah. I would have to risk like a +2 or something. So, oops. But we got to see Flying Arrow.
Yeah. Normally we don't see that at all.
Actually, I probably could have made that work, because with Surge dead, I could revive him and then do like a 2/2/2 dash and slash, and maybe that does the trick. But I ran. It's whatever.
Yeah, it did still do almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah, I only would have needed to come up with like 2,000 more, so it is whatever.
We're gonna hope. Okay, Corp was able to get the Magnify out before Fate uses Diminish. There's a weird interaction between those two elements where whichever one is first is the one that actually works, and then Diminish does nothing if you get the Magnify out. And we want the Magnify out in order to amplify Saint's damage.
Yeah, they do not cancel each other. It's whichever comes first. Okay, here we are again.
I don't know if that's punishment for something, but
I don't know.
Here I am, once again.
Yeah, and we did, because of that runaway, that did tie things up almost frame by frame there, so a lot can happen throughout this fight.
serious?
Okay, well now.
I have to run again.
So
That's frustrating.
the
This
way-
is like really weird because I'm getting the magnify off, which is normally where you get punished.
right, you don't normally get punished getting Saints off.
Yeah.
Which Corp was able to do now. So ultimately, what happened for Corp is how we expect the fight to go and what we want to happen.
Honestly, I'm at the strength that I should just do my backup that I had at this point. But that's kind of frustrating.
Yeah, and this is why we never put too much credence in whoever's in the lead at any point in time, because it's actually very easy in this game for something like this to happen. And Fate is one of those points where it's particularly prone to this type of thing happening.
Yeah, I
mean,
got pretty lucky.
I can definitely say that, having had to run from Fate 3 times during a race one time.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky because every attack that Surge did hit. There is a backup if he misses like everything. You still have to do a risky play. You have to do like a 1 and a 3-3. But because those earlier hits, if you don't get those off, you're at risk that Saints doesn't do enough damage if you're at low magic. So I can't see what's happening to Carbon, but I imagine he had a lot of misses and things didn't go very well.
Really poorly timed misses, too.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's really just that it was on the 3 attack. If it was any other attack, it would have been fine. So, but it's okay. I'm sure I could have made it like work better.
Yeah. To answer Odiogon in chat, both players are running the game on the PS2.
Also, one more thing to mention about like why it was like so rough is because right after the magnify is when it basically did the diminish. So if it was delayed any bit, it would be fine. But
So with Fate being defeated on Corpse screen, we're getting this cutscene here with all of the dragons coming together, and what we're finding out here is that Fate was actually the one responsible for splitting the Dragon God entity that was created by the Dragonians into the separate dragons that existed in the world. This happened as a result of that war that we had mentioned earlier between Dinopolis and Chronopolis, where Chronopolis ultimately won. That was one of the results of that battle, was the creation of those dragons, and the elements, I think, were also created around the same time.
Yes. Yep.
goodbye, Fargo.
Yeah, and so that's why the dragons were so nice to us, because they wanted to just merge back into a single dragon god entity.
Mm-hmm.
And that also kind of revealed that's where Harley comes from. So she was created by the dragon gods. I guess to kind of get into more spoilers is kind of using Scala as well, to serve their bidding as a human, entity spy almost, to help guide us to freeing them. And so by getting their blessings and accessing Chronopolis and defeating Fate, they can now take the frozen flame for themselves and restore Terra Tower, and finally beat Chronopolis in their Terra Tower versus Chronopolis epic battle.
Yeah, so a bit of a plot twist, essentially. Like, this is one of the things I thought was interesting about the game, playing through it the first time, is like, there's kind of this huge plot twist where you think you're, obtaining all of these blessings, and like, the dragons are all on your side, and they're really just kind of using you to break kind of Fate's hold on the region. And as soon as you destroy Fate, they're able to kind of reform the Dragon God, and you see Dinopolis, you see Terra Tower, which is kind of the remnants and what's left of Dinopolis, just rising up from the ocean.
Sorry, I might have missed it, but did you mention like the Dragon God being defeated as part of the
Yes.
Not yet. Or yes,
Well,
you did, yeah.
we mentioned it earlier.
Well, it's not just that it got defeated, right? It's that.
Yeah, it was split into the different dragons.
No, no.
No,
No.
it became part of the
Of
Scholar / Lavos
Yeah.
Oh.
Devourer of Time entity. So yeah, this dragon god that we're about to confront isn't even like the actual real dragon god. That's still
Yeah, it's
kind of a
actually
shadow.
it's like a Lavos controlled, Lavos like clone-esque of the dragon god. Which when it was split into the 6 by fate and sealed, it's Lavos is kind of like, hey, I need my power back to because part of the frozen flame is also like a part of Lavos as well, which is where all the power kind of comes from. So Lavos is still trying to take over the world and destroy it as a space entity.
And I think now is a great time to finally touch upon Scala, which is kind of the final major key to this whole game. So yeah, we touched upon a lot of elements, related to the Kingdom of Zeal, and one thing that happened in Chrono Trigger. I mean, honestly, the Chrono Trigger is a very complete game. I don't know if I've already said this. I can't remember, but plot wise, it's pretty complete. I feel, but the devs felt that there was one thing that they never got to address, and that was what happened to Scala, right? Like why what happened to her, when she got, thrown off, kind of got, disappeared into a void somewhere. And so that's kind of what led to Chrono Cross being made.
Corp, the kid.
And yes, so that's kind of the missing link, is when Scala basically ended up merging with Lavos. And so you kind of have this being who simultaneously wants to destroy the planet and also wants to save the planet. And it's kind of these two sides, fighting each other, waiting to gather enough power to follow through with, whichever side wins. And Surge ends up being the key to that, because it's when Surge was attacked and cried out that kind of woke Scala up and enough to want to save Surge. And so that's kind of the final piece.
Sorry, I went. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I'm going into lore stuff, so you
Okay.
say what you want.
Well, yeah, I went to the wrong place, but we're gonna go and do a bit of extra lore for the fans. We're gonna go try to rescue Kid. So, take it away, Deeds and Izala.
Yeah, and we'll definitely talk about that when we get there. But yeah, so when Scala did that, she also like when she was noticing that, hey, the evil portion of Lavos that's wanting to devour the planet is kind of winning the merge. And so she created kind of a clone of herself, and that clone is Kid. And sent, baby Kid off, dropped her off with Luca and with the amulet. And as we said before, that amulet was modified to save Kid anytime she was, in in lethal trouble. So that's why she's never really dying. And again, this is another moment of us going to rescue her. There's actually a couple ways. So in this case, because we did the Master Mune quest line, we are using the Master Mune to help dive into Kid, who's right now kind of trapped in her past, just kind of her past nightmare. And we only have so much time to try and rescue her. And one by one, we're gonna have party members disappear on us, and it's kind of it's a really intense situation playing this like for the first time. Yeah, so that's Kid's true identity. She is a clone of Scala.
And the dragon gods responded by making their version of Scala's clone, who is Harley. So they're kind of the same. They're kind of twins almost, if you want to think of it that way.
And yeah, what we're playing through now is, like we mentioned, it's essentially Kid's past. So you can think of this as kind of a flashback sequence where we're kind of like Inception diving into her nightmare.
So notice
this
the glass.
This happens before the events of Chrono. Sorry.
I was gonna say, notice the glasses on the floor, everybody, and don't cry.
Yeah.
It's the princess, as Masa would say.
Yeah, this is also where you would get Kid's tech, level 7 tech, is through this flashback. You can also get, so if you chose not to get the ice breath from the water dragon early on, you can also get, what is it called, the ice gun? There's a freeze ray you can get here as well that will let you freeze the lava.
Yeah, and you can only do this bit if you have the master immune.
There's another way to do it, and now I'm blanking out. There's another item that you can
Yeah,
do it without.
they mentioned in the dialogue that you just need like a powerful item.
You need the Chrono Cross, other than the Master
Yes,
Mune.
the Chrono Cross will do it too. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm like, there was one other way besides the Master Mune. I just couldn't remember.
So another thing
You could
Sorry.
get at this point, actually,
Yes, correct.
because you have both dragons tiers, or the tier of love and the tier of hate.
Other interesting thing to point out is like throughout the entire game up until this point, Harl or Harley is basically, you know, painted out to be this kind of like henchman for Lynx, and now we actually don't necessarily know in game yet, but we've already mentioned like kind of her true identity as being an entity of the dragons. But
Strong.
the cutscene that plays here is actually the only really time that Lynx and Harl appear together, and they never share any dialogue or anything in the game.
Princess
So it's just kind of
Marl.
a weird thing. There you go.
There it is. They're so cute.
And then there's Kid on the floor. Though I think Radical Dreamers also shows this like image.
Yes. Is
That's all.
What I don't. Which image?
The end where it's Surge and Kid watching the building.
That before Surge disappears and leaves her by herself.
Don't remember if it's exactly the same or not.
And this is also like helps explain like why Kid is like so fond of us, because she remembers Surge here
Mm-hmm.
as we save her. But then she's left alone, and
And Kid also does some time travel shenanigans, by the way. Like it's also revealed that she is the one that helped rescue Surge in the first place. So causing that timeline, like, and that's why you see the cutscene of her, reaching out. She's basically saving Surge so that the Panther attack never happens, or rather doesn't kill him.
But when she saved him, in that timeline, wasn't it Lynx that was sent to like drown him?
Yes, he was drowning in that timeline. You're right. It was not a Panther Demon attack. He was drowning in that timeline. Because Fate warped, by warping his father to do Fate's bidding, also sent him to go and kill Surge, because Surge needed to die as the Arbiter to get
Pretty
access
messed up.
back.
So it's
super messed up.
It's kind of interesting that, like, when we rescue Kid, it's like we're going into her nightmare, right? And when you study the Chrono Trigger lore, You know that the Masamune is made of Dreamstone. And so, like, I don't know, maybe they're trying to make the connection between the two, that with in the way it was forged in Melchior's dreams, it has the power to essentially go into a person's dreams and, I don't know, fix things. But just magical shenanigans, you could just chalk it up to that instead of any sort of actual explanation.
I do like that Izala brought up the fact that, because if Fate or Lynx was essentially Fate, you know, Fate in an avatar form, and you have Harley who's the dragon gods, you know, kind of avatar, and they're very much on opposing ends, and it's interesting that they, you know, kind of tried to use each other at different points to accomplish their schemes.
Yeah,
And
I
then
think,
here, just
oh, sorry. I was gonna mention the astral amulet that Kid has. I think it's also mentioned that that's made of Dreamstone as well
yes.
at some point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't quite remember where. It's probably in Chronopolis somewhere that it's mentioned. But just to catch up on the current story before we go off again on more fun tangents. So we've defeated Fate. We found out that the dragon gods were evil all along, and they brought back. They rose up Terra Tower to bring back Dinopolis's greatness, and we're not able to get to it. It's actually floating above the water. So we need to figure out a way to access this tower. And look, that's why we have Starkey, who is an actual alien being canonically.
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
most random inclusion in the game.
it is, although you can go off on a whole fun little tangent conversation about like what that could mean for the Chrono franchise, like as a universe, because Lavos is also an extraterrestrial being, right? And so there's some fun implications that you can take that if you wanted to with Starkey's existence. But anyway, so Starkey is the one that will allow us, by going down to its sunken ship, we are taking kind of the floating device that allows the UFO to I guess it is identified as Starkey's ship at this point. But we're using that, and we slapped it on this boat, and one of my favorite cutscenes ever, like, maybe not my number one favorite, but one of my favorite JRPG cutscenes here is just Surge on this boat, like flying up to Terra Tower.
Arky is related to Pooh.
Oh, Pooh, in the Final Fantasy franchise, so
Oh,
it could tie the two universes together.
Yeah, the rarest card in Final Fantasy VIII.
The rarest card.
Yeah, I've never played 8, so. Like, what?
You also notice there's 2 moons here, and one of those moons actually came from Dinopolis. When the time crash happened, and Chronopolis was pulled into this, pulled here, and then subsequently the planet pulled in Dinopolis to counter that. It also grabbed its moon, and so that's why there's 2 moons in the sky.
Plus the hidden moon dragon.
Yeah, Carbon, fun fact, the Pooh alien is also the doll that's held by Riku in 10-2 with the mascot dress view.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
You thought you were only getting Chrono Cross lore in this.
Yeah, time to play Final Fantasy VIII, Carbon. It's a good game.
So I'm, if I get through a bunch of other games, I'm gonna play 9.
Yeah, 9 is somewhat, probably the closest speed run to Chrono Cross, would you say, as far as
Yeah,
gameplay styles?
with Kid here, you get a little extra dialogue.
Oh, there's always extra dialogue with Kid, like almost at every point. I actually like how you bring up, you know, the 7th dragon and being Harley, and her Japanese name is actually Tsukiyomi, if I'm saying it correctly. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering it. In reference to the moon. So that's a another fun little trivia.
And so the fight we see Corp doing here is essentially what we call the doll fights. And unfortunately, it's not a reference to the TV show Dollhouse, but it's just what we call these elemental colored, like mechanical beings. There is one, I think there's one for, yeah, there is one for every color throughout Terra Tower.
Yeah, this is kind of where the game is like, yeah, we didn't really tell you the color like order, so let's just try to reinforce it here and hope you get the hints.
Yeah, like pick up on how you're fighting them.
Yeah, they'll have. So another thing that makes Surge the protagonist, beyond just being the arbiter of fate, is because Surge made a connection with Scala, or at least helped Scala, you know, maintain her own sentience, you know, while merging with Lavos. And because Surge existing in the first place kind of changes the timeline up, right? And so Surge has the ability to ultimately decide what the Time Devourer becomes, and consequently the fate of the world. So essentially, Surge has the ability to either, when confronting the Time Devourer, allow time basically to cease to exist, or to help Scala win and allow, you know, peace to the world, and basically merge the timelines back together to you know, basically heal the time warp that happened by Surge surviving.
Oof.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't, we're saying this in chat, but we're not quite sure why Corporate's stream is freezing up on the Twitch stream. It's fine for us when we're viewing it.
Yeah, from the looks of things, I'm not dropping. I dropped a couple frames, but I don't know where that was.
Yeah, your stream itself looks okay viewing it directly, but it's just on the Twitch.
Tower. I actually really love, like, aesthetically how this place looks, and it's or sorry, yeah, Dinopolis.
No, it's really TT, but yeah.
Well, this is our hint at what Dinopolis might have looked like, right? And so we were kind of talking about this before the stream started, but like, it's really beautiful, and actually this place looks so nice in the remaster. Like, it's so nice. It actually kind of clarifies something. This is a very hard dungeon to try and maneuver around, to be honest. Even as speedrunners, there's kind of a three-dimensional element to moving around, you know, because there's, I don't know how to explain how it works, but the way you're kind of crossing over and under different areas in this, on these maps, kind of makes things complicated. And these kind of shadow beings also have a weird hitbox, and it's very easy to hit them in some areas, and can, you know, really put your run back if you hit them.
They put like invisible like terrain elements basically over these hand-drawn maps basically. And generally, throughout the entire game, it follows there's like a 3-path kind of system. There's like a, like a right side, left side, middle side, etc. Well, middle, whatever. And with like the field of view and the depth that they do, it just takes experience and like practice to kind of like get a feel for it, because the visual of the map does not really match like where things are.
Yeah, and this last section of Terra Tower is honestly like one of the most trickiest sections to navigate through, like we've already mentioned. But part of the reason for that is there's a lot of enemies that are really easy to dodge. And then, of course, the other and perhaps more important factor is like you're getting here after already playing this game for like 6.5 hours. So fatigue is almost certainly starting to set in. And then you're faced with some of the more challenging dodges of the run, kind of in succession.
That Flappy Boy was a bully. Just charging at me.
Also, this the stone-faced guy that was like a prisoner when the Reptites kind of took over in this realm, kind of just says how humans and humanity is the, in a sense, the offspring of Lavos, because we evolved at a faster rate to fight the Reptites as kind of part of Chrono Trigger due to Lavos. So I think it's mentioned in Chrono Trigger, but this kind of just reinforces that thought.
Yeah, by the way, it is a sequel. So...
By the way, if we haven't convinced you yet,
Yeah, there's a lot of, we haven't really touched on like themes and stuff like that, but you could really get into some long discussions about is humanity good for the planet and all of that. There's kind of a headcanon that when you're just sitting on the main menu screen, it kind of plays through like a mini trailer of various scenes in the game. And some people kind of use that to determine, what the, quote, canon choices are in the game. So, for example, they feature, Nikki and Glenn, which means that, the correct choices are to not save Kid and to not destroy the environment to save Kid, or, things like that. So it's kind of, you can kind of take this as a, like, how cynical of a direction did they take when they developed this game? As far as statements, with people's relationship with the planet and things like that. I won't go too much further into it, but there's a lot of messaging along those lines in this game.
nice puns, Ellie.
Thank you.
RPG Melon Chat said, "Wow, look away for a little bit, and Corp has the lead. What happened?" And then Azala replied, "You could say that it was fate."
Yeah, I'd be proud of that pun if the game didn't also literally use it in dialogue. As way back at the Miguel cutscene, there's places where it uses fate not all capitalized. So.
I feel like they do it even before then.
They might. But especially there, because obviously Miguel knows about fate, and when he says like fate controls all, it's like,
Lena references it actually at the very beginning.
True. We're moving on now to Pyrotor, the second of the dolls. And if you pay attention to the order of the colors, you'll probably notice the same thing recur later. We've done yellow and now red. Yeah. Chat has to actually guess the correct order of elements for.
At the end, you have to tell us what color to do.
Yeah.
When we're finished. Actually, I think I remember a long time ago. I think there was like a Twitch plays Chrono Cross, and it was a disaster. I think just because of like movement.
It was, yeah.
God, you could like never stamina buffer.
Did they even beat the game? Like, were they able to finish when Twitch played?
I don't remember.
By the way, these cherubs are like not cool sometimes. They'll just like hover right over the ladder, and you're just like, can I please?
Yeah,
Can I
they have
please
no
go?
chill. Can we go, please?
So does anyone? I just want to make sure that we at least kind of thoroughly explained the relationship between, you know, Kid, Surge, Harley, you know, Fate, Dragon God. Like, does that make sense? Did we do a good job? Is there any questions? Because now is your chance. we're almost done with the game, so.
Yeah, we're both we're both coming up on this, I think, second to last plot dump.
Yeah, this is the plot dump truck, driven
Yeah.
by Balthazar. He's
Yeah.
This is the dump where you drive the truck to.
yeah. So essentially, some of the things that are being revealed here are things that we've already talked about, like the events leading up to how Chronopolis was created, and you know, Fate and the time crash and all of that. And what's coming up now on Corp screen is an image related to the war between Dinopolis and Chronopolis. The big additional thing that we learn here is related to the sign that we saw before fighting Fate that said Project Kid. And this is where Balthazar is kind of just like, guess what? It was me the whole time. Like, I did things to help orchestrate this. I
like, he literally-
masterminded everything.
Yeah.
He's just trying to collect the props here.
Yeah.
I mean, he is what, the prophet of wisdom or something, right? Like,
Yeah, he calls himself the Prophet of Time at the beginning of the game. I don't remember if he had like
Yeah,
a
there's
different time on the Chrono Trigger.
There's
there's
the
the three
three
prophets.
gurus.
Yeah. Yeah, the Guru. Yeah.
That's what
That's
it is.
what it was.
Which, I mean, he does this whole, right, like, you know, if you believe him that he did orchestrate, like, Fate, the Frozen Flame, the dinos, all of it, right? Like, he did this so that way he could destroy Lavos, right?
Yeah,
Yes, his
specifically to
goal was
free Shala.
save yeah.
To free Shala, yeah.
That was his goal this entire time. And like, so I don't think he necessarily orchestrated like the dragon god per se or things like that. Like, that was a reaction from the planet itself. I personally feel. And the thing, like the Prometheus circuit and stuff, kind of overrode some things as well. I feel like Luca kind of had her own plans as well.
Yeah.
But ultimately, like, guiding Surge here in order for Surge to free Scala, because she reached out and saved Surge in the first place.
Right, well, he, it is always interesting to me, right, like, how he chose Surge as and that one eluded me, right? Like, he just picked
Yeah,
Surge,
I think it wasn't so much that Balthazar chose Surge specifically, but that when Wazuki and Miguel were venturing out with Surge, that just happened to be the person that could be impacted to become the Arbiter because of the fact that their boat was so close to the sea, and that Shala was able to conjure that storm that kind of pushed them over there. I think that was the reasoning, and before that there wasn't any significance, but
Yeah, I
don't
agree.
know.
It's that.
I always took it, and I could be mistaken here, but right, like I always took it that like he planned for Surge to do it as well. But
I never took it that way. Only because if you get the good ending, there's like a whole huge, you know, there's a long like dialogue kind of, and it's the fact that she kind of mentions like, oh, I heard you, and I feel like it was like Surge crying and her hearing it and wanting to reach out. That like that action is what chose Surge, or at least that's my interpretation.
oh, also like at the end of that dialogue sequence, they also talk about how they're like, oh, what, you don't have the Chrono Cross?
yeah.
Oops, that was a boo-boo.
Yeah, maybe you should go get the Chrono Cross.
And you're like, let me go do that while I'm on this tower. Well, this fight was not ideal.
And you were almost catching up too.
And I would have if it weren't for those darn misses and their dog.
I never remember to go through with this, but I always meant to like keep a tally of misses for all the runners, you know, for any time I see like a race. Just to be just for curiosity's sake, like, ooh, who got more misses? Actually, that in the future that wouldn't be a bad like donation. Like, like I will donate X however many times I miss or whatever.
I think it'd be a good mod for me to make
Evil.
in the remaster to just automatically tally them.
It's evil donating more per miss. Means you
Like
want-
$1, yeah, like you donate like $1 per miss or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. At least charity can benefit from the misses, even if the run doesn't. Or at least I don't know. That would be the idea behind it. This is another case. So these are the final 2 bosses we're coming upon. It doesn't matter which one you fight in what order. It's just if you're gonna be speedrunning this game, you just want to be consistent. So once you make your choice, just stick with it, basically. Unless I don't know if there's any nuance, Carbon or Corporate, of why you pick one or the other.
There can be. It's possible to be at one of the stat breakpoints for one of them, but not the other. So depending on your strength on Surge and Glen, you may opt to do one of them first.
Yeah. But it really doesn't matter, but there's potential.
Yeah.
To do something that's like very minorly faster.
And honestly, like all of the different stats, at least for Gravitor, like all of the different strategies have the different stat lines, all still like they rely on luck to be faster anyway.
Poggers.
That's not guaranteed just from the stats.
The one good thing that's happened to Big Box.
Oh man, these 6.5 hours like flew by. Like I can't believe we're already at this point. At least
Yeah, I
to
think
me.
it's because the game's really good, and
And I still feel like I haven't talked about everything. I'm just like, man, what have we not brought up yet? Like I feel like
mean,
I'm missing so much.
well,
so like we definitely haven't mentioned the like cutscene that's added in the DS version of Chrono Trigger. That ties the game together.
Oh yeah, the yeah, the DS version added some really some fun anime cutscenes, and they also added a scene of Luca discovering Kid for the first time. That makes her go off and open her orphanage. And the pendant as well.
Yeah. I will say, I think both of our runs have been fairly slow, but that's okay. It's been really enjoyable.
Fully agree with Carbon. Yeah, Deeds and Izala and Carbon doing a fantastic job commentating.
Yeah, and I hope this was good for everyone in chat, anyone watching this. Most speedruns, are gonna focus on speedrunning mechanics. So I hope that you guys enjoyed making this more story focused for once.
Chrono Cross certainly has a lot of stories.
It's kind of like an interesting design decision to like do all the tie-ins at the end, like tell you like, oh, this is how you got to this point, right? Like,
Yeah, I think it probably would have been better received. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, it just dumps a lot of info and waits for the tines at the end. But it's really heavily hinted at along the way. I think the bigger complaint is more like the scene with Balthazar. There's just a lot of stuff talked about in text, and there's probably better ways
Right.
that
Like,
could have
instead
been
of giving you,
communicated. Like,
yeah. Instead of giving you like one giant text, they give you, you know, like they break it out into 2 or 3. Like,
yeah, and done more like show but don't tell. So instead of like Balthazar
I was
saying
about
like,
to say
yeah, I
that.
planned this, like have some examples of like where he was in some of these like past events and had some influence. But I mean, it's easy to kind of make that criticism and much harder to be in the position of directing the game and having to deal with what you actually have the budget and time to do. I mean,
right. And as you mentioned right earlier, you know, they were so ambitious with what they wanted to do.
yeah,
that
exactly.
They had to cut so much of it and then kind of be like, oh, we missed a lot of really important things while we were, focusing on the start.
Yeah, and I mean, that's by no means specific to this game. Like, nearly every game that has ever been released has had way more planned than eventually made it in, because, you find out in the course of, like, game development that some of your ideas just don't work as well as you had hoped, and things get cut, and you start to face, like, budget and time issues, so it's a pretty normal thing, but...
I just did a safety save there. We can talk about why in a couple minutes, but it's really important we do that for marathons and races, things like that.
Yeah,
so,
we've got the... Oh, sorry, you go.
yeah, I'll just, I can touch on it really quick, even.
But first, we're about to get this.
Yes. So after the Gravitor and Luxator fights, that are the two on the side here, there's one more boss that Corporate is engaging right now, an Aquator. And after Aquator, we go fight the Dragon God. And one of the reasons that we might want a safety save before we do that is the Dragon God is like a 7-phase fight, or 8, depending on how you count it. And in between each of these phases, your characters take falling damage. And for whatever reason, most of the time, they'll take 0. But there's something that's known as the Dragon God glitch, where occasionally that'll just kill you. So if that happens, your only real recourse is being able to load a save.
And isn't it a little slightly different with the remaster? Have we figured that part out yet? 'Cause, like, I remember seeing people posting clips about, like, different damages being taken now.
Yeah, in the remaster, there is falling damage taken. It's pretty minor. So the thought is that the glitch may no longer occur because the calculation of that damage seems to have been changed. But I would say it's still... I don't think there's enough evidence to confirm that the glitch is not present at all.
Yeah. So what I remember hearing before, because it seems like they intended you to take damage there.
Yeah.
Because I remember someone, I think in the Discord or something, was saying that like in a casual playthrough, if you like took a save and then loaded, it would do damage to you, and you likely would not get the glitch. So it could just be something with like the speed run or like the disk swap or whatever. So memory overflow, who knows, right? Like, dang.
All right, did you guys catch the sequence again? There it was. Your last chance to hear it.
Final chance to memorize it.
Yeah. Also, I took a little bit of movement loss. I did Aquator, then went back for the save. You know, in reality, like if I don't get the glitch and die, like it's a waste of time. But I get to skip a fight if it happens. So.
And now we're ascending, kind of have this very dramatic ascension up the staircase there, and the kind of there's these statues, and they're talking to you. It's more just just more references to Dinopolis and their fate, and you know, just basically all these different species just want to exist and can't really coexist with each other, unfortunately. Which I feel like that's the side plot of the fairies and the dwarves are also kind of alluding to a little bit.
Actually, kind of interesting, right? Like with how this time has gone. Both Corp and I have like I think very strong characters. It's just kind of like we talk about how stats important, and yet here we are.
Oh.
It's not everything.
It lines up pretty well. I feel like we've done how many races now at this point, especially specifically Carbon versus Corporate, and I feel like there's always multiple points where, you know, there's kind of intersections, and with the crazy RNG in this game, the fact that it seems to just always overlap at moments is just it's kind of cool, actually. You guys are just also just amazing runners, so it goes to show how much dedication and time you guys have put into running this game.
I wish that also get your cat GPs out. I do wish that we had I mean, I don't know of them notes for like. There's a lot of post game stuff that also kind of are Easter eggs into Chrono Trigger that would be really fun to do. But unfortunately, I don't know them.
I got a nice sound glitch with a crit.
I love this boss game. Man, the cat jams are real.
I find it interesting that the time to hour, or you know, Lavos in this case, is like I will cleanse you humans once and for all, which is kind of like what the Reptites and Dragonias would do, the Dragonites would do. But yet humans are also like, as was mentioned, like Lavos' children in a sense. Kind of like I created you just to destroy you.
Probably a lot of that Dragonian influence coming from the like merger of entities.
I'm gonna slightly touch upon kind of post-game lore discussion / you know, postulations, since even with the good end, so the good ending kind of fills you in a little bit on what happens, but it's still very vague. And part of that is, you know, so I kind of mentioned this earlier already, but again, you as Surge have the ability to determine the fate of the world, and it basically is dependent on whether or not you use the Chrono Cross or not at the end of the game. By not using it, you get the bad ending, and literally nothing happens, and it just kind of cuts to the ending credits, and you listen to the Battle of the Dreamers song, and you know, as a kid playing this for the first time, you're just kind of confused. You're like, wait, what? That's it? Like, where's the ending? Of course, now thinking back on it, it's like, oh, right, so just everything, like, Lavos won, like, we cease to exist. Like, of course, it just cuts to black, like, kind of just, we all died, right? Time ceased to exist. Or at least that's my interpretation. I'd be curious if anyone else has a different take on it. But with the good ending, it's kind of up in the air whether or not, you know, did Kid install a merge, you know, into one being, and is she actually in, you know, our modern world? You know, 'cause it actually is implied that Surge ends up just back on the beach, you know, with Lena at the beginning of the game all over again, and potentially whether or not he remembers everything that happens is also kind of up in the air. Although he does reference like Terror Towers. Oh, sorry, what was that, Court?
Oh, I miscounted on my face, so I was hoping that I didn't get attacked.
But anyway, I'd be curious if anyone else has other takes on that aspect. It is implied that potentially Kid even if Surge doesn't remember Kid, they find each other and get married and have a happy ending. Hence the good ending %.
This is another fight that's like, it's routed out fairly well, and in general, as long as there's not anything kind of weird happening or really unfortunate misses or perhaps slower stats, it generally will kind of go as planned. The green phase in particular can be pretty scary because it's likely to use Tornado if you're not able to progress the phases fast enough. But if everything goes right, you generally aren't going to see Dragon God attack at all. Well, except in the first phase.
Well, I guess something else we haven't covered are like the alter. We mentioned there's about 12 endings in this game. I don't know if we want to cover any of that at all. Again, a lot of this is covered in there's the all characters run kind of does all of those endings, or not all of them, but most of them. There's some pretty fun ones in there, and it's all based on in New Game Plus. You're given the ability to confront the Time Devourer from the get-go, and basically the endings come very similar to Chrono Trigger. You can get multiple endings based on when you decide to confront the Dragon God, based on whether, you know, straight from the beginning of the game or at various points in the story. And yeah, it looks like Corporate and Carbon were able to avoid the Dragon God glitch, thankfully. And you're going to start seeing GG's in chat, and that's because this is not the final boss in the game, but the last boss, again, the Time Devourer, is essentially a victory lap, just because that one's very much a scripted fight, and you pretty much cannot lose, you cannot die in that fight. So this was the last scary boss fight in the game, and we got through it, and yeah, GG's to both Carbon and Corporate. You guys had some really good. You guys handled this run very well. It was not. You had some bumpy parts for sure that you were able to overcome.
It's a race to the finish right now. I'm trying to make a comeback.
It really is. Like, mashing is gonna matter, and then the first attack that Time Devourer does is gonna determine who pulls ahead.
It's about as close as it could have been at this point.
I think I'm like 10 or 15 seconds behind, so...
it's hard to tell because who even knows the stream delay.
Yeah, so this is where you kind of find out, we also talked about this earlier, the Dragon God was already dead, or rather had already merged with Lavos, and this was kind of the final, like, kind of I guess, nail in the coffin for the Time Devourer to get its full strength by us resolving both the Chronopolis and the Terra Tower entities. And that's why we now finally have to confront the Time Devourer. He saves Shala. I'm gonna be holding my breath like this whole time. I don't know about anyone else in chat.
I actually don't remember, but there's someone was telling me to go for the bad ending. Like, I think it's like just marginally slower. I believe.
Yeah, in fact, I know in Japan, like the speedrunning philosophy is to the end of the run, or sorry, the run doesn't end until the game itself is over. So basically, once you're at the end of the finish the end screen. And so in that case, they actually do run the bad ending because it skips over all of the final as I said, it skips over all the dialogue. It just fades to black after you beat the Time Devourer and goes straight to the credits. So you're not having to mash through as much dialogue that way. So they do the bad ending for that category. And yeah, we do the good ending because it is I think basically because it's scripted, right? It's very consistent that way. Besides the first element, as CorporateImage mentioned.
Also, I like how Terra Tower like transforms into its final form, and it like the head is just ridiculously small.
Yeah, and then after it transforms, you like never go back ever.
Never.
Yeah, you can't. And then this is another one of those areas where there's not a name for this area, but it is referenced in Goldo when you talk to the Shrine Maidens about this kind of, ancient area. In fact, I think that there's a couple other places that reference this area. But yeah, this is where you go once you have both of the Dragon's Tears, the Tear of Love, the Tear of Hate. You put them on these altars, and it combines into the Chrono Cross. And it's very essential that we equip this in our menu before confronting the Dragon God, or else you'll have to run away in shame, equip it again, and then
Where's my
confront it
chain?
again.
You remind
Nobody
me.
would ever do that.
No one.
No one would forget.
No one would ever forget. It's like saying no to kid. No one's ever done that. Or sort of saying yes to kid. No one's ever done that.
There's a 99% chance you'll remember to equip the Chrono Cross. We can put it like that.
Yeah, and luckily, as part of menuing for the boss fights leading up to this, we already know that we have all of the colored elements, on level 1 between all of our characters that we need to do the sequence for the good ending and perform the Chrono Cross. There's also a more last-minute lore dump here we get to see our 3 Chrono Trigger protagonists one more time in their Phantom Kid forms. And they kind of deliver some last-minute, tie-ins if you talk to them. We're gonna kind of just let them stand there, though. We're gonna ignore them for this speedrun.
We go to the darkness beyond time.
No way! I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going.
Alright, so hopefully everybody remembers the correct color order.
Oh man, what's the
Alright, well I think Carnivore's quite a bit faster than Omega Green.
Oh, that I think that's the determining factor. Yeah, Lavos will always do a green element attack, just to kind of thwart you if you try to start right away.
That's time. GG.
GG.
Hey, congratulations, Corp.
What a race.
Yeah, what a race.
Could not really be much closer.
And what a conclusion to really, really longathons, lots of lore, really lots of lore.
And
Wow.
GG Carbon.
GG, Carbon.
GG's Carbon.
Underestimate.
That was that close. Wow.
So close.
How many seconds apart? What are your splits?
So, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't actually run with splits, so I have no idea.
Oh.
Yeah, I was 7:01:25.
Okay.
So I think you were like a 110 or something. Maybe like a 115. So I'm actually very surprised that we were almost like, if we didn't do the kid stuff, we would be pretty close to a 50 something.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a really good race.
It was. Lots of ups and downs all over the place.
Lots of mistakes.
Lots of mistakes.
Lots of times and fun. I don't know whose sound is playing, but
I believe it's yours, Carbon.
oh, cool. Because the real reason to run this game is the ending song. It makes absolutely everything worth it.
So, lore-wise, who wants to explain Little Child with Gold Hair? I know you touched on it. But...
Yeah, so apparently, you know, we're supposed to believe that this is Shala, despite the fact that the hair color is different. I believe that there's been some attempts to explain this by the blue hair really being like something that they did in Zeal, and without being there for like thousands of years or whatever, it just kind of reverted to the natural blonde because they weren't dyeing it, and that was just something that the royalty did. But yeah, when Shala disappears, this is where she's been the whole time in Chrono Trigger.
Instead of graying, she was blonding.
Yeah, blonding.
I always thought that it was like kind of due to like the merge of Shala and Labos here,
Yeah.
where they do mention that, you know, like basically post the merge, half of her brain becomes like pure evil, wanting to destroy everything, and then the other half, right, remains Shala and trying to do right by the world and everything. So like, you know, it could just be like that. Oh, I have like the demons inside me and I turn gray, except she turns blonde. That's what I always thought.
Yeah, like through the merge, like, is it realistic that she wouldn't have changed in some way or, you know, in appearance? I don't know.
Who knows? I'll still be upset that they changed it. Maybe somebody will mod it in the remaster.
So, we know we got the good ending because we're gonna wake up on the beach with our girlfriend and question mark. And our reward for saving the world and the time-space continuum is that we forget everything that ever happened. So, kind of like the opposite of Final Fantasy 1 ending, where the world forgets about you. You forget about everything. But it's okay. we're happy. Lena's happy. It's a good ending.
Blue hair kid mod. Oh my goodness. See, but he does ask about Terra Towers, so like I'm curious, like, you know, if there's still at least, I don't know, like
Yeah, that's a good
remnants
point.
of memories or something, right?
Maybe it's something like maybe the memories are slipping as he's trying to recall it, and then Lena doesn't help by like, what are you talking about? That's nonsense. He's like, okay, sure. He just believes it.
Yeah, like what if you took Lena with you to the Time Devourer fight?
All I'm
in
saying
your
is she
party?
better appreciate that Komodo scale necklace.
That's the final takeaway.
Put
right
so
there.
much effort into getting it. She better.
It's like the
All
most
of this.
expensive necklace in the world.
But yeah, thank you so much, CorporateImage, for submitting this. This is such a good time, and inviting me and Insala to also commentate with you guys.
Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, for those who aren't following Carbon, Deeds, and Izala, please do so. They're all very good people. And they love the Chrono Cross series, and I believe Chrono Trigger as well. And Carbon is currently the world record holder, and he's still going to push the remaster to its limits, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, now's the time. If hopefully we helped shed some light as far if you were confused about things in the plot. I hope we helped out with that. And if you are interested in learning more about speedrunning this, please join our community. It is very welcoming. Great, cute, small, but very active community, and especially with the remake coming out. There's a lot of there's gonna be some new categories on the horizon. We're still, again, it's only been out for about a week, and so we're still trying to figure out as a community what we want to do and what kind of categories we want to make, and so now is the perfect time to learn this run, or even try the links to category run for a shorter version of it. Yeah, come check us out. And yes, donate. This is your last opportunity. We are the last game in this whole marathon that started on April 1st. So follow that Nightbot link to donate to the Open Medicine Foundation if you want.
Yeah, thanks to Corporate for inviting us to do the commentary. It was really fun, especially getting to focus more on the lore side of things is an interesting twist, and thanks to the runners as well for a great race.
Lionheart, to answer your question, the left side is kind of glitching out like that due to FDS, fast disk speed. It tends to happen, especially on the PlayStation Slim model. But anyway. But yeah, thank you, really lots of lore, and really longathon for allowing me and Carbon to race here. It was a really fun experience. And congrats to all the runners who participated. I caught quite a few over the weeks, but it was an impressive show to be sure. So thank you all so much.
Absolutely. Thank you to Corp for doing the submission and his Chrono Trigger run earlier. Cute, thank you to the really longathon mods and putting on such an excellent event. Tons of games over such a long time. Really great games, really great lore. If you haven't, go check out all their VODs. And thank you for this opportunity. Also, thank you to Silver and Azala for their excellent commentary. And happy birthday, Silver.
Happy birthday,
Thank you.
Deeds.
Yep, happy birthday.
I was trying to see if we could go the whole run without actually mentioning it, and only in chat. It's been fun. This is exactly what I'm so glad I got to do this with all of you guys for my birthday. It just happened to be my birthday. It's so great.
So I don't know about it, but I'm gonna just let you continue. And then be done.
All right, yeah, the best part of the song, in my opinion, is happening right now. So guess I'll go ahead and cut stream in a couple of seconds. So yeah, have a great night, everybody. Take care, or good day, wherever you may be. And thanks, as always, for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Zell. Thank you guys so much for watching this marathon. I am super happy. Things have not been going great for me in the last few months, but putting these on always does cheer me up. Seeing everybody so excited for the runs, the runners so excited to show off their runs. I love being able to have this platform to show off people. And you know, it is a lot of hard work, but I really do enjoy doing it. Really Lanathon 6 will be coming in December. As always, the submissions are already open, so you know, if you have a run, or if you spread the word. And thank you so much to Frosty, who has been pretty sick these last few weeks and months, going through a lot. So thank you for her for a lot of the stuff before the marathon that she does. Thank you to Rod, Mash, Fuddlebob, P, and Rod, Mash, Fuddlebob, and P for helping do restreaming stuff, and TQ as well, and Transquina. Without them, like, these marathons are way easier to do. Like, before, I used to like wake up like in the middle of the night to do runs, and now I can safely like actually go to sleep. I mean, I still wake up, but I just wake up, look over, make sure that the stream is still alive, and then go back to bed. It really does mean the world to me to be able to put this on. I've when I moved from putting on this marathon on other channels to this channel instead, because nobody wanted to host a charity marathon I wanted to do in the middle of the year, or at least they didn't get back to me. I instead just decided to make a channel finally, and that's hard because I have this real aversion to. It took me a very long time to feel like what I was putting on was worth something, and was something that other people would want to see. Or not that they would want to see, obviously they do, but something that, like, I always felt like I was leeching off the runners, when really it is a mutual thing. So I always had an aversion to put it on my own channel, because it felt weird, but honestly I'm glad I did. And the first few events that we did on the channel didn't have that many viewers, nowhere near as many as we have now. So like I had said a couple times in the marathon, for those of you who do want more content, a lot of you probably did not see the first Lots of Lore, which was 2 years ago. It started in the middle of April 2 years ago. It was put on really short notice. I think I got laid off of work because of COVID at the start of March, and then